After 2 thrilling weeks in Landskrona, we have moved to the nation's capital. We are still in Sweden, but now Stockholm is the next destination on the FanCode European Cricket Series calendar. We have 10 teams here. We have 48 matches over the next 2 weeks, so stay with us. I'm Mr. Maximo, and I'm back. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Sweden, Stockholm, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to Stockholm. It is great to be back here. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and we have 4 matches on day 1 of this FanCode European Cricket Series. Beautiful weather today. We're expecting a maximum temperature of about 13 degrees. Currently a little bit chilly. It's about 9 to get this one started, and we have match 1 coming up. It's Alby Salmi. We know a lot about them. They were the ECL representatives from Sweden. They're taking on Botkyrka in the first match of the tournament. Let's go over to Stefan Gooch, the tournament referee, who's with the 2 captains for the coin toss.
Okay, Botkyrka the call. Okay. 10. Tails the call. It's heads. You bet first. Okay.
So it is Alby Salmi that win the toss, and they've elected to bat first. Bit of a change of tactics. They often do like to chase, but I do like that move to try and get some runs on the board early. And well, Alby Salmi last year, they actually underperformed through the group stages of this tournament. They were 3 and 5. They finished 4th in Group B, but then they were able to win their way through to the final, ultimately all the way through to the European Cricket League finals. But look, there's plenty of players to watch out for. Rahul Khan, he's given the captaincy away, so Azam Khalil will be leading Alby Salmi, as you saw there. And look, he's a key player. He'll bat at number 3, also bowls some very clever spin. But Rahul Khan has been in pretty good form domestically. We saw him not really having the ECL that he wanted, but he is coming off a domestic century not too long ago. We'll see him up at the top of the order, probably with the big hitting Shahid Ali. But let's talk about Botkyrka. Well, they had a pretty good series last year. They were 5 and 3 to finish 2nd in Group A, but like all of the other Group A teams, they didn't make it through to the final stages as they fell in the quarterfinals. So I'm looking forward to seeing their opening batters, Zishan Mahmood, the captain, and Tahir Tara, who you saw there at the toss, likely to open up. And I think that they'll give a good run for Alby Salmi's money. We know that Alby Salmi, they can be kind of slow starters in tournaments. Let's see if they bring their A game here on a Monday morning. Well, it's great to be back with this guy, and I loved his work in Landskrona. Rico Full is back with me for this series. And Rico, the news from the toss here in match 1 is Alby Salmi have won the toss. They're batting first. Let's get ready for some cricket.
Good morning, cricket lovers around the world, wherever you're tuning in from. And good morning to Vinny Sandhu as well. Good to have him back. Isn't he looking bright and breezy this morning? Loving the white shoes, the white suit and the orange shoes, I should say. Certainly looking the part as the teams take the field here. Alby Salmi, a team we know all about. Remember them in the ECO at Cardamom. They were a team that just continued to surprise and surprise. They are also the reigning champions. Will they be champions again here? They starting off with the bat, and nice to see their captain there, Azam Khalil, taking over the reins from well, another man, Rahul Khan, who has been a long-serving member, but still, watch out for him. He's also still a dangerous player. I mean, Zia Al-Zai there as well is going to be key. As long as Taz Qureshi with the ball, certainly he's one that impressed over the time, and it's going to be a difficult start, I think, for Botkyrka, and their captain, Zishan Mahmood. I think he knows the importance of trying to get this victory and getting it against Alby Salmi. And welcome to Stockholm. It's famed for this iconic city, for its famous city hall, IKEA, and fabulous ABBA museum. But here at the moment, the main talking point is all about this European Cricket Series. And firstly, thank you to everybody that was so kind and hospitable to us in Landskrona, and that was a great conclusion to the series there. And Malmöhus, the winners in that superb final, it was as well against Jönköping. They are the champions there in the southern part of Sweden. Now we come to the capital, Stockholm, and see who will be the champions here. 2 weeks of competition about to start here. Match number 1, and it's going to be Osama Qureshi to start with the ball. Bowling to Shahid Ali. A very good morning to our umpires out there as well, Mohammed Kasim and Mohammed Bilal Munir. And they'll be led by the marvellous Stefan Gooch, the tournament referee. Here we go, the very first delivery. It's up in the air, and well, nobody in that point region. The fielder is behind point, so it eludes everyone as it drops in between the two. And, just a single taken out on the offside. See here, it's always a bit nervy, that first delivery, and I think Saeed Ali getting off the mark and feel a bit more confident. It's now the turn of Basir Sahibi. In the air, shot a catch. He may not be so lucky, and he's not. It's a first baller, and Sahibi does go. Qureshi taking the wicket. This is exactly the start that Pachurka wanted. Get an early wicket and have their tails wagging early on. And the unfortunate batter is going to be Basir Sahibi. He goes for a first baller. So it's an early duck here in Stockholm, and that's a long walk back. He's waited a long time, I'm sure, for his opportunity, Basir Sahibi. And unfortunately for him, he tried to be positive from the very first ball, and he goes. And a good start also for the fielder there, Amir Khan, taking the catch. So early morning troubles for Al-Bazami. And the man who now goes out there, he is going to be a man we know all about, Azam Khalil. What a good leader he is, not just on the cricket field, but for Swedish cricket. And chases this one outside the off stump. It's not just a dot ball. It's a good start from the bowler, following a nice tidy line. Here's Osama Qureshi, and goes back to his mark. Beautiful sunny day. Bit chilly, as you heard Mr. Maximo say, but it's still nice clear blue skies. That one hits beautifully through the gap in between the two close fielders, fielded there out in the deep. So single taken. Sam gets himself off the mark. Yeah, temperatures, we're expecting a high of about 13, but it will be and should be clear blue skies all the way through. Qureshi once more. Well bowled. And having to hustle to get that single. I do like the look of the pitch. I mean, looking at it early this morning, and it's one that I don't think is going to provide too many surprises. And be interesting to see what the bounce is on it if you bang the ball in. But I suspect that it's probably one that plays pretty true. Qureshi looking to finish well. Up in the air, and this goes all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna sona shaka lagya. And the first boundary comes in form of the Maximo. And speaking of Maximos, yes, he's back and he's in the house. A very, very good morning to you, Vinny Sandhu, looking very sharp.
Thank you, Rico. Morning, everyone. It's great to be back. Yeah, watch that Kookaburra flyer. Yeah, big Maximo from Al-Bazami. We can expect plenty of that from them. So that's the end of the first over. The score is 9 for 1 after 1 over. Yeah, very good morning to everyone in the chat as well on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, and everyone watching on FanCode in India. It's great to be back here with you, Rico. Big thank you to Andrew Ryan. Didn't Rhino do a great job covering for me in the last couple of weeks? What a tournament that was. Anyway, back to this game, and it's the captain, Zishan Mahmood, coming to bowl the second over. He just has this little skip step, you see, kind of bowls off the wrong foot, starts with a wide outside the off stump. But yeah, that Lance Corona tournament, wasn't there some crazy cricket? I mean, particularly the start of the quarterfinals day. You had a low-scoring thriller, a high-scoring thriller. I mean, we've seen some great ECS cricket in Sweden, haven't we?
The cricket there was sensational, and it followed that pattern. See this delivery from Mahmood. It's nicely played. That should go all the way down to the boundary. One thing you will notice on this ground, you maybe not appreciate it from the pictures at home, but it has got quite a bit of a slope going down into that third man backward point area, and I think anything played down there, he's going to race away.
Yeah, and it looks pretty fast at this outfield as well, because it had a bit of a trim just before the start of this tournament. So I think with the weather being reasonably clear over the weekend, we're going to see some pretty high scores. I think the boundaries have come into the kind of standard ECS 50 metres now. They're probably close to 55 last year. I think we'll see some bigger scores.
I think we're going to be in the firing line as well with 1 or 2, but that's no surprise.
Pretty close to the
Me
action.
and Andrew had to dodge a few.
Here's Mahmood, who comes in, and Shane Ali will get this one away. Shane Ali we saw in the ECL. Of course, we've seen plenty of the Albies Army players, in fact, pretty much all of them, in the European Cricket League recently, which was the Champions League of European Cricket. They finished in 5th place ultimately, but that's a big achievement. I know that they didn't really have the championship week they wanted. They had to play in those 5-over contests and lost a few close ones and a few not so close ones, but still it was a fantastic achievement for Albies Army. As this next one's a thickish outside edge, and it'll fly down to third man, who has a few problems handling it, but well, now there's some other problems. Check out this Shahid Ali.
Well, the fielder has problems handling the ball. The batter has problems handling his bat. But he does get there, and that was Shahid Ali. He just drops his bat here.
Yeah.
But the fielder, I don't know what he was doing here. He was having a little, I think he was just playing with himself in his own world, while everyone was saying, get the ball in, get it in.
Well, I was watching them thinking, they should probably take a second here. When I looked back, I just saw all sorts of carnage as Shahid Ali drops the bat. But, I mean, that could have been an embarrassing dismissal. He's lucky he got there comfortably enough without the bat. Anyway, he retains the strike in the end. Let's go on this one, a bit of extra bounce for Zishan as it flies through to the keeper, Shani Kawaja. Yeah, so, yeah, Lance Corona. I saw a fair bit of it. I love the blue pitch, I've got to say.
It was fantastic. I love that blue pitch, like you said. But yeah, I mean, you talking about the quarterfinals, but the whole series had that feel about it. You know, even the earlier matches in the group stages, back-to-back matches. That's why I love them so much. You know, one team would be totally dominant in one, it'd be a high-scoring one. Then the next one would be low-scoring and epic. This one goes up in the air. It's just going to drop short of the fielders coming in. And I'm expected to see very much the same here. I think it's the field is very similar. I think it's going to be pretty quick, especially anything played sort of behind the bat. So third man, fine leg area, backward point, square leg. The ball's going to race away. The straight boundary is not so big. I think it's probably bang on 50 metres. Expect to see a lot of runs. And looking forward to see how this wicket plays with the seamers as well.
A little face. Turns around the corner. A bit fortunate this doesn't carry all the way to the man at 45. But he will get a single. He'll be facing up at the start of the third over, because after 2, the score is 18 for 1. And it will give us an opportunity in a second to have a bit of a look at the table, which of course won't have anything just yet as far in as the wins and losses, but you know, this Group A is going to be super interesting. And Albies Army, we know that they ultimately did win last year. They've got Bachirka, who they're taking on here first up. Indiska, I mean, another good team. Linköping and Stockholm Titans making up Group A. So, of course, 4 of these teams will make it through to the quarterfinals. And so they'll be joined by 4 teams from Group B. Of course, Qureshi to bowl his second over. This one's driven away and will be cut off. Think of a second. Some hesitation. They decide to be a bit more cautious in the end. I just want to say hello to a few people in the chat, and plenty of people saying good morning to me and saying welcome back. So thank you to all of you, to Liam, to everyone else in there. James Stewart's in there, Underground Bodega, who enjoyed the Valletta Cup, which was a pretty interesting tournament in itself. Congratulations to Romania for ultimately winning in the end. I mean, Malta winning every game but the final. So not the first time we've seen that, not the last, I suppose.
Yeah, that was well done. And also congratulations to a good friend of ours that we know him very well, Charanjit Singh.
Yeah.
He had a fantastic series, and I think he got the MVP award as well, so congratulations.
It was pretty consistent, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And I know we missed him in the ECS Romania because he wasn't in the country at that time. But congratulations to Taran and to the Romanians. So a little bit of glove, I think, on this, and this will run down the hill for 4. So, I mean, good pace. He's, again, a little bit fortunate here on the pull, Khalil. This doesn't go to hand, but ultimately it is a boundary for Albies Army.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a couple of short balls fighting at him. He didn't deal with the first one particularly well, and I think that's probably why the bowler's gone for it again. But it's ill-directed. It's going down the leg side, so anything on it is going to take it to the boundary.
He's such a strong driver of the ball. That's the thing, Azam Khalil. So you can understand bowlers maybe thinking, especially with a new ball and a bit of extra bounce, that maybe they can challenge him with a short ball. That one didn't work out the way that Qureshi wanted. This time he does go, but he sliced it, and this is an opportunity to remove Azam Khalil, and it's taken. So Qureshi gets his man in the end. I think Khalil looking to drive, expecting one a little bit fuller, but ultimately he finds the fielder, and the captain falls. The score now is 24 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, you said that he's a good driver of the ball. He didn't get to the pitch of that one. The clever bowling, they weren't giving it to him, and a good catch taken there by Mohammed Ashfaq. No mistakes from him.
There's a pressure catch. I mean, there is a bit of a breeze around this morning, pretty stiff breeze. And so that one would have been swirling a little bit. And that's the way that Albi's Army play. They throw caution into the wind. That one does get held by Mohammed Ashfaq. Another attacking batter comes to the crease, and it's Zia Alizai. He's a man that we saw hitting some form during the ECL. Rahul Khan just being held back at this stage. But I think we'll see him potentially if another wicket falls. Rahul Khan is a man that formerly was leading Albi's Army. Now he's given the captaincy up, and Azam Khalil taking the reins in this form of the game.
Yeah, he's been in good form, I've been told. Rahul Khan, I think he scored a fine century a couple of weekends ago playing in the T40 format. So, yeah, he's always going to score runs, isn't he? He's such a powerful hitter of the ball. And I think you'll probably see him coming higher up in the order as well as this series progresses.
Here's Qureshi to Alizai. Feels for this. Yeah, you see the bounce this pitch. It is it's a hard sand kind of base, but still has a fair bit of bounce in it. You've seen that a few times now.
Yeah. Look, come and tell me, how was your time away? How are the kids?
It was very good. I was able to catch up with family and friends, and I went all the way back to Australia it's the first time I've missed any European cricket series since the start of 2021. So I had a great time there and enjoyed catching up with plenty of people.
I think you did a bit of shopping while you were away as well, because you've got a pair of shoes on, which I'm definitely going to have to put the shades on in a minute.
Come in.
I mean, I don't know if when we go to the comms camera, if you can like stick your leg up in the air and show these shoes properly. They are bright. They are bright.
Yeah, they look like they're made out of what traffic cones are made out of, actually. Anyway, that's 3 overs down the end of the power play, 24 for 2. And you see, and 9, 9 and 6. So, I mean, look, a reasonable power play. I think Michael in the chat is asking, what do you think par is? About 110, he thinks.
Yeah. I mean, I got some info on that. Obviously, I wasn't here last year, but what I can tell you is the average runs last year in Stockholm, and thank you very much to Shazad, the stats gun for this, was around about 91. So at a rate of about 9.5. Yeah. So which surprises me, actually. I don't know if conditions were different, but I reckon this is about a 110, 120 ground.
Slightly bigger boundaries last year. That'd be the reason. As we see, Zishan Mahmood is going to bowl out here. This one gets hit pretty well, and it's going to get through the field, and it's going to go all the way. So you see this one hit pretty hard. Sama Qureshi, just fresh from his over, doesn't really do enough to get around to this. That one's well struck, 4 runs.
It's a lovely time shot, actually. He hits it into the ground as well, which is good. And as soon as it gets past the inner fielder there, it goes to the boundary. That doesn't surprise me. A lovely timed shot.
See the wind predictor there. Albi's Army favoured at this stage. But very early going in this contest. Oh, gets a long way across, and he's gone.
Oh, he's giving him.
Yeah.
He's giving him. I'm not sure who the umpire's pointing. I think the umpire's telling him which way to go first before putting the finger out. I'm liking this style from the umpire. Well, he's got to go. Yeah. He goes right across here. Thing with me is where with the ball. Was it outside the line or not?
Yeah, we'll try and get this when the ball hits the pad, and then there's a bit of an aftershock to this. Oh, yeah, see, for me, maybe that was fractionally outside, but have a look here. There's a collision. So it goes from bad to worse.
Ooh.
And, yeah, in the shoulder. And the umpire, pretty quick to make up his mind there. For me, it was always a case of where the point of impact was. I suppose the replay speaks for itself. So, a bit of bad luck. But Zishan Mahmood does take the wicket of Shahid Ali, who goes for 14. And the score now is 28 for 3. Look, gives me another chance. Say hello to Ivan B, who says, good morning from the UK. Let's hope this tournament is as brilliant as last fortnight's contest in Landskrona. I'm sure it will be, Rico. We've already talked about that. To Michael as well. Hello to you. And, yeah. I mean...
Yeah, Landskrona was great. Once again, big thank you to Rhino, Andrew Ryan. He was absolutely brilliant. And also to all the teams. It was a fantastic tournament. It was thrilling. It was dramatic. I mean, those quarterfinals you talked about, that low-scoring epic. And then we saw that run chase Wow.
How
I mean, when's the last time did we see a
they
chase like
smashed
that?
through the point of no return. and
Yeah,
they
yeah.
just
I
they
actually mentioned
23
that.
and over.
I
know,
mentioned that. I said
watching.
if Vinny Sandy was here now, he would have been saying for the last 4 overs or 5 overs.
23 and
no
over
way.
it was up
No
to.
way. And they
All
did
right,
it.
Here
Amazing.
is Rahel Khan. He's turned up in the middle order here. So, yeah, despite losing 3 wickets, I think we'll still see Always Almi attacking. That is the way they play.
I'm just looking at the 2 batters out there at the moment. I mean, Rahel Khan and Zia Alizai, these 2 can go big. They can go ballistic.
And yeah, some talk about Rahel Khan making runs because he doesn't have the burden of captaincy. That's the chat around the Always Almi camp. This one does a bit from Zishan Mahmood. Yeah, so yeah, I just want to say thank you to everyone that was sending me messages welcoming me back in the chat. And so yeah, it's wonderful to be back. To Epic Plays as well. Hello to you. I'm trying to get around to as many as I can. To James Stewart and to Vinny Fangirl, who was pretty quiet during the 2 weeks I was away. But hello to you.
Why do you say that with a big smile on your face? This one's banged in. This may be called a wide. I wonder if this goes over the stumps or actually go. Yeah, that's a good call for me.
Yeah, it was outside the line of the stumps. I mean, I often use the head as an indicator here as well. If he gets inside it, which he does fairly comfortably.
Yeah, good work there. Look, I just want to say that in this series last year, the man out there at the moment, Rahel Khan, 189 runs in the series, so he's certainly going to be one to watch for sure.
Yeah, he got really good in the finals as well. He got very, very good at the end of the tournament, Rahel Khan. Right here, hits this one back and hits it pretty hard. Bit of work for the fielder, and well, how about that for some party tricks? Tahir Tara, and almost creates a run out. Oh, that's really close. I think he's just made it back. But
bit fancy footwork here. I mean, look at the way he flicks the ball up. I mean, we're not a fan of foot fielding, but the way he flicks it up, I think we haven't got that on camera. Here's the throw, and how close is this? Oh, very close. I think he probably just slides his bat in, doesn't he?
He does. But how about the footwork? Tahir Tara. I thought for sure he was booting that one into his own net, but come back to this in a second. As this one's in the air, and well, fielders converge on this. So it will just be a single, ends the 4th over. It's 33 for 3 after 4. Have a look at this. You can do this if you tried. I don't think this is exactly what he planned, but it'll work.
It looked pretty snazzy.
Anyway, I do want to say very good morning to you, Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo, and I'm here with Rico 4. And yeah, I've done a bit of shopping. Okay, are we going to get the...
Come on.
This is not easy.
Yeah,
for
I'll
me.
help you out.
Here we
help
go.
You
these are the shoes I've got on today.
Look at these babies.
Tell you what, it's very early for that kind of stretching. But yeah, that's great to be back and welcome you, no matter where you're watching from around the world, to Stockholm on a beautiful sunny day.
Yep.
And yeah, it's still very early in the season for these guys as well. But I think the T10's a great way for them to kind of throw caution to the wind and play the shots. And I think we're going to see some really exciting cricket over the next couple of weeks.
Vinny, what a country, Sweden.
Yeah.
What a country. Look, we had, we took the train from Helsingborg to come here, myself, Diana and Marzi. And it was a 5-hour journey. The scenery was picturesque. All it was trees and lakes. And then you get to Stockholm. And one thing you don't understand about Sweden is almost half the country is forest. And Stockholm itself, it's composed of 14 islands.
Is that right?
Yeah, and there's around about 100 bridges that connects them all up.
Yeah.
But 30% is waterways and 30% is greenery and parkland, which I think is amazing.
Yeah,
it's such a beautiful place.
Wait till you go into the centre. It is amazing. All the bridges everywhere. Or the old town is great as well. Yeah. It's just really nice to be back here. So we are going to move into the 5th over now. And the bowler is Amir Khan. Already taking a good catch this morning. Starts with his leg spin down the leg side. Yeah, I think this will be called a wide. It is.
Yeah, that's a loosener. This wind is sort of blowing from, I don't know, on the clock, sort of say 7 o'clock across, straight across the ground. So it will have a bit of impact. I think it may come into play with big shots hitting straight down the ground in the air. I think the wind will play a part. We had a lot of that in Landskrona as well. And you were saying it looked great when you occasionally came on as the screen as a viewer, saying, looks all right, what are you complaining about?
Yeah.
Now you're feeling what this wind is all about.
I have been here before. This one is short. Bit of work for the fielder. Bit of one-hand, one bouncage. Just a single. Yeah, no, I was doing a fair bit of lurking. It just wasn't always possible because I was had my hands full a lot of the time on my holidays. I wasn't always able to get in the chat, but I tried to when I could. And yeah, I really enjoyed just the viewer experience, really. This is pretty well bowled. I know there's a ledge on the way through. And he's quite tall, Amir Khan. That's why he gets a bit of extra bounce out of this pitch. I think he's a pretty dangerous bowler when he gets it right. And the keeper having a bit of trouble dealing with the bounce as well. This one's a little bit too short and it's going to disappear. This one's out of here. Maximo! 6 runs, and that's what happens if you don't get it right. Zia Alizai, he is a powerful striker of the cricket ball, and he gets 6 right here.
Yeah, boom, shaka, lagya. And it goes to show the power of Alizai. And we've seen it before, saw a fair bit of it on the ECL. He's a good all-rounder, but when he gets his eye in, he can hit the ball pretty big and pretty hard.
So he gives up on the leg spin and kind of pushes this one through. And Rahul Khan doesn't like a bit of crazy running, but most of the time he knows what he's doing. It's just be a single to Zia Alizai. I want to say hello to Sandori. He says that he's falling in love with this ground. And yeah, it is a beautiful cricket ground. There's actually 2 cricket grounds side by side. Yeah. Quite often last year we had junior matches and junior coaching going on the other ground, which is also a really good sign. This one just angling down leg side.
Yeah, this one, I think Khan is feeling this. It's a quicker one after being pumped over mid-wicket. And the bowler just changes his line slightly at Khan and starts to just whiz him through.
He kind of gave up on the leg spin, which I don't know if he should, even though he does get away with a couple of more medium pace kind of deliveries. It's the end of the 5th over, so halfway through this innings, it's 44 for 3. I still think Albies Army are a bit behind where they'd like to be at this stage. And you mentioned 91 as an average score last year, but I think we'll see more than that. I think we'll probably, the 110, I feel, is going to be par. And yeah, a lot of high quality cricket in Sweden. There's plenty of teams. We know that national side now coached by Jonty Rhodes, so certainly more professional setup. They've had some good wins recently. They had a good win against Denmark last year, and a bit of rivalry between those teams. Denmark normally has the wood on Sweden, but that was a good performance. Now this one is hit high, and it's hit strong and long. Maximo! It's going to be 6 more to Albies Army. And that one brings up the 50 in the 6th over. Powerful strike by Rahul Khan. Well, he has announced his arrival to the ECS.
Yeah, well, welcome to the party, Asif Khan. His first ball is hit out of here. Well, wind or no wind, that is staying hit. That's a lovely shot. He just follows through beautifully. The big man looking dangerous.
Now it goes back and cuts and places this nicely behind point. 4 more runs. And Rahul Khan, he's taken a bit of time to get to the crease this time around, but he certainly isn't wasting too much time as he strikes another boundary. And that one was just pure timing.
Yeah, this is a bit of pressure now on the bowler here. He pitches up and it goes straight over his head for 6 runs, and then he goes short, gives him a little bit too much width, and it's cut away. A 6 and a 4, and he is after more.
He sure is. Like I say, there's some talk about, at the ECL, he did announce that he was relinquishing the captaincy. As we see, as if Khan coming in again. This one is hit straight again, and watch out, Rico. This one's out of here. Maximo! 6 more. And Albies Army putting their foot down here in the 6th over. And unfortunately, Asif Khan is on the receiving end.
Well, Asif Khan, he's been taken to the sword here at the moment. This is the example, I think, just catching the wind, but still smashing into the cube to the right of me. I had it covered. Andrew, show him. Andrew loved showing me and Andrew when we were in trouble.
Yeah, I know.
He loved it. And this one is miscued, but it would just be a single.
Just get the one. This one is full toss that he gets away with. Hit both posts of the cube. Yeah, the cube's in pretty good shape as well. This one, see.
Well, the cube might be. A batter's taken a battering.
Borderline height, but just okay. It's I've got to say hello to PK. He thinks we're both looking smart. Vinny Fangirl laughing at me trying to stretch. Well, it is early in the morning. I'm coming off 2 weeks off as well. So you've got to.
You feed a bit of the amber nectar, was it?
This one is driven for just a single. So, yeah, hello to PK and Maya Patel saying never seen orange shoes in their life. Well, you have now. And these are probably the most orange they'll ever be because they never last this shining for too long. And it's hard to get orange shoe polish. So a bit of extra bounce.
You don't need orange shoe polish, just get a Satsuma. That'll do the job. Just get a Satsuma and give it a rub every morning with a Satsuma.
End of the over. 62 for 3. Just want to say hello to Ryan Sheik as well. And everyone else, if you'd like to say hello, and we would love to have you join us in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Yeah, so it's your first time in Stockholm. I mean, I know you've been to Sweden before. I know you did Landskrona with me last year.
Yeah. Stockholm been before. I've been here with Spain with a ICC event, but obviously that was like 3 or 4 days. You don't get too much time to ponder around. So I'm looking forward to spending some time and really make the most of it and go around looking at the city as well, especially on a Sunday. This one is going out of hit again. Shaka Lagia, que grande, que forte, 6 carreras más. And it's time for Alizai to take on the bowling.
Yeah, well, these two are putting together an offensive outburst, aren't they, for Albi Zalmi through these middle overs. And this is, again, it's not a badly pitched leg spinner, but he just takes on the challenge and he deposits it. And they're the kind of one of last year. I mean, that might have been 6 last year, but it would have been touch and go. That one comfortably carries over the rope. And then he goes for the quicker ball. Just pushes a bit too wide. See the wide indication lines, of course, pretty harsh on wides in this form of the game, as they should be. Good call by the umpire. This one's a bit too short. This one is absolutely blasted over mid-wicket. Maximo Zia Alizai doing what he does best. He loves hitting Maximos and hitting plenty of them.
This is just an awesome hit. Wait for it. This is boom, Supakiza, and it goes a long way and it's still travelling. But that's the biggest one of the day so far. I told you he's a dangerous man, Alizai, and him and Rahul Khan are putting a good partnership together here.
Yeah, so that one has to be fed from a long way away. That one really exploded off the bat of Zia Alizai, didn't it? Got a question from Liam. Will we see Djurgården in this tournament? We won't see them, unfortunately. It is very early in the season, so we have slightly different looking 10 sides than we had last year. And I'll give you a bit more information about the qualification for ECL this year. This is another quicker one down the ground. Should be handled. It is. So just a single. There will be the ECS winners will meet. So the Landskrona winner and the Stockholm winner will meet in basically a semi-final for the ECL qualification. There also will be a Swedish Cup T10 tournament, which all the other teams not playing the ECS will be involved in. So ultimately, there'll be 4 teams in the running for ECL qualification. 2 of them will be determined by the winners of the European Cricket Series tournament. So of course, we already know Malmöhus won down at Landskrona, and they'll be joined by the winner of this tournament. This one could have gone, but doesn't. So I don't think he's bowled that badly, in fact, Amir Khan, but just the odd time that he's got it wrong, he's been punished. And these two, they're up and about.
Yeah, you've got 2 batters that if it's in that swing zone, they're after it. I think what he's done, though, the ones he has pitched up have been into the body. He hasn't really bowled that sort of length outside the off stump, which is where he's been hit. He's dragged out onto the leg side, should be fielded, and has been.
Yeah, it's a good observation. He hasn't really thrown up any outside the off stump, kind of lured Alizai in particular into that stroke, because Alizai does really like to favour the leg side when he bats. So I think you need to know that as a bowler and try and just push it a bit wider. This one is hit just over the bowler. Well handled down there by Tahir Tara, he's a good player. He'll probably open the batting in the second half of this game. Nice throw. It'll be the end of the over, and the score after 7 is 80 for 3. And well, because there's a chance to have a look at where we will be going over the next few weeks in the FanCode European Cricket Series. We are here in Stockholm, but the next tournament will be in the Czech Republic. And yeah, I mean, Czech Republic had some good performances in that Valletta Cup series. Some incredible batting in particular from them. So 30th of May will be there for 2 weeks. Then we have a week in Hungary, in Budapest, and then a week in Vienna before this, and I'm really looking forward to this as well. The Italian summer through July, starting on the 27th of June, but running for 5 weeks, and that is going to be a a fantastic series. Finishing in the Super Series, that will determine the Italian ECL representative. So that's going to be a wonderful time to be in Italy.
Plenty of superb cricket. And wasn't it great last week how he could also switch backwards and forwards from the T10 action to the T20Is as well?
Here is Tarak, who's a pretty good death bowler. Bustles in, gets driven straight. So this will be a good test for these batters. Tarak, well now they're going to take on the second. No, they're not. And now it's a bit of tennis here. And I think Rahul Khan, he's pretty keen to get back for a second here. And to be honest, I can understand why.
Yeah, he's just putting the pressure on the fielders, isn't he? I think that's the right thing to do. And the ball going backwards and forwards, bit of ping pong, bit of tennis. Finally, he does get back to the bowler, Tarak.
Let's see how Tarak deals with Zia Alizai. If he goes full at stumps or maybe bangs it in. He's got a bit of pace about him. Goes full. He's just bunted down the pitch, just a single. So, yeah, with that acceleration on kind of 110 pace at the moment. But if these two stick around for the last 3 overs, I think they'll get a few more than that.
We've got the team that finished first batting last year. Al-Bazami.
Well, this one's miscued, and Tarak, he's going to leave it for the keeper. He's not going to get there. It just kind of falls in no man's land, and I found it hard to believe that nobody could get to this. In the end, Shani Khawaja, the keeper, calls for it, but he can't quite get there. It blows away from him. And a fortunate moment for Rahul Khan.
Yeah, Tarak, unfortunate there. He can't believe that nobody's got to it, doing the double teapot there, standing there. It's one of those, the keeper's really fair way back. He's got a long way to come. You've got all the other players that are on the edge of the 30-yard circle. So just finds a way to get it in the ideal spot.
It's full again. Probably a bit too full, but with the pace, kind of forces the miss hit from Zia Alizai.
Yeah, pretty full and flat. Yeah, I was talking about Al-Bazami. They finished first, and Butcherka, they were a team that they made it through to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, they had a good week. I mean, they were 5 and 3. They finished second. I think it was Hoodinger that knocked them out, who finished third in Group B. And yeah, ultimately, I think it was the third and fourth teams from Group B that ended up in the final last year. Oh, it was only the fourth team won. This one's flicked away time pretty nicely. And they put pressure on. They do, forcing a fumble. And well, Khan, I think he gets there in the end. Does push for a couple of runs. So he joins Zia Alizai on 26. Yeah, Zia, Al-Bazami, they had a horrible start last year. Have a look here. Oh, I think he just gets this bat down. But yeah, they only won 3 of their 8 games. So if you take out the finals last year, I mean, Butcherka won 5 of their 8 games, and Al-Bazami only won 3 of their 8 games. It just shows you how dramatic it was for Al-Bazami that ultimately would go on a journey that would take them all the way to Championship Week of the European Cricket League. I mean, the top 5 clubs in Europe. Last ball of the over for Tarak, and a pretty good one. Sticking to the full stuff. Rahul Khan trots through for a single. So yeah, only 7 off that over. Pretty good one for Butcherka as they try and get these two under control. It's 87 for 3 after 8 overs.
Yeah, good over. I like that. I mean, he was going full, and he got those pretty full, I suppose, full toss length Yorkers in, but the direction of them were right. They were around about the off stump and the middle stump, bowled pretty quickly as well. So the batter's not able to negotiate the way. Just the one that straight down the leg side, which went for a couple. But yeah, you'd be happy with that. Just 7 runs at the over.
If you, especially to batters like this, if you're going to miss the Yorker, miss it full.
Yeah.
You still might get whacked, but it's just a harder ball, especially if you've got a bit of pace about you. It's a harder ball to time up because you're not really expecting it. A couple of kind of knee-high full tosses Tarak got away with. As we go to the 9th, it all happens in the 9th, and it's Asif Khan comes on and lists an edge from Rahul Khan. That'll be a single. Yeah, so from here, yeah, I mean 10 and 10 gets you to 107. I think they'll want a few more than that. They'll want something in the kind of 110 to 120 region, I think, from here.
Yeah, they've got the wickets in hand. You've got 2 batters set, attacking, hitting the ball well. And here's another one that is just going to tease the fielders. It goes all the way. Bole, 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 manos, arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras más.
Yeah, this partnership worth 66 now, and it has been the key partnership. And this is why, you know, Al-Bazami, they will take risks. They will continue to attack, and they just back themselves that, you know, somebody will come off, or perhaps couple of people come off, and that's what's happened here. This has been the key partnership of the first innings of the tournament. Alizai tries to whack this one out of the ground as well, but instead just flat bats it down to Gopal Randhawa at long on. Probably see him batting probably in the top 4 for Wachirka. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the second half of this game as well, because Wachirka have some talented batters in their own right. It's slightly mistimed, it'd just be a single. Yeah, but watch out for Tahir Tara, who we saw bowling the last over, probably be bowling the 10th over. Zisha Mahmood, the captain, will be opening up, pretty sure for them. And Shani Kawai to the keeper, probably going to see him in the number 3 position. So yeah, they'll give this chase a good shake, no doubt about that. Again, just mistimed off the length there from Alizai. I'd be disappointed he didn't do more with this, just a single.
Yeah, they would have liked to be at the 100 mark by the end of this over. That gives them a big push in that last over to try and get to that 110 or beyond.
Last ball of the ninth coming up. Yeah, this one gets away with it as well. So just a single, not a bad over at all. It was just that 6. And I believe this will take us to the end of the ninth, and it's 98 for 3 with an over remaining. So yeah, just the last couple of overs haven't been a disaster. The 6th and the 7th is where the damage was done. They both went for 18, but since then Tara only went for 7 in the 8th, and then that over went for 11. But yeah, not too bad. I'd say 11 is about par. So yeah, this is a crucial last over. Tara was pretty good in the first over when he only conceded 7. Let's see if he can do it again in the 10th, or whether the batters get away from them.
Yeah, I think you know what he's going to bowl. So I just wonder if they're going to try and get a bit funky here,
yeah,
and maybe try and get the scoop in.
Yeah, no,
that would be the shot you look for when the ball is full.
That's exactly what I'd be looking for here. Yeah, it's a pretty good Yorker. Too good for the keeper as well. Does get a glove on it, so it'll be a bye. Yeah, I think he's a real candidate for a little jink around the corner.
Yeah, the little dink.
Especially with no fine leg at all, because you know he's going to be full, and if they're full tosses, that's the easiest one to play, that little deflection shot. I mean, that one's pretty well pitched. So this will be a good contest, hey? Tara versus Alizai, who's on 34. Look, both these two, you see their scores are very similar. Their strike rates are very similar. It shows they have batted as a team here in this partnership. That one is too full, and he's going to go the journey. Maximo! So Alizai is able to catch up with this full toss. Tara, he got away with it a few times, but this one he doesn't. Baseballed out of the ground, 6 runs.
Yeah, top shot. I think Alizai knows exactly what the ball is going to be. He's going to be in that corridor. He waits for it. It starts to just swing towards his leg side. He gets a big swing in himself, and he clubs this over the boundary.
Brings up the 100 as well for Albi Salmi, who go to 105 with 4 balls remaining.
Looking pretty composed there, just having a chew of his gum, and says, okay, send me the next one. And he certainly is eyeing up this 110 plus here.
It's great to watch when he's flying, and he is at the moment. Next delivery, he bangs it in. It's pretty good variation. Well, now Rahul Khan wants it, and let's just say that Zio isn't going anywhere. So yeah, let's just say it was a good partnership, but it probably a bit like some relationships. It ends up in a disagreement that just gets out of hand, and it's going to result in the run out of Rahul Khan for 30. It was a battle of wills, and I suppose this is what happens when Rahul Khan isn't captain anymore. And so he says,
you lose those privileges, don't you? As the captain, if he was the captain, Alizai would have said, oh, captain aa raha, mainu jana paina. And this time around he says, tu kidhar ja raha yaar, main nahi ja raha kitte. He's saying, I'm not going anywhere. I want to face these deliveries. And that is the end of Rahul Khan. It's been a good innings for him, though.
It was a good partnership.
30. He scores of the 19 balls that he faced. Well, one man who's now going to make sure that he proves to everybody he had to be on strike, is on strike, Alizai.
Well, he might be out as well, because this is up in the air. It's a high one, not an easy one, and it's dropped. Now they may think of a second, and well, there might be a run out here.
Oh,
mess that up as well. So that was almost a sacrificial run out to get Alizai back on strike, but they get away with it. So it's 2 runs. This one does fly in the air, as if Khan just clangs it. Kudratullah Mirafsal is the new batter, but he's not at the striker's end. In fact, he's probably pretty lucky to be there. 2 more to the total.
Yeah, drops the catch, does Asif Khan, and then the ball runs away from him as well, which allows him to take the 2, but you can see the bowler not in the right position.
Two to come. Alzai, big swing, and he will have to settle just for one here. So they go to 108. I was going to say quick hello to Sarajit Kaur in the chat. Nice to have you with us. And hello to the man as well. And he was just talking about Rahul Khan's running. He has to probably run a bit harder. Well, he certainly did run pretty hard on that last one. He just had zero response. So yeah, Alzai might as well have been a mannequin, but he'll finish on 42. And Kudratullah gets one ball to try and impact the scoreboard. Big swing, but not going anywhere. I think this will just be one. And so Albi Zalmi, they're going to finish 109 for 4. So we talked about that 110 being par. I think it is a par kind of an innings to be.
Yeah.
And yeah, when Pachuca come out, they'll be chasing 110 for victory. And they've got some good batters, and I'm looking forward to seeing them and the way they embark on this total. But we know Albi Zalmi, they are no strangers to pressure situations. And I'm sure that they will back their ability to defend this score. So I think a very interesting first innings and a very interesting second innings coming up. I think we'll have a close contest here in match 1.
I think we will. I think Bolshevik, they'll be pretty well the way things started. They got the ball in the right areas. They needed to remove the dangerous openers, and they did do that. Just having a look at the ground here, it does look absolutely stunning, doesn't it? It's no wonder that a lot of you have enjoyed it, but we certainly enjoyed the first innings of the first match here in Stockholm, the European Cricket Series, and a couple of shots did get away, but it wasn't a good start though for the opener. Basir Shabi, he was out very first ball. That brought Azam Khalil, the captain, out to the crease, and he played some nice shots, and that was a lovely one that was timed there by Shahid Ali. But Ali himself could only stay there a little while, and that was the short stuff that they were giving Azam. He got away with that one, and anything that was pitched up though was sent away. And but there it was seized down for. It was a good catch there, caught by Mohammad Ashtaf. So Azam had to go, and then we knew we had to get the powerful Khan out. Well, he did go out, but this was the LBW. And that the unfortunate player there was Shahid Ali. He went, but then you had that partnership with Zia Al-Azai and Rahil Khan, the former captain, and they did certainly hit the ball very well. Rahil Khan, on this occasion, he managed to survive, but he would be the man to be run out later. But not before he and his partner Al-Azai played some nice shots. Zia Al-Azai, 43 of 22 not out. He hit 5 sixes, no 4s. Whereas Rahil Khan, he hit 1 4 and 2 6s. This was a glorious shot from Khan after hitting the big 6. He went down the ground, hit the 6, and then he cuts that one away. This one just gets out of the hands of Tara. And they certainly did like the spin options. I mean, Amir Khan, every time he seemed to get the ball pitched up into the slot, he had to go fetch it. But this was pretty well hit as well, with Asif coming on to bowl. Really capitalising on the straight boundary and the 50-metre boundary. And we saw the bowling here of Tara. This was the unfortunate run out from Rahil Khan. He was lucky early on. I like the way that the two batters, they make no eye contact at all. But well, he did stay in his ground. He was lucky the very next ball because he was dropped, and they did pick up 2 runs, but he wasn't able to get the boundary or the 6 towards the end of the innings. That would have proved to Rahul Khan that he was the man that needed to stay out there in that run out or get his team past the 110 mark. But what they have done is they have got to a score of 109, so 110 does become an important number. It's the score that Boshiga need if they are to win this match. Just have a quick look at that scorecard. So it was not a good start for one of the openers there. Basir Shabi, he was out very first ball, but I'm sure we'll see more from him. Remember, these two teams go at it again in the second match, but it was all about that partnership between Al-Azai, 43 of 22, and Rahul Khan, 30 off 19. It was good work from those two batters to get them to the 109. With the bowling, I think you'll see nobody really was too expensive. I mean, you saw 2 wickets there from Osama Qureshi. He bowled really well. A wicket also for Zishan Mahmood. The 2 expensive bowlers were Amir Khan and Asif Khan. Amir, no, neither one of them didn't bowl particularly bad. It was just at that point you had that partnership between the 2 big batters, Al-Azai and Rahil Khan. Tahir Tara, he bowled very well, but was wicketless for 17. And it's going to be a evenly poised contest. I would say that when you got a score between 100 and 115, anything can happen. It sort of seems to take us to golden ball territory. Can we start with the golden ball? We did not have one in Landskrona. There were some very, very close matches, as you do know. Could we start with the golden ball here? Evenly poised match. Let's just have a look at the mid-inning summary. So good knocks from Alazai and Rahul Khan. Nice to see him in good form. A man that was up and down as the captain in the ECL, but he started well here today, getting his team to 109. They've got the runs on the board. They've gone past 100. I think that's key. And it also sets up a mouth-watering contest in match number 1. Musavi, 109 for 4. So Bochurka need 110 for victory. Join me, Rika Full and Mr. Maximo, as we come back in about 10 minutes time for the conclusion of match number 1 here at the Nosborg Cricket Ground in Stockholm. Volvemos in 10 minutos. Hello and welcome back to the Northborough Cricket Ground here in Stockholm. The umpires, Mohammed Qasim and Mohammed Bilal Munir, have taken the field of play, followed by the Albers Army players. So they'll be fairly satisfied with their start this morning. They managed to get 109 on the board thanks to Zia Al-Azai's 43, not out of 22. And Rahul Khan supported him well. Good partnership, over 60 runs. He made 30 of 19. And now they've got to see if they can defend that, got to bowl well, and see if they can pick up those early wickets. But Shirka themselves will be hoping to maybe get a good power play in, maybe not lose too many wickets. Perhaps if they can be around about the 40, 45 mark, it just means that they're able then to pace the rest of the chase. 110 required by them. See the bowler getting ready to bowl the first one. Somebody that we know very well. Lemar Momand. Just getting his field set. There we go, start of the chase. Just, third man is back and man sort of behind, I would say fine leg. He's sort of square. Well, this one has been launched out of here. What a start that is. Well, to the roars of his own teammates. But Shirka, they start with a big hit. It's a Maximo. Tara goes big from the first ball. Well, nice time to welcome back Vinny Sandhu. Well, that's one way to do it, isn't it?
Yeah, well, that just shows you the approach. And that's what we're going to see. Tahir Tara, I said, he's just a really important player for Bachirka. He saw his death bowling was pretty crucial in keeping it down to 110 chase, which we think's about par. I guess time will tell. That was just not a bad ball, really, from Momand. But he just played on length and he absolutely launched it. He got deep backward square leg and third man on the boundary as their two outfielders. And it goes the same direction again, and well, this one might be a no ball as well. So this is a disaster. It's a no ball +6. It's seventh heaven, free hit coming up, and a flying start for Bachirka as they've taken 13 off this first ball.
Oh, well, this is a firework start, isn't it? Two big sixes. There you go. Boom, shaka, look at. Well, that's how you get 7 from one ball, because it's also called a no ball. So the next one, well, if he didn't need the license to go to full Monty, he's got it already.
Yeah, I mean, if I was him, I wouldn't change anything. I wouldn't change anything at all. I mean, it's working as it is. He's a very, very good striker of a cricket ball. Remember that from last year, Tahir Tara. He's a competitor as well. So, Momand, back to the drawing board as Tara assumes the immunity cloak for the free hit. This one's hit pretty well. This will be 4. And so, well, this good start continues. Tara, 2 sixes and a 4 and a no ball. 17 on the board. We're not even halfway through this first over, Rico.
Well, 17 of just 2 deliveries. He hits the ball hard. He doesn't hold back, does he? You can see Azam Khalil, the experienced captain, just having a chat with him now. And I think the key here, when you've got somebody who hits the ball so cleanly, he's got to keep the ball out of his swinging arm. I just wonder if it's worth him coming over the wicket and just seeing if that change of direction, change of angle doesn't allow the batter to play the ball in the area he's looking to. He's got to try and get that ball, I think, short of a length outside the off stump.
Well, the thing is, when he's bowled length, he's disappeared. I'd be tempted to maybe pitch it up, if anything, and maybe really get one in the block hole. Anyway, should be interesting. As Momand comes in again. Similar kind of delivery, but it's just be one. I think I'll be pretty happy that Tara's off strike. Yeah, I mean, with the left armour, I mean, you could say you could go around them just to change things, but I think that's almost playing more into the hands of the batter and where he's trying to hit the ball. I think, okay, the first one wasn't a bad delivery, disappeared. I think there was a bit of a sameness about those 4 deliveries that we saw from Oman, but it gives us a chance to have a look at Shani Khawaja, the keeper batter, who I thought might come in number 3, but they've decided to open with him, which means we'll probably see the captain Zishan Mahmood at number 3. Right now, Bachirka have had a very, very good start already. They've got the rate down from 11 to something under 10. It's only taken 3 deliveries. short. Straight pull. Khalil, wow, could have been out if he hit. Very slow going from Kawaja. Took ages to get out of the blocks.
Yeah, Shani Kawaja was in no hurry at all. You see here, just idling along, and then he thought at the last moment, I better get my skates on.
You could see the moment when he realised that he better run. He does survive. So you get to see this battle renewed between Momand and Tara. Well, this is miles in the air, and the bowler's called this, and the keeper wants it. They're going to mess each other up, and it's going to fall safely. It's 1 run to Tara, and a big opportunity goes down.
Yeah, what is Momand doing here? I mean, he got the man with the gloves on. He's probably saying, I did say it's mine, I did say leave it. And I think Kazam is just saying to him here, look, anything like that, it's got to be the keeper's cap. I mean, Zababullah Niazi, he's right there, he's got the gloves on. Leave him to do it.
Momand's taller, that's why he touches it first, and it goes down. Yeah.
Big moment.
It's a tough one. I mean, if I'm the keeper there, yeah, even if I hear the bowler calling for it, if I feel like I can't out-call him, I probably would have left it for him. Easier said than done. Yeah, you just don't want a situation where 2 people are trying to catch the ball. I guess 2 people trying to catch it's better than nobody trying to catch it. This first over's gone magical, and it will finish with a single. And a highly entertaining start and highly effective start. Butchurka, who survive a scrape with dismissal, but they take 21 off the first over. 21 for no loss after 1.
Yeah, Tara there. He's going to be hoping he can make the most of that life he's been given. Ball goes a long way up in the air, and the bowler, you can understand it also from the bowler's point of view. I think it's just automatic reaction. The ball goes in the air, you're bowling, you want it. I mean, that went up a long way. And I just think that in these conditions, the wind is blowing a fair bit, that you're better off just saying to the keeper, all right, it's all yours. And he was there, Niazi. It wasn't to be. The catch goes down. How important, how crucial is that moment of play going to be?
Yeah, we'll remember that. Yeah, PK in the chat, noting that Kawaja was running on the pitch then. But yeah, I think sometimes it's safe actually to run on the pitch on an artificial surface, the kind of surface that won't change. I mean, the guys aren't wearing spikes, they're wearing rubbers. So don't have a huge problem with that, but some people still are kind of sticklers for that.
Taz Qureshi coming on the bowl. Yeah. He's one man that really impressed me when they played in Khartoum. Bowled really well. I remember they weren't piling on the runs in Khartoum. The batters were having all sorts of issues. It was the bowling and fielding that got them all the way, and, getting into the finals week. This man was instrumental.
Right now this one hurries onto the batter, scrambles through for a single. Yeah, well, a few people talking about the miscommunication there between the bowler and the keeper last over. But what I will say is you'll see that happen at every level of cricket. I mean, I've seen that happen at the highest levels as well. Yeah, you still see these kind of things. It can happen. And the rule of thumb there is it's the keeper's catch if the keeper can reach it. But yeah, I think it also depends on things like the wind. Tell you what I mean by that in a second. Whereas this one should be caught by somebody. This time Niazi is going to have obstructed, and so Qureshi does come up with the wicket. It's a big one as Tara, he will not really do any damage after that brush with dismissal last over. He goes for 18, and it's Qureshi that gets the breakthrough. It's 22 for 1.
Yeah, look, that's important, isn't it? And that will certainly make the opening bowler, Loma Momand, feel a lot happier, because it was a drop when he was on 17 that took him to 18, but he's not able to put any more runs on the board. So that will be eradicated from the back of their minds. And yeah, that's the way to do it. It goes up in the air, and then you can see straight away that Taz Qureshi says, yeah, this is yours, Niazi. And Niazi makes no mistakes. Good bit of bowling. He made sure that he didn't put it in the slot to be pumped down the ground.
Yeah, Zisha Mahmood, the captain, comes to the crease at number 3. Fist bump on the way out there. Yeah, what I was going to say is if the wind is blowing towards the bowler, then sometimes the bowler has a case if it's blowing away from the keeper, because that can be a bit of a tougher catch. Like, everything's situational. That's what I mean. But I think for the most part, you know, the general rule of thumb, it's a general rule for a reason, that if the keeper can reach it, they've got the gloves and they should get the opportunity to catch the ball. Anyway, Taz Qureshi, start to his tournament. This one's just worked away. Mahmood off the mark immediately. Let's see how that wicket affects this innings, because it really was all Tara in the first over, wasn't it? But now with him gone, we'll see if Albies Army can work their way back into this contest.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're talking about that mix-up between the bowler and the wicketkeeper. I mean, we had a classic one, didn't we, in Lance Groner, when it was Ankit Gupta, the captain.
Yeah.
Mama who was going for the catch, and then Adam Sarton. Sarton's a big guy.
Yeah.
And Sarton did respect the call from Ankit Gupta, but he slipped as he withdrew.
Yeah.
And he went
Took him out.
2-foot lunging.
Yeah.
Ankit Gupta had no idea that that was the case. He was furious with Sarton. And even though he did take the catch, I mean, the body language between the two of them was not so
He
good.
tried to bail out, didn't he?
Yeah.
Sarton.
But
Yeah.
his footy went. And it was only afterwards that I said to Ankit Gupta, I said, look, do you know actually what happened? He said, I called for it. Why is he still going for it? I said, no, he actually slipped. And it's only when he watched it again that he went up to Sarton. I said, look, now I've seen it properly. I know what happened. I'm really sorry.
It was a long way down for Sarton as well. This one well blocked by the keepers. It kept a bit low. Yeah, no, Adam Sarton, he had a pretty good tournament as well. He's a guy I got to know a lot last year. I know he's a big. His family loved to watch on ECN as well. So it was good to see him ultimately being successful in the tournament. So yeah, it was a really entertaining tournament. Yeah, I was often will say though, I'd rather two people going for the ball than nobody.
Yeah.
Because we have seen sometimes they still get caught when two people go for it, like the famous catch and cuddle from the Cyprus team in the ECL. How's he all come round and it's pretty close, you know. I think he has a pop here at the stumps. I just got a feeling that if he hit here, that he might have been gone. Have a look at this. Am I crazy? I haven't been out of it. Yeah. Close.
It would have been very close. I'm not sure why he's going for his foot there rather than just put his bat down.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
a bit crazy.
That would have been a bad dismissal. 23 for 1 after 2 overs anyway. But Chirka hoping to get some points on the board. Albies Army, notoriously slow starters. But we'll see Indishka and Linshopping later on today. And then Stockholm Titans, so the 5th team, won't see them until tomorrow. But yeah, it'll be their ECS debut. So
Top over that from Taz Qureshi. Just what you expect him to do.
yeah,
Just picked up that one very important wicket of Tara. Only conceding 2 runs. So he's really, I mean, after that first over went magical 21. He's got them. He's pulled it back, hasn't he? Pulled
yeah,
it back.
certainly
He's
has.
got Albies Army now
Well, now they're back
focused. Got that key wicket.
on. They were well ahead of the rate, obviously, after 1, but now they're pretty much bang on after 2 overs. And they'll be hoping to track at that 11 and over all the way through. Let's see how they go against Kudratullah Afzal coming on to bowl the 3rd over. And this one isn't a good delivery. It's a little bit too short. It's helped around the corner. Nobody at fine leg. Simple as that for Mahmood, who gets 4 to start the 3rd.
Yeah, it's an easy shot for him to play. You see, straight away, you notice there that Zishan Mahmood, before the ball's even bowled, he has that little shuffle across. He's right in front of his stumps. And I think that's what the bowler needs to see there. Mir Afzal needs to get this ball right up in the block hole and try and get that LBW decision.
Kudratullah was handing out plenty of advice in the 1st over to the bowler like Mamand. He doesn't follow his own advice there as he goes for a boundary first ball. This one's a little edge. It's knocked away by Yarsis. Just be a single. Well, one thing you haven't had while I was away was a golden ball.
No, we came very close. We came very close. It could have gone. It could have gone either way.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, some of those games were quite incredible. The amount of 9-out games, you know, one that Albies Army was involved in. One of the most famous ones is this one's up and over. It's going to be 4 runs. Just pitches inside the boundary. It's a good straight pull from Mahmood. And Kudratullah Afzal again. It's a little bit too short. He just sets himself. He doesn't really try to get across. So it's a bit of a flat bat smack. And it's 4 more runs to Bachirka.
Yeah, just getting the length a little bit wrong here. I think he's trying to get in the ball sort of in the right area now. It's just the length. Better.
I just saw a name in the chat, Ravi Teja, or Mitubai, as he likes to be called. He was your first Instagram follower.
How do you know that?
I know that because I noticed, because I was your second.
These was the days. These were the days when I didn't even know where to look.
Mitubai, Ravi, how are you?
Hello, Ravi.
Good that you're joining us. He's a big supporter of ECN. Bangs it in again. This time, this is with the swipe. It'll be a dot ball. Yeah, so all these little things, these little notes.
But those are the days when I had no idea what anything was, and you were coming out saying, "Look at all these messages you got here." I said, "Which messages? Where are they?" And there was Ravi there. So hello, Ravi.
Yep. He was the first one that messaged you, I think, as well. All right, last volley over. It's gone for 9. Takes a chance, gets outside the off stump. Only get a single though, and so a bit of a draw that over as 10 come off Kudratula's last over of the power play, and the score is 33 for 1 after 3 overs. So they're bang on where they need to be. You contrast that with Albizami's power play, 24 for 2. So Albizami weren't as good early, but then they had that one partnership, didn't they, between Zia Alizai and Rahel Khan that really did the heavy lifting in this score of 109. Have a look at the win probability. Just shows you the first couple of overs. It's been tossing and turning. Machirika getting off to a flyer. You see them jumping ahead, but then with the wicket of Tarat, they've fallen back behind it. They're getting 25%. I mean, that's pretty surprising because they're right on the rate at the moment. Obviously, the supercomputer thinking that runs on the board are likely to stand up.
Yeah, some of those are surprising, but I think it looks at the
relative strength of the two teams.
Yeah, strength of the two teams. Looks at the score that scored. It also bases it on the bat versus ball win shot at the beginning. So a lot of things take into account.
And the history of all the similar sorts of games that have taken place when games are in this position. As Azam Khalil comes on with his spinners. He's a clever bowler, Azam. See, he's got plenty of good batters out. That's what he's here to do. Asked him where his number 3 shirt was. This is his trademark. But he's pretty bad at losing his stuff. He made sure that everyone had their ECL shirts and he didn't have his. So he's borrowed the number 15 shirt.
So number 3 has gone missing, is it? There's no number 3 shirt.
Playing for Sweden in the ECC also. But what happened in the ECC is him and somebody else had their shirts on the balcony drying off.
That's correct.
And then they blew away. And then somebody found it down the road or something. It came back 4 days later. Well, this one shoots through a bit. Doesn't really bounce. So a pretty good start this from Khalil, who's only conceded 1 off his first 4 balls.
Just trying to get his team back in this match. Needs to pick up a wicket. I think he knows that. This could be the opportunity, and it's a very, very good catch. He makes it look easy, doesn't he? And he's a top player, Zia Alizai. We've seen him perform with the bat, and now he's doing it there in the field. Just makes that look so easy. He patrols the boundary well. He knows where he is. He knows where he's got to be. And look, he makes a difficult catch look easy.
Yeah, that's a brilliant catch. The fact that he never was able to get set and get his eyes set, you see, he just tries to muscle this out of the ground, Zisha Mahmood. And it would have been 6. It would have carried the rope. But Zia Alizai catches it in full stride. Just blows on his fingers. And, you know, what you probably don't realise right now is that it's 9 degrees. And even though the sun's out and it's a beautiful looking day, it is pretty fresh conditions for catching. I actually had a bit of a go at getting involved in the fielding warm-up when I was just saying hello to Bachirika guys. I was just saying, how do you do this? It's freezing here. Wow, bit of an appeal here. I don't think it's out. I don't know where he's going, but it is the end of the over. It's 34 for 2. Check out the replay. What did he spot here?
No, foot stays planted.
Very ambitious. Anyway, it's great to have your company here. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. It's nice to be back. And if you're just joining us, I'm coming back from a couple of weeks away. And it was really nice to catch up with family and friends. But I've got my ECN family back around me now. And I've got you next to me, my brother from another mother. And and look, it's great to have you back. And I'm really looking forward to this tournament already. We're seeing plenty of action.
Yeah, it's I'm loving it, loving the setup. And like I said, loving Sweden, all looking good. And this is going to be a very good contest. And though it is a bit chilly, but it's lovely to have the sun out.
So let's get back into it. Oh, this is a great shot. He's gone over extra cover, and this is going to go the distance. Maximo! Oh, stand and deliver tactics. And you have a look at this from Kawaja, who kind of sets himself, then he spots the slower ball. As Zia Alazai's come on, he gets dispatched for 6 first delivery.
Yeah, he just launches into this. He just gets a whiff, doesn't he? And just waits for it and puts it away. Good shot, big hit. Sears in the air once more, just wide of one fielder. And almost catch taken there. You can see that was Basis Serbi. Wouldn't he love to get in the action here? He's not had best of days so far. It was gone first ball.
So he's set up to open Sahibi. But even Alazai, his go-to is the off-cutter. Kind of like a fast off-spinning delivery. That's his stop ball normally. There it is again. He's driven. He's handled by Sahibi this time. So yeah, it's a very interesting contest. And yeah, you talked about Lance Groner, some of the double headers, and the fact that things can change pretty quickly. I mean, these two teams will meet again in match 2, so I think you can see there's not too much between them. This one is dropped. Yeah, there's a little edge on this, and it's just a simple catch basically. And so Alazai will be disappointed as Xavier Niazzi just kind of breaking concentration there. He just snatches at this slightly. It doesn't really have to move. And then just tries to grab it in the legs on the way down. But that was an elementary chance dropped. Kawaja survives.
Yeah, very disappointed, the bowler there, understandably.
That slow ball again. So, yeah, Alazai goes for a single the next delivery. This is one, you see the way this one was nicked. It's not a good feeling as a keeper when you're dropping those ones.
Slower delivery, that's a good comeback. Just holds this one back. And that's the end of his over, and you can see he's quite disappointed. He stuck to he had a plan in mind, and he did stick to it.
Yeah.
And he gets the edge, and it doesn't get the reward as the catch goes down from Niazi.
So the man's asking, did I refresh my wardrobe when I went back home? The pants always seem to fit better when he buys them in the hometown. He tried buying pants in India, it's a no-go. I would say the Asian sizing is a bit different than some places. Come back to that in a second. Here's Khalil. And this one in the air, and who wants to catch this? Well, not even going to get a finger on it in the end. And they're going to go for second because there's nobody home at the keeper's end. In the end, it's 2. Azam Khalil. Well, I don't know if he's going to be a Captain Grumpy just yet, but he might be soon. As the first ball goes for 2. And that was the situation at the halfway mark. Next ball, Khalil on the length, knocked away for 1 again. It's a tough catch, I think, in the breeze. I think that's one, I talked about it sometimes, the keeper up to the stumps just doesn't really get a good sight of that high ball. You don't really get a sense of perspective on it. So he left it for the third man, who couldn't get a hand on it. This one keeps lower again from Khalil, a little under edge for 1.
It's been a good fight back here from the bowling side. The only thing is they haven't been able to pick up a wicket. They've had the chances and the opportunity. Just keeping an eye on that raid as well.
Goes for this, and it's going to be all the way. Maximo! Nice shot as Randawa has come out here at number 4. And he just watches this sail over the rope. Kawaja is pretty happy with his partner's work as well.
Yeah, they needed that boundary, didn't they? Because I was just starting to say that rate was starting to creep up. Went up to about 13.5. So though they haven't picked up the wickets, they've done well in slowing the rate down slightly. So you can see that the big over has to come from somewhere.
Yeah, pretty well bowled. Just get 1 here. So just creeping up, and yeah, they don't want to fall too far behind the rate already. And they're a bit behind where they want to be at this stage. Up to 6 overs, they'd want to be 66. They can still get there with a couple of big shots. Little edge and cut off. So just be a single. Yeah, well, I mean, to be honest, my suit is Stan Ahuja Tailoring. Big thank you to Stan. And it's the first time I've rocked the white one. I've had it for a little while. But a big thank you to Stan. Yeah, the orange shoes, they are something I picked up while I was at home.
I must admit, this morning at breakfast, I did get a little bit worried when you were going to go for the catch up in your on your bacon sarnie. I thought, if this goes wrong,
I was going to get the mustard and then I put it away at breakfast. I think that was smart. You see the pulse rate monitor, and Albi Zalmi now given an 85% chance. I mean, that seems pretty generous to me. But I mean, they are the reigning champions, I suppose. Here's Kudratullah Mirafzal. This one turns on it and should be out. It is out. And so it just turned around, and that is a nice catch down there. Sami Khalil, who takes the catch. And Elo goes straight to him. Still needed to do some work. And so a dangerous hitter is removed as Kudratullah gets the breakthrough. It's 56 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that that win probability suggesting that Albi Zalmi are the favourites. Well, that wicket will help. He's hit it pretty cleanly, actually, but straight to the man out there. Just taking a good catch. So.
Sometimes the win probability thing, it's a bit counterintuitive, but that's because it's not using human emotions, it's using data. You have to say it's right more often than not. This is another good stop down there. That's Aman Zahid, who is able to cut it off. Got to say a quick hello to Charlie Hunt, who's joined us in the chat. Hello, Charlie, and well done. Honestly, Charlie, it was a big effort in Malta. Carried a lot of it on his own as well.
Yeah, well done,
Charlie. It was
Charlie.
a very exciting tournament. And
yeah, he did superbly well, and he was rewarded by some superb cricket as well. This one could be another catch. A fielder, no, it's gone all the way over. I just thought for a moment the wind was just going to catch hold of this, but it keeps on going and going. Arriba, arriba, arriba. Eso es 6 carreras más.
Yeah, nice shot, nice batting. So, yeah, keep themselves in the contest. I need at least one of those and over, you feel. A bit of a mixed bag here, to say the least, but good for Randhawa. He's shown that he can hit the ball well. You think about how important the start was from Tirana. Remember when they took about 17 or something off the first couple of deliveries. This one's pitched better. He's happy just to take one here. Yeah, so Charlie, I know that he's studying broadcasting at the moment at university, so it's a great experience for him as well, I think, to get his hands dirty, so to speak. And yeah, Mods is a great place to tour. Be there later in the year, of course. And yeah, congratulations to Romania. Commiserations to the hosts, Malta. They had a very good tournament, winning all 5 of their group matches. Square drive, cut off, and yeah, well, had to be cut off again by Niazi, as it was Moman fine at wide of him, but they do get a single here. Last ball coming up from Mirafzal. Let's go back to Azam Khalil though. Yeah, he conceded 13 off his 2 overs, so yeah, pretty good contribution from him. Certainly a spinner that most batters have a bit of trouble dealing with. An extra bounce, we've seen that time and time again here. It's the end of 7 overs, and the score, Wachirka, 65 for 3. So they're pretty much an over behind where they'd want to be. I think they'd be happy being 65 off 6. But 65 off 7 really doesn't leave too much time, but they need 15 and over. We've seen that done before. These two teams will meet again in match 2. And the news from the toss is Wachirka won it, and this time they will bat first. I think that's fair.
Yeah.
They get the chance to set the target in the second time around, and I know that you've already seen Tara at the top of the order, how important he can be. If he stays in for any length of time, could be a huge total. But also Albi Zalmi, some pretty good bowlers. We'll see them first up. Maman and Qureshi probably see them opening the bowling. So that's all to play for in match 2. As that one will begin in around about 35 minutes from now. New over begins, and it will begin with a wicket. That's a really good catch by Azam Khalil. It was Moman that came on the left armour, and this one was always curving away from Azam, but he judges it perfectly. And he's fighting the sun, he was fighting the curve, but he does the job. And so it's a 4th wicket now, but Chuka lose it at 65. 65 for 4.
Yeah, good wicket there. So Moman coming back after that disastrous first over, which went for 21. And getting a wicket from his first delivery. It was pretty wide, and the batters hit it and struck it pretty well. But that's a great catch,
Just
and
off
the
the
ball's going
toe.
over your head.
Yeah, it was more off the toe at the bottom of the bat because he had to reach for it, didn't he? That's all he could get on it. So, Remand is actually, takes the wicket. He has one for 21 now. New batter. Faces up. Well, this one could be out, and it is. Well, he tried to drop it, but he couldn't. Kudratullah, he's able to grab it. And this will be an interesting replay. But just like that, Maman's on a hat-trick. And he comes and he goes very, very quickly. Summer Qureshi is going to have to go. And now 65 for 5. Bachirka, this innings has hit the skids, and suddenly Maman's on a hat-trick.
Well, it just goes to show just how quickly things can change. We've said this about T10 all the time. And Maman, 21 off his first over. Well, about this, he takes a catch.
He takes it in his arms, basically. He hugs the ball to himself, and he's saying, yeah, I took it. What are you complaining about? And it's all smiles when they end up getting caught. So,
hat-trick opportunity. Didn't get a hat-trick in Landskrona. There was a number of bowlers, got 2 and 2, but couldn't get the hat-trick. There actually was a drop catch on a hat-trick.
Yeah.
So it was a spicy one.
Isham will be facing the hat-trick ball from Amand. Reaches, but this isn't a wide. It's pretty good bowling. Well, it is a wide.
Wide call by the umpire.
I think it's a bit harsh. I think that when it goes past the crease, it's probably inside. See? But anyway, with no lack of footwork, made it look wider than it was. And the umpire gives it to Bachirka. I suppose that's one run umpire. Not a bad drive. That's Eacham, who's off the mark here. Yeah, they need to do something and do something pretty quick because this game's slipping away. Bachirka. So, yeah, for me, this Randhawa has to be the man, doesn't he? He's already hit 2 sixes in his 19.
Yeah, good pilot's got to take charge here. He's struggled to get on strike.
He's on strike now. What can you do with it? So it will be a wide.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. He knows his areas. That's good pile. He gets ready to play the shot and then just pulls away saying, no, this is too wide, and he was absolutely right. This time I think it was. A good call from the umpire.
Still, yeah, pretty interesting actually to see pinpoint exactly where that passed the crease. But I mean, as a bowler, you've only got yourself to blame if you're bowling those kind of borderline ones and they get called. He sees him coming, so he digs it in a little bit.
Very good bowling.
It's been very good over from Oman, hasn't it?
Yeah, that's a really good ball. He sees that. He knows that Randhawa has to go after it. He starts to come at him, and Maman says, okay, I'm just going to follow you, and bangs it into him short, into sort of that mid-rib area. No run.
Hello to Shauna Henry in the chat. Nice to see you in there, Shauna. We look forward to seeing you too. This one is okay. I don't speak too soon.
No, it's okay. That was a quicker delivery as well. That went pretty quick.
And see, it's just no real footwork. The batter just ends up reaching for this. See, and then almost unhittable, even though it's well inside the line. A few people, and this comparison was made in the ECL as well, comparing Maman's action to Mitchell Stark, Australian left armour.
Yeah.
You can see the similarities there. He's just got one ball to get out of this over. That's a good one. And so Randhawa can't get anything going. It's 8 overs down, but Bachirka are 68 for 5.
Yeah, well bowled, and as we say, things can change very quickly in this format of the game, and it was Lamont Momont who was being dispatched to the boundary in his first over, and now he's just picked up 2 wickets in that one.
Got to say hello to Sammy Ibrahimkil, who's in the chat, and yeah, Sammy, I thought you had a very, very good tournament. I did say that they would go deep in the tournament. That was my tip when he was asking me, and yeah, no, it wasn't really quite the result that he wanted in the end, but still.
Just swing it round, and it was Taz Qureshi, the man who's bowling now, that did it. That over, his first over, just went for a couple, and before you know it, they're right back in the game.
This is a good block hole delivery. And, just gets a little bit of the bottom of the bat on this, just a single. So the sting going out of this game, but I think Bachirka batting first, especially if they're top order fire. I mean, the shoe will be on the other foot. The Albies Army, they do normally like chasing. That's normally what they like to do. Surprised me a little bit that they decided to bat first. Not because I didn't think it was a smart decision, just because it's not normally what they choose to do. But I think, yeah, runs on the board holding up here in match 1. They're just got a slight technical delay here. Give me a chance to look at the chat, and a lot of people saying that they love the way this ground looks. It's very, very bright. So I think we're good to go. Very bright conditions, like I said. A nice looking shot. Find the fielder. Just be a 1. And that is Usman Jabbar, who's on the ground. Actually 12th man. I didn't see who went off, but Usman was the hero in that Group D final when he hit the winning runs, despite there being everyone in the infield, and he was almost, well, he was taken down by his teammates. He was at the bottom of a big pile. Rahel Khan just got off for a slight issue. It's a little French cut and foot fielding attempt. He's ultimately successful. That's Basia Sahibi. So that will be the end of the over. So yeah, Pachuca just drifting out of this contest. It just shows you, I mean, yes, the field is smaller than last year, but still you do have to bat well. And I think what we learned from this game is that if you get in, you need to go on with it. And that's what happened with it. So yeah, Alizai and Rahel Khan, they were able to build a bit of a partnership, whereas here, they haven't really been able to put too much together for too long, and that's the reason they're a long way behind. 74 for 5 after 9. Alizai is going to bowl the 10th.
Alizai to finish things off. 36 required, so you're not going to say it's impossible. But this first ball could seal the match.
Yeah, it might be. There's a low full toss down the ground, but Eacham just gets 1. Yeah, but yeah, don't want to miss that contest though. It starts in just under half an hour's time between these two. I think it'll be very interesting to see how they go about batting first. I mean, Tara, you saw his intent early on in this innings. We'll see that, I'm sure, at the start of the next match. This one just pushes a bit too wide. I think this will be rebowled.
Yeah, wide ball call. The umpires. It gets a slower delivery as well. Just drags it wide, and the batter quite happy just to watch it dribble by and wait to launch into the next one.
I think he'll be trying to hit with the spin to the leg side, maybe shuffle across a bit. Right, could do this as well. This might be trouble. It's going to be caught, and it's Shahid Ali that takes the catch. As he tries to go offside, he's fighting that movement, and Shahid Ali having a bit of fun with it, and why not? Because Albi Zalmi, they're not accustomed to winning their first matches of tournaments, but they're going to do it this time as a 6-wicket falls. And Randhawa ends up going for 20. The score is 76 for 6.
Yeah, Randhawa, he'd stuck around, hasn't he? And scored 20, but couldn't quite get the acceleration needed and the partnership going that his team required. It certainly will be interesting to watch him again. And also the man who's out here at the moment, how about Eacham? I mean, he's played some nice shots. He looks technically correct, but just hasn't been able to get the ball to the boundary, really. Two batters just have to get to the respective ends.
Yeah, they need to realise that the new batter has to face up, because even if you cross on a catch, it doesn't matter. You have to go to the end that the departing batter hit the ball from. That was a weird thing watching T20 cricket still, when they can change ends on a catch, and that will change from October 1st because the law has been changed. But still, it is the case for one more northern summer.
This one doesn't come up at all, does it?
Dies off the pitch.
Dies. How did you find that doing those T20s? Was it a bit strange after after T10s? Because you were probably thinking, right, that's it, game over. Think, hang on, what's going on here? There's still going on. I would
say that sometimes the pace of the game was frustrating. I know it's a longer game, but I mean, we saw one yesterday for Charlie. It almost went 2 hours for a 20-over innings. This one should be caught, and it is. So, getting a bit of catching practice here. Shahid Ali, he's a ball magnet, and he certainly doesn't make any mistake. He's an exciting cricketer. He's got a smile on his face, and why not? As Zia Alizai picks up another wicket, and now Bachuka 76 for 7.
Yeah, well, this is just hit straight into the hands, and it's another. Yep, it's another duck. And it's almost a repeat of the first one. So Alazine is picking up a couple of wickets in his last over. He certainly will be eyeing up an opportunity, maybe to pick up another one or two. The 7th wicket goes down. And Albazami certainly looking the part, and he did it. This is exactly what you expect from Albazami, though, wouldn't it, in the field? This is what they do. This is what they do well. We saw it from them plenty of times at the European Cricket League. They're just a good outfit in the field, and they do things right.
Yeah, exactly right. That experience to go to the ECL, I'm sure that's really valuable for them as well. Gives them a lot of confidence. Having said that, I mean, you can see from the strength of the competition from Bachurka here this morning that we are going to see some pretty close contests. I think they really love this form of the game. They have played a fair bit of T10 cricket here in Sweden. 2 to come in this match. This one, new batter, just feeling for it. So it will be a dot. So it'll be 76 with a ball to go. This is Sufyan Gohar. See if he can get a run, as he'll have one more ball to face. And Zia Alizai looks like a player of the match performance for me. He's got 2 for 12, and he top scored in the first innings.
Don't forget the great catch he took on the boundary as well.
Excellent catch.
That could have changed a lot of things. That was heading for 6.
His last ball of match 1. Well, he might get a run here because it's going to fall safely. They'll just get the one. Azam Khalil will run it all the way in. So Gohar gets his run, but Bachurka 77 for 7, walking 6 and walking off without any points. It's Albi Zalmi, the reigning champions, who get off to a winning start here in Group A. They'll take the 2 points, and the final score 109 to 77. Azam Khalil, a nice start to his captaincy career as well in the ECS format. And Albi Zalmi, I think that key partnership between Zia Alizai and Rahel Khan, that was the difference between these two teams.
Yeah, it was. It was, like we say, partnerships are everything. There's one thing that me and Rhino were saying in Landskrona, and it was that partnership, of course, that got them to the victory when they were 4 for 4 Mamahus in that final in Landskrona. And it was Malhotra, and of course, that man, Malidi, that was to do it. And Nord then came in and played a massive part as well. All about partnerships, and that's exactly what this match was about. It was a partnership that happened in the first innings, but they couldn't get a partnership together here, though.
Tara went crazy at the start of the innings. Remember this? He goes 6, 6 and 4.
Yeah.
One of them was a no ball. They took 17 effectively off the first 2 deliveries, and we thought this might come back to bite them. Seems a long time ago now, but there was a bit of miscommunication, or maybe too much communication. They both said mine, mine, mine. That one went down, and Niazi was left alone with this one. This one, it was the end of Tara, and that just changed the face of this innings.
Yeah, that's the wicket they needed. They got the wicket. I mean, the boundaries, I mean, they were flying there. That one was just straight down the leg side. A pretty good hit there as well. They needed to get another breakthrough, and I think this was it. This was the catch. Excellent bit of ground
just
fielding
great
there.
Judgment. Really good judgment on the move. Little blow on the fingers, and right as rain. This was a crazy shot, actually. First ball, Randawa went absolutely mad with that. This is the only time Khalil really got hit, because he only conceded 13, and he was kind of the unsung hero as well, I think, of the bowling unit. As he just made sure that rate climbed. That was a nice catch by Sami Khalil out there on the boundary. And although they got the odd one away, that run rate required was just slipping out of control. And ultimately, there were a few chances off it towards the end. That was well judged as well by Azam to catch that one. And plenty more wickets would fall. And ultimately, Bachurka just drifted out of this contest.
Yeah, there was a couple of catches there towards the end. And they just looked a good part. One thing that Bachurka could do better, I think we saw there were plenty of boundaries hit, but they certainly didn't rotate the strike well enough. I think they need to take the singles as well, eliminate the dot balls, and if they can do that, I think they certainly will get a better score on the board. Well, that's what they're going to be doing next in this next match. They're going to be batting first, and Bachurka will be hoping that they themselves can get to around about 100 and put the pressure on as we have a look at the scorecard.
Yeah, so Randawa ends up top scoring with 20 off 16 balls. He had 19 from Khawaja, 18 for Tara, but just no one could stick around long enough, and no 2 batters could stick around long enough to really put an indent into the total. All the 7s there, 77 for 7, a run rate of 7.7. And yeah, just a little bit less. But look, only 6 extras as well. And it shows you they didn't give too many away.
Yeah.
And that was a key as well. As you see, that Momard with a couple of wickets. Yeah, Al-Azhar with a couple as well. In fact, all the bowlers took at least 1 wicket. Taz Qureshi, for me, almost best of the bowlers there with only 7 runs conceded. And he was the one that brought it back as well, wasn't he? After a very expensive first over that went for 21. And he too came off the second, and he got Albie Zalmi back into the contest.
Yeah, he bowled beautifully, and I remember him, like I said, from the European Cricket League. He said when they need things to happen, he's the man that can produce.
Yeah, so it's been great to be back with you, Rico, and we will be back when we return in around about 15 minutes, taking you into this second match of the day. Botshuka, they have won the toss. They'll be batting first. They'll get the chance to put their target on the board. So join us very, very shortly. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, back with you, and Rico Full will be back with you very shortly for more cricket action and excitement on the European Cricket Network. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Stockholm, and we're one match in the bank, a pretty interesting match between these two teams, Alby Salmi versus Botkyrka. It's a rematch in match number 2. Stefan Gooch is with the two captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Okay, Alby Salmi to call. Heads the call. It's tails.
We will go for a bat first.
Okay.
So it is Zishan that wins the coin toss for Botkyrka. This time they will bat first. So that's a pretty fair thing, I think, because Alby Salmi, they won the toss and batted in match 1. In match 2 here, Botkyrka have won the toss and they will bat and get set the pace. We saw Alby Salmi, scoring 109 in that first game, which I do feel is kind of a pass score. So let's see how Botkyrka go this time, as they will be batting first. And watch out for Tahir Tara. I think he's a really key player for them. He's a good death bowler, but I think his bat will be doing the talking early in this one. So it is Botkyrka. They will be batting first after winning the toss in match 2. Rico Full is in the commentary box. Let's get ready for the first ball.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo. It's lovely to have him back, and it's lovely to be here in this beautiful ground in Stockholm as well. This is the Nosberg cricket ground, and it looks absolutely stunning in the sunshine. It's a bit nippy though, I have to say. It's about 9 degrees at the moment, just creeping up to 10. The wind blowing fairly strong. There's the teams ready to come out, and it's going to be Botkyrka, and they're going to go out there and have a bat first. And I quite like that. I do like it when you got these back-to-back matches and when teams take it turn in the disciplines. Alby Salmi winning the first one, thanks mainly to a good partnership between Zia Alazai and Riaz Khan. And no Khan in this match, so I wonder if that's to do with an injury that he picked up. Remember, the 12th man did have to come on for him, so Khan may be having a bit of an issue. And Botkyrka, well, what about them? I think we saw good batting really from something like Gurpal Randhawa. He batted pretty well. Certainly like the attacking batting from Tahir Tara. And Zishan Mahmood is somebody that's got to play a big role here, though, I think, for them. I think if he and Kajwa can just get a partnership going, and it gives them every opportunity to come back here and get the victory. As the umpires go out, the men in black this time are Bilal Munir and Syed Asif. And Alby Salmi, led by their captain, make their way out. They're going to probably stick to the same tactics. It wouldn't surprise me if they still go with maybe Momand opening the bowling. I mean, they have got the likes of course, Tez Qureshi as well, but I think he just, I think him coming in, bowling the second worked well, and he then finished things off, bowling the ninth, the all-important ninth. Got so much talent in their side as well. And Azam Khalil, the captain, he's the one that slows things down, probably come on and bowl the fourth over. So plenty of options. Looks like for this one they are going to go slight change. It's going to be Taz Qureshi. It's going to open the bowling. Maybe just deciding that Lemon Momand is better off not having the new ball straight off. These Kookaburras, I give of course to a ball partner, Kookaburra. Just having a look around at the field set. So going with that third man, and fine leg back at the moment. It's an interesting third man position, so you've almost got like 2 third men. You've got one that's inside the circle, a lot finer, and a wider one back. I wouldn't say he's sort of backward point. Fine leg, also very wide. First ball right into the body of the batter. And yeah, he's going to give it a rub. I was going to say, don't be afraid to rub it. It's in the belly. It's going to leave a nasty bruise. Quick, fast, sharp delivery. So Tahir, he likes to go after the bowling. Tahir Tara. Plays this one out. Has to run quickly. He does. Gets to the other end. Gets his single. So Mahmood. Can he get in the runs this time? Qureshi certainly not going to make it easy for him. Similar sort of delivery into the body, dragged down. Not getting just early observations maybe from the pitch. We've seen a few that have been banged in that have come up, but I wouldn't say it's a particularly bouncy pitch. It's not one of those artificials where the surface is being laid on concrete, so you're going to get a lot of bounce. I think this is very much sand and gravel base. You see there as well from that delivery. And they'll take the single. Qureshi a little bit disappointed. He wasn't able to stop it, but not really responding too much to the bounce. But then Qureshi also is, rather than having a straight arm and hitting the deck, he's sort of bit more of a slinger, if you like. So it'll be interesting to see if when we do get a bowler that really does hit its seam up with a straight high arm action. This one is outside the off. It's a good variation, and after bowling a few into the body, just gets that one to go away from the right hander. So tidy from Qureshi. It'd be nice by Hazam Khalil, the captain, to give them a better start than the last time they were in the field. And of course, they 24-21 came off the over, and this time it has been better. It's tidy so far. He'd be hoping to make sure he can finish well. Ball to go, 3 on the board. Oh, that's a really good delivery. Well, that's me talking about the bounce. And Taz Qureshi does bang this one in, hits the seam and gets good carry through as well. I think just under the umpire deciding just under the batter's head. So would have been one for the over, but it is the over, and it's a good one, a good start. Just 3 on the board, and a good time to welcome back into the commentary cube Mr. Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, it's nice to be here. Rico, good morning to you once again. Good morning to all of our viewers, whether you're watching on FanCode in India, or whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Great to have you with us. Yeah, Qureshi, slight change of tactics in the way they've used him, because they used Momand first up, and that was an expensive one. You mentioned that. And Qureshi picked up the pieces in the second, so they decided to lead with Qureshi this time. And so maybe that changes Momand's kind of approach, or definitely the batter's approach to Momand. I feel like they need to go after him. So this will be a good contest. It's Tara on strike.
Well, he's absolutely launched into this. He goes all the way. Balle, balle, balle. And Tara, well, we know that if it's in that slot just there, it's going one way, and that's to the boundary. 6 runs.
Well, the more things change, the more they stay the same for Momand. He's going to have nightmares about Tara. It's exactly how it started. And that might have been another reason that they didn't bowl him the first over, because Tara did seem to have his measure. But having said that, they did have an opportunity to get rid of him. Momand himself, he kind of made a meal of. Anyway, Tara, you know what he's going to be doing? He's going to be attacking in this power play. A beautiful shot for 6 to start the over.
What's the reply going to be from Momand? Better. This one does go right across him. This is what he's got to do. Left armour.
Does take off a bit off the surface. See? Just bounces more than Tara's expecting.
Yeah, it's the angle that he's got to be bowling. And he's got his 3rd man in the circle though. I think if that's the line that he's going to bowl, you may want to be thinking about just dropping him back. The big swing. Somebody somewhere have an appeal.
You don't know if you don't ask. But yeah, I think this one It's a long way across. I'm actually not even sure that was off the pad in the end. But yeah, I mean, that's Tara's go-to, isn't it? He wants to get across and wants to bang him over the leg side.
Yeah, the wind's picked up slightly here now. It's really blowing around. Keep changing direction as well, which won't help. There's that big swing. Well, he's certainly there, isn't he, to try and give them a good start in the power play, Tara. That's what the plan is.
Yeah, the thing is, he's better batter than this. He's becoming a bit one-dimensional, but he can hit straight and he can hit through the covers or over covers. And I'm looking at the fact there's nobody except for the third man that's outside the ring on the offside. So I think you know that Moman's going to try and put it outside the off stump. I think you go with it.
This time just drops that shot slightly. He gets that little shuffle across these stumps, and then he realizes he's not quite there for the big hit, and just is quite happy to just sort of punch this past the bowler and take a single. That's clever. That's one thing I was saying that I don't think Pochurka did enough of. Let's take these singles, rotate the strike.
Yeah, it's a good observation. He's very long way out of his crease here, isn't he, Kawaja?
Oh, this is a nice looking shot. He sort of uppercuts this over the cover fielders. One bounce, 4 runs. Nicely played. Good shot to play in the power play.
Yeah, it's a fairly safe shot as well. So he doesn't try and overhit this. He just makes sure he makes good contact. Good enough to get over the infield. Yeah, once it gets over there, it was a matter of time till it ran to the rope. 14 for no loss after 2. A nice little counter attack there from Shani Kawaja to end the second over. Maman goes for 11. That's a bit of an improvement on what he did last time. You see early days in the table, but Chirka, they'll be hoping to pick up a win here to join Albi's Army on 2 points. This afternoon, we'll get to see Indiska and Linköping. And then the Titans will join tomorrow. Your 5 teams in Group A. They'll be fighting for the 4 spots in the quarterfinal. Quarterfinals Friday is about a week and a half away. Kudratilla Mira Afzal will take over in the 3rd over. Last over the power play. It's the first one past Niazi, who then picks up and throws and does hit the stumps, but that's good running. It just shows you it's alert non-striking to get through for the single on the fumble.
Yeah, good work there from Niazi. He had to be quick, gets the glove off early, has the shy, gets the direct hit, but you see there, good backing up, good communication on that occasion from both these batters.
Yeah, it's about the backing up, which is basically once the ball's bowled, leaving your crease at the bowler's end to give you a bit of a head start.
Afzal, and this is hit straight down the ground and goes all the way. Balle, manos arriba, Vitro. 6 carreras. Well, he's given this some welly, and he goes all the way for 6.
You know, it's one thing to steal the strike, but then you want to do something with it, and that's exactly what Shani Kawaja does here. It's a really nice straight hit. Wasn't too much wrong with the ball, but this is the last over the power play, so I think you're fine. He wants to get a move on.
This time he loses all his shape on this one. Yeah, he's having to practice from behind the stump.
How's the bat speed on the
This is what I've got to do.
On the practice shot. Had a fair bit on it as well. Yeah, this is one thing about Kawaja though. He doesn't really get inside the ball very much. So, you know, he'll just sit there and kind of flat bat those kind of balls rather than get inside and try to hit to the leg side. Slight difference to Tara. Yeah, see once again there, you see that the feet outside the leg stump, but never he makes an attempt to get across.
Yeah, but and this is the thing there. You see, you've got a boundary, but then a couple of swings, a couple of dot balls, and all of a sudden, what looked like could be a good over, it's going to be an average one. You've got to get bad on the ball. Got to be thinking about taking the singles as well. You've got to have the shot that you know you're going to put away, and if the ball's just not there, then take the singles. Good change up with pace, slightly slower. Does get back onto the ball, takes a single.
The skill is for bowlers to keep you cool when you get banged out of the ground, isn't it? I mean, because we've seen some overs go magical, go supersonic even in Landskrona last week, where bowlers just completely lose it. Whereas Kudratilla has been good here. Did get hit once, but apart from that, they haven't got too much off him.
Well bowled again, just good variations, and that's the end of the over. There was that one big hit, but again, you see, there was the boundary. But other than that, not a lot. So he just goes for 8 of the over. It takes the score to 22. And that's the power play done. So they haven't really got the acceleration they would have liked in. But they have got all the wickets in hand. So now's an opportunity to try and push on that. But of course, the difficulty is that the field is spread now as well.
Yeah, so 3, 11 and 8, the 3 overs in the power play. And it's pretty close to where Albies Army were, to be honest, in the first innings of the morning, though they had lost, I think, 3 wickets at this stage. But runs-wise, it's pretty similar. And this is a pretty attacking move. They're bringing back Taz Qureshi now in the 4th. Obviously, I think they're just trying to break this partnership. I think that Qureshi is the kind of guy that can do it. Also has been dangerous with the new ball, so I don't mind this. They've got a few other options they can use at the back end of the innings. So it's often where they go to Azam Khalil. Instead, they're going to stick with Taz Qureshi.
Qureshi using his pace to get that past, and a bit of excitement from Zia out there. Gets a little, how's that appealing? But Born over in here. The bat.
Speaking of Zias, Ismail Zia, one of the keepers for Albies Army, not playing today, but I'm sure we'll see him during the course of the week. He'll be splitting the wicket-keeping duties, I think, with Zabiul Niasi. When they're both available, you typically see Ismail Zia keeping. Also a pretty handy batter. We saw him performing at some pressure moments in the ECL.
Short, and this one should be put away, and it is. It's a wide off the man at behind square, and that one races along to the boundary. Just drops a little bit too short, doesn't get the bounce that he was looking for. I think he was sort of half expecting maybe Khawaja to charge down the wicket as well. Khawaja waits for it, gets into good position, good shape as he crashes out to the boundary.
Do you know what makes that such a good shot? He actually watches the ball. He watches the ball. It sounds radical, but yeah, it probably wasn't quite as quick as he thought, but he watched it and then didn't try and hit it too hard. That was a nice shot for 4.
It's this one all along the ground to the man at long off. And it is the captain.
Got to say hello to Chatur Dan Gurung. I've noticed he's put in a bit of work in the chat lately. Chatur, hello to you. I noticed that while I was away on holidays. So once again, everyone, if you'd like to send us a message or ask us a question, please do in the YouTube live chat, ECN European Cricket Network.
That's that wild swing again, and Tara, he's an explosive player, and he can hit the ball very well. So you won't like the fact that though he's hit 1-6, his strike rate at the moment ain't that good. That's his 11th delivery, and he's on 10. He's certainly one who's got to keep an eye on the ball, stop swinging, take the singers, try and place and guide the ball to areas as well. He's just relying on brute force, but he's certainly not got his eye and back coordination today. That one he does get plenty of bat on. Gets it past the inner fielder. They're calling for 2. They're going for it. This is going to be close. And it does get there. That's well run.
Just watch this, because Tara, he does the right thing. He's pushing hard for 2, but almost too hard. Because if you look on this second run, when he comes back, he almost ends up flat on his face, like about here. And I was a bit worried it was going to end badly for him. And he does get home for a couple. You know, I think it's going to be interesting, because I think Azam Khalil will probably bowl the next over. Let's see how these two handle him. In particular, I'm interested to see how Tara handles him, how attacking they'll be against Azam. But that's me looking at my crystal ball, thinking that Azam Khalil bowl the next over. Right now, Qureshi's got one to come.
Firmly struck. Once again, it'll be the captain, Azam Khalil. Oh, there's a mix-up. He's going to be gone. Oh, this is a terrible, terrible mix-up. Why and how you're thinking there's 2 runs here, I have no idea. Well, Azam Khalil will get his name in the book as the assist here. It's just an easy stop and throw. There's never 2 on here. He's hit it too well. It's cleanly picked up. And look, he's in no man's land. He just turns and goes, and then he's sent back. And
put up the stop sign pretty quickly as well, didn't he, Khawaja? And Sarah's bad enough. He gets a mouthful from Khawaja. Words to the effect of, what are you doing? But yeah, well, I won't get to see that contest between Khalil and Tara, because it is Tara that runs himself out to the fielding of Azam Khalil. This will bring Zishan Mahmood to the crease and just reminds himself to take his jacket off, which is always helpful. But
he doesn't want to set thunderbolt like the air jacket ni loni. Well, he has to. Tara, well, Tara. It's not good cricket at all from the openers there.
I mean, I'm trying to dissect what happened there. I mean, Tara is looking at his partner, which is the right thing to do. Maybe his partner takes a couple of steps thinking about it, but he's pretty quick to put up the big stop sign saying, no. Yeah. You see, there's no fumble here. It's just never two there.
There's never two. Never. I mean, you can see both the batters having a little look. He's still at him. Well, that's Khawaja really having to go at Tara. But Tara, you know what it was? It was a double 13. I mean, 13 is unlucky for a lot of people anyway. But 13 and 13, well, 13 he scored off his 13th ball. Well, he had to go, and he did. That's a big let-off because he's the one who could be dangerous, even though he wasn't hitting the ball pretty well.
The Alizai with the ball. And he's going to get a wicket first up, Rico. Little nick, and Yasi. This time he doesn't mess it up. He takes it. And so Bachirka, they are going to get a second wicket. So just like that, you have 2 wickets in consecutive deliveries. And Mahmood comes, Mahmood goes for a golden duck. And just like that, the game changes. Bachirka lose their captain 30 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great start, isn't it, from Zia Alizai. He was the player of the match in the first match between these two, and his first delivery. Just watch the keeper here. It nearly loses it. There he goes. He was doing the celebration, looking the part, wasn't he? And then, well, Sami Boladiasi loses his footing and nearly ends up looking a bit silly on the celebrations. But that was a good bit of bowling right up there.
Very, very good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, or good afternoon or good evening. It's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Got the beanie now, because it's just my little head was getting a bit cold. Got your beanie on as well.
It is cold.
I'm here with Rico Full. It's great to have your company. And once again, I think really interesting contest between these two teams. I think that Bachirka, they won 5 of the 8 games last year. Didn't get off to a great start, but they were chasing in game 1. There's some extra pressure that goes along with that. And yeah, let's just see how they recover. They got the wobbles a little bit here. Alizai comes in for another delivery.
This one has been played away. Alizai getting the captain out, Zishan Mahmood, for a golden duck.
Yeah, this is Gurupal Randawa, who actually top scored with 20 in the first game for Bachirka. Hit a couple of lusty blows in amongst that score. And the story of Bachirka's innings in the first match was that they just couldn't put a partnership together, and that's why that was a bit of a whammy that Tara ran himself out there, because they were actually putting together a decent partnership. Even though, okay, it wasn't the greatest run rate, but still they had built a good base.
Alizai, this is into the body off the batter. But, man, that we saw back pretty well. Randawa gets that one away.
He's not afraid to swing. So yeah, let's see. I mean, Albi's Almi seemed to have a knack for chasing in that Group D phase of the ECL. Often they make it really close though.
Gives themselves a bit of room, just steps down the leg side, hits it straight, and it's more fielding.
That time there was the fumble. Khalil. That was the one that maybe they could have run on, although it didn't really get away from Azam Khalil, who I thought might bowl the next over, but I think with the wicket falling, they felt, okay, maybe it's not necessary to use the captain just yet. Gone for Alizai, and that had immediate effect as he removed the opposition to skip up first ball.
So it will be a wide, I think. Yeah, the umpire's having a good look at it, and we'll call it. The umpire's out there, Bilal Munir and Saeed Arif.
Yep. Big shout out to them as well. Appreciate the work of the officials. It's a very fast-paced game, the T10 format. They have to have their wits about them. On the walk, and Alizai throws a boot at it, and well, it will be fine. But it was a pretty close one, and this is pretty well judged, if you want to call it that, from Kaz Qureshi. He just gets enough of a boot on it, then Azam Khalil kicks it away from him, and then they're just thinking, okay, let's not do anything stupid. The ball's stopped. We don't want to be over the line when we touch it, so it'll be 2 in the end.
Yeah, both of them snatching at it, and Captain Khalil showing he's the quickest. To hit straight at the bowler again, and a lot of ball watching there from the non-striker. Well, Ranawat, just look at the running here. He's like he's going to pull a muscle in his neck.
These are tough to judge because you can never tell straight away how far the ball's going to get away from the bowler. So you can look really silly if you go through for a run and then the ball is only gone a couple of metres away. They pick him up and run you out. Anyway, it's 37 for 2 after 5 overs. See, Kawaja has been making the running early in this innings, in the first half. They got 37 on the board. Tarat ran himself out for 13. Still no Khalil. They're going to go for Kudratul Afzal. Mohammed Bitlob in the chat saying it looks cold there. Well, it's a nice sunny day, but it's been warmer days, as this one is going to be over the top of Sami Khalil. Maximo Kawaja getting things moving. We're into the second half, and it is time to up the ante, and he does with a 6 over mid-wicket.
This lovely time shot, isn't it? It's just it's outside the off stump. Just the length of it a little bit too short, but still he's got a lot of work to do to get it over the fielder there. Sami Khalil is out there. We know he's got a safe pair of hands.
It's hit with a bit of backspin, and that always makes it travel a little bit further. That one just sailed over the fielder. Afzal's got to pitch it up.
Short again, but this time it's sliced at. Unfortunately for the batter, it doesn't carry to Azam Khalil. He's got the best sort of outfielders out there on that leg side boundary. Sami Khalil and Azam Khalil.
Mohammed Bitlob was asking about the temperature. I'll give you a temperature update in a second.
This is pretty high. I think it's dipping. The umpires had a good look at that. We'd like to see it side on. I think it's to find the batter has also gone to it a bit as well. Let's have a look at this once more.
It's one that could have gone either way, I think. Remember, it's waist high or above. Maybe that one was fractionally below.
Short delivery straight at the striker, who gets a bit of bat onto it. The bowler, Afzal, will have to do the fielding himself.
So temperature update, Mohammed Bitlob, it is currently 12 degrees. But there is a bit of a breeze, and as you would know, from being down in Landskrona, the breeze can come from the Arctic. A bit of an Arctic blast. It can be pretty cold.
Good bit of cricket. Nice change of pace up from Afzal, the bowler. And nicely played as well by Wandawa. He realised he's not there.
That's Usman Jabbar that does the fielding, and he is in the 11 now. He was the hero, hit the winning run in the Group D final that saw Albies Almi get through to Championship Week in the recently concluded European Cricket League just a couple of months ago.
Yeah, we got an update on Rahul Khan. Was that because he came off, didn't he? And the 12th man had to come on as we see this one go into that vacant fine third man position for 4 runs, and he's not taking the field or playing this match. I just hope he's not picked up a nasty muscular injury. That's the thing when it's this cold. You really do have to warm up, and if you're playing out there and you haven't played, like some of these players may not have played cricket in a while, it's very easy to get a muscular injury.
For sure. You see it happen all the time. Almi favoured by the pulse monitor there to get the win, 82%. 6 over check-in time and 51 from here. I normally work off, probably here I'm working off 2 a ball from here, so that would take them to 99, which is competitive. I think they'd probably take that from this stage. But if these two can get going, they might want a few more, as Khalil does come to the attack here in the 7th. Sit down the ground for one first up.
Nicely played, but it just seemed to have, I mean, they're such a good unit. They've played so much cricket together as a team. They know each other well. I think the field set is perfect. You've got the 3-man there on the leg side with the man just on the 45 inside the circle, and mid on and long off are pretty wide. They know where the ball's going to go. They've got the sweeper out on the offside. Nice tidy field, and the bowling to it as well. And this one should be a straightforward catch, and there you go. As I say, it's all about getting the fielders in the right place. A bit of a celebration there, because that's our man there taking the catch. That's it's Aman Zahid, who's well, he's a popular figure here because he does a lot of work around this ground as well. He is the secretary, and I've always
He's
said
also their 40 over captain this year. So different formats, different captains, and he's looking straight into the sun there. That's why they're having a little laugh, because that was a proper eclipse for Aman Zahid. And Azam Khalil, he can afford to laugh as he picks up his first wicket of match 2. Not sure cut. 53 for 3.
It's been dug out. Good delivery again from Khalil. Always makes things happen, doesn't he, Azam Khalil? Comes onto bowl, and he picks the right time to come onto bowl, and he picks up wickets, and he really does. He puts more pressure on the opposition. It's hit pretty well, but there's the field straight into the hands. Just as I was talking about, the field is set perfectly, and they've got the right man in the right place. And, well, Khalil the bowler, Sami Khalil the catcher.
Yeah, fantastic use of the Khalils as keeping it in the family here. He doesn't have to move, does he? Sami Khalil is a pretty good young fielder. And so Azam picks up a second. And I see why he's a difficult bowler to get after. He has these subtle changes in delivery and the way the ball comes out of his hand. He's pretty accurate as well. So Khawaja, he's played a good knock there, but just can't quite collect enough of it to get it over the fielder. Here comes the 4th wicket to fall, 54 for 4.
Here we go again. Oh, that's very, very unlucky. That goes through. Good recovery.
That's Osama Qureshi that's come out there, and he scored a first baller in the first game, and he's been lucky to survive this on a king pair. As it is, it will be the end of the 7th over, and it is 54 for 4. And what a good over from Azam Khalil. Picks up 2 wickets, only concedes 3 singles, and at a time where they want to kind of up the ante, Khalil's still got 1 more to go. And we are going all around Europe this year in the FanCode European Cricket Series. You can see so we'll be in Prague for a 2-week tournament starting on the 30th of May before we head to Hungary and Vienna, and then 5 weeks through the summer in Italy, various locations. Here's Usman Jabbar coming into the attack for the first time today. Wait, I want to think about 2 here, but it's never on. It'll just be a single. This is Mohammad Ashfaq out there who moves to 2. And so, yeah, poor old Osama Qureshi in the first baller in the first game. He's still on 0 here. I'm sure he'd love to get off the mark in the tournament.
Wouldn't he like to? Jabba comes in to bowl to him, and he will get off the mark. It's a nice looking shot, actually. He swivels round onto the shorter ball. That's into his sort of rib cage area. Plays it quite neatly, but once again, the field is set perfectly, and that out there is Momand. So Momand and Ulla and Alozai patrolling the leg side boundary.
Say a big hello to Helix, who's watching. Nice to have you with us, Helix.
This is uppercut to the fielder. The man I was talking about before is the secretary of the Al-Bazami club, and he's also the man that a lot of thanks needs to go to get things going here at this Northburg cricket ground. And that, of course, is Aman Khan Zahid. He's also the co-founder of Al-Bazami.
Yeah, he's a very important man.
Oh, well, this one was always going to be a wide, but he says, well, forget taking the 1 and the extra ball. I'll just take the 4. This is a nice looking shot.
Catches up with it well, doesn't he? Gets a fair amount of bat speed to be able to kind of help that one on its way. I often say, if you're going to hit a wide, make sure it goes to the boundary. Otherwise, you've just burned a ball. But
yeah,
gets full value there, pushes the fine leg back. But that's almost setting a field for bad bowling. I think just a couple of times Jabbar's been a bit too leg stumpish, sliding it in. It is his first over of the series.
Oh, well, this one goes all the way through, and I don't think Jabbar can sort of believe how he's missed the stumps.
Yeah, that's a much better line there, and you can see Qureshi trying to hit across it. But Usman Jabbar, I mean, I bet he'll never forget as long as he lives that last wicket stand with Lamar Momand. And they needed 8 runs to take them through to the final. It was Jabbar that, well, he hit a 2 in the last over. They needed 8 for the last over. They hit a 2. Then they hit one, looked like it would just be a single down a third man. It went straight through the legs of the third man. It went for 4. Then there was a wide. Then he hit the winning run. It was all chaos as Al-Bazami ran onto the field. Right here, a bit more sedate at the moment, 62 for 4. You see no one really getting the treatment. Kudratullah and Lamar Moman going for 11s, but apart from that, a lot of good performers. Qureshi was good again, didn't take a wicket. Underrunted ball though. Azam Khalil's going to bowl his second over now. He took 2 for 3 in his first, so pretty good team effort so far from Albi Zalmi.
Doesn't quite hit this out the middle. It'll take 1, think about 2, but Lazai is there pretty quickly.
This is where you just got to take it on. You've got 6 wickets to play with. It's not going to be easy to get after Khalil, but you have to try.
Well, once again, it's going towards Sami Khalil. Picks it up cleanly, gets the throw in.
See, not so many 2s out here either, because of partly the dimensions of the field, but also the quality of the outfield is pretty good. Not too many bad bounces.
Up in the air. I think this may just drop short of Samuel that comes in.
Yeah.
Sami Khalil rather. That's the fielding, just 1 bounce.
So that's what's hurting at this stage, is that if you're not getting a boundary, you're not really getting a 2. If you can get a 2, it means the same batter's on strike as well.
And this is a good bit of work for the keeper. Asking the question, and they're going for the line review here. Certainly was a very sedate sort of stumping. The batter really didn't look like we're trying to rush to get back.
I'm calling out. That's my first reaction. Okay.
Yeah, gone. It's heel up in the air. I think even if he got the heel down, which it is there, I think it's on the line.
Yeah.
He would have been out there anyway. So yeah, he's going to go. That's really good bit of work from Zahibullah Niazi. It was an interesting appeal, wasn't it? It was almost like you could tell in his own body language, he's absolutely sure this is out, but it was a very sort of laid back appeal.
Yeah, I think he just knew it. And as a keeper, you've always got the best view of those, because you can see the entire line. And yeah, I think you're right. And even if the heel gets down, I'm not certain that was behind the line. See the line there. But yeah, nice, smart stumping. And that's the right approach, so I'm not going to criticise the batter at all there. He has to try and take on Azam Khalil. But Khalil's having a day out here. Now he's got 3 wickets. And he's only been hit for singles, the balls that he hasn't taken a wicket. So he's got 3 for 6. New batter out there is Asif Khan. Two to come in the 9th.
Oh, well, this is not the best of shots, and fortunately for Asif Khan, the ball eludes the stumps, and that will give confidence to Azam. He'll get this one a bit straighter, and he does, but the batter is able to get back onto this. Alazai will do the fielding.
Yeah, what a good spell that is from Khalil. I mean, he only went for 13 in his 2 overs this morning in match 1. He's only gone for 7 here. Takes 3 wickets as well. So, yeah, just when Bachuka, I was talking about 2 a ball, getting him to 99 at 6 over mark. They're going to get nowhere near that. They're 66 for 5 after 9 overs.
Yeah, we saw that, I think about 110 scored. We thought that was probably going to be about the par score, but we saw now Bachuka, they're struggling really. Struggled in the first match.
Here's Alazai back to bowl the 10th over.
This one goes through. Well, they're taking him on. It could be trouble. And it will be trouble. Nice and easily done. Really good wicket keeping there from Niazi. We saw him involved in the stumping. We showed his class here. This is a difficult one to deal with, but it's also once he stops it, he has to think very quickly what he's doing here. He doesn't shy at his own end. Look here, see, he assesses the situation and he says, yeah, okay, it's a nice gentle throw back to the bowler, and Alazai does the rest.
Yeah, and he's actually clever. He throws it around the batter as well. I don't think he goes straight at the stumps, because I think it might have hit the batter, who was running pretty much straight down the pitch. So, yeah, but they've got wickets to play with, so you don't mind taking that one on. As it is, it will be a wicket to start the 10th over, and it's 66 for 6.
Yeah, they just can't get going, can they? I mean, the first match, chasing 109, they finished on 77, and it looks unlikely then they're going to get to a score there, or even beyond that in this one. 5 balls to go, and it's all the 6s. Well, looks like they want the 2. Well, one batter certainly going for it. Here comes a throw, and he's going to be gone. And it's easy as that. The first try gets missed, And Halasai just says, "What's this? It's a kookaburra." And he says, "Get rid of it." And he gets rid of it quickly. It's like somebody throwing a grenade to him and he says, "I don't want it." Throws it again, knocks the stumps over.
This is terrible positioning really from Alizai. I think he was happy almost to concede the two, but then he finds himself kind of pushed back. This is very easy to miss one stump as well. Look where he ends up. So he doesn't get to the stump. He kind of backs off and thinks I'm going to back up here, but he says, you know what? Bang. I'm going to have a go anyway. And he knows that if he misses that, they're 100% getting an overthrow, so he's got a bit of a laugh about it. Yeah, he's out by some distance. So 67 for 7 now. And yeah, I mean, struggling to even get 70 here at the moment. Will be Sama Qureshi facing up. Well, he's lost a few partners around him. So,
but he keeps running him out.
yeah, it's Amir Khan is the new batter. You see him. He'll bowl some leg spin in the second half of this game, I'm sure. Haven't been able to score boundaries when they've needed them at all.
Chaudhry getting run out just without facing the ball.
Happens. He'll just settle for one here. So, all right, over to you, Amir. Certainly got the long levers, doesn't he, Amir Khan? Let's see if he can get hold of one coming out in the number 9 position.
Lazai, tidy from him so far. A wicket, just 9 runs. I think he just holds this one back. I think the Khan is expecting the quicker delivery.
Yeah, I think so. It's been just another story of partnerships, you know, not working out for Butchirka. Their opening partnership was the most promising. That was broken up with a pretty unnecessary run out. From there, it's all been downhill.
It's well bowled, pitches it up, but it gets plenty on it. They've got to go for 2 here, and they will. As Aman Zahid just lets him down there slightly. It's a bit of lazy fielding. Not able to grab at the ball first time round, so 2 runs.
Yeah, so they do get to 70. See, yeah, is he just discarding the glove? Getting ready to throw. So last ball coming up. Buckle up.
And well, there's the throw, and well, they've been there before, and it has been given out, so there's no run there. Good bit of cricket, just knowing what's going to happen. Good wicket keeping once more.
Yeah.
Not an easy one to deal with. There's the throw. This time he had to get it over the batter that's doing the running.
Yeah, good decision as well from the umpire. He was on the move, but he sees it right, and so they will end up in exactly 70 for 8. And Butchirka, yeah, just struggling to put anything together. And they'll have to field and bat out of their skins if they're going to knock over Albi Zalmi. But having said that, no Rahul Khan in the lineup this game. I believe he's got a slight injury concern. And we know that Albi Zalmi, remember when they were chasing something in the mid-60s, weren't they, against Frankfurt in the ECL Group D final? Well, this is 71 they'll need, so anything can happen, we know that. With Albi Zalmi, they are exciting, but they're highly combustible as well with the bat as we go back and look at some of the highlights. And it was Tara early on. He is having visions of taking down Momand again. There was some big hitting in this opening partnership. It was promising, Rico, before it all went south.
It was promising. 30 runs came from the opening partnership. And when you see how the first wicket went, then it makes you think, well, if that was not to happen and Tara had stayed out there, what it could have been. But once that first wicket went, well, we know what happened next. It was, this was the first one, and both those batters having a bit of a ding-dong with each other. And then the very next ball produced a wicket as well. And everything was going good, apart from the celebration with the wicket-keeper. As he, not really sure where he was going. He didn't know where he was going. He ended up almost going on the deck, but there was some rear guard action. That one does clear one of those fielders, but this one also goes to the boundary. But then you see here, first of all, this one, nice catch there from the man that does a lot of work behind the scenes for his club. He's the secretary of Al Bazami, Aman Zahid, and then there's Sami Khalil on the boundary there. Just didn't quite get the range right. This was a nice shot. nicely played away, little tickle. So a man that didn't have the best of times, Qureshi with the bat in the first match, was in good form, but another man who was in really good form was a wicket keeper there of Al Bazami, Zahibullah Niazi. Did really good work, saw the stumping first, and here, and not for the first time, he had to try and get the ball under control. That doesn't go through his gloves cleanly, assess the situation and get the ball back to Alizai, and we're going to see more of that a bit later. And this one, well, Alizai again, can't do anything wrong at the moment with the bat, with the ball, with the throwing. He seems to be getting his name in the scorecard a number of times, and he will do it again here. Again, the same combination, a good partnership, that Ziazi and Alizai, and that completed the innings. And once more, struggled to get the runs going, and but Shirka this time managing to get on to 70 for 8 wickets down. That's that scorecard, and as we said there, Tara and Khawaja gave them a pretty decent start, and that run out though, Qureshi and the bowler just had to take the bails off quite easily from the throw from Azam Khalil. I mean, that happened right in front of us, the fielding. I mean, there was never two there, couldn't believe it, and that made all the difference. And then there was a bit of a contribution there from Qureshi, who was out with the first ball in the first match. This time at least he did get some runs on the board, got to double figures. Talking about figures, let's have a look at these bowling figures. Only Muravzal was expensive, he went for 22, but other than that, everybody else did really well. But Azam Khalil, well bowled, the captain, leading by example, picked up 3 wickets, conceding only 7 runs. So the midway summary here, you're going to say it's probably looking pretty good for Al Bazami, and that's what the win predictor says. 89% to 11, and they are missing one of the key batters, of course. Rahul Khan is not playing, but you just think that they've certainly got plenty of depth there in their batting to knock these runs off, and I suspect that maybe that it will be done around about the 8th over. That's what I'm feeling. But Shirka, they'll be hoping that some of their bowlers now can get into the groove and get in the mood of taking some wickets. That's what they need to do. Maybe if the power play goes their way, to get 3 wickets in that power play and get some of those big guns out early, then it could be an nail-biting finish. But you just think that in this situation that Al Bazami seems to have the match under control. But we're going to find out. Join me, Rico Full and Vinny Sandhu, as we come back for match number 2 in just under 10 minutes time. See you then. Hello and welcome back to a sunny but very wintry and chilly Stockholm. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series from Stockholm. We're staying in Sweden. We just finished the 2-week event in Landskrona and crowned the champions there, Malmöhus. And congratulations to them and their captain, Ankit Gupta. And now we turn our attentions to 2 weeks of competition here in Stockholm. Looks like it's going to be Osmar Qureshi who's going to be opening up. And he's going to be bowling to a slight change in the batting lineup. So Zabihullah Niazi, the wicketkeeper, will open with Sami Khalil. That's the non-striker. Here's the first delivery. And gets a bit of bat, I think, here. Certainly did hear something. Just keep an eye on the umpire. No, he's giving us a leg bye. Certainly was a sound. And it's just high up on the thigh pad, but certainly no chance of LBW. It was going down legs up, but also a fair bit of height on there. See that on the replay. A very good morning to everybody that's tuned in. This one's in the air. It's an opportunity, and they take it. They needed early wickets, and they get it. The batter, Niazi, he's had a good day behind the stumps, but not a good one with the bat. He goes, and he goes for a duck. And you see the batter, the fielder there, just feeling the chill factor after taking the catch. He's just saying, after taking it, look, he takes a catch first and he says, easy peasy. And then when he thinks the camera's not on him, he says, ouch, that hurt. Of course it hurt. It's very cold out there. These kookaburra balls come at you. They're going to sting a little, but they get the breakthrough. Niazi goes for a duck. And disappointment for him. Breakthrough from Qureshi. Back to the action. Good delivery and good running as well. Good cricket all round. It was well bowled. All right in the right area as well. And, batter that was actually out was Sami Khalil. So apologies for that. It's Sami Khalil. That's the man that goes with the duck. Yazi is still there. So unlucky for Khalil. This one's gone right over the stumps. It's a good delivery. Doesn't catch anything on the way through. But Shirka, if they are to register a victory, this is exactly what they need to do. Not just pick up the wickets. Keep the score down. And put the pressure on. You can see the rate that's required is very low. It's just under, yeah, it is under 8. They want to put a bit of pressure on and see they can get some tidy overs in here, get that rate to spiral upwards. Gives him a bit of width here, but doesn't quite get the feet in the right place. Niazi, he's got to get that foot further across. Outside the off stump, he plants it straight down the middle of the wicket and can't get anywhere near it. Up in the air, could be another. Oh, it just goes in between the two fielders. And in comes the throw. Zishan and Tara, the two men there, but it drops in between them, and it's Tara this time that has to do the fielding. But it's a tidy over and a good over. Only 2 runs from it, and also that wicket. And that's exactly what they needed. Wicket early up. So Qureshi certainly providing his captain Zishan Mahmood what they needed. And it will be Zishan to continue with the ball, having taken the all-important catch. That got rid of Sami Khalil. He went without scoring. This one's played out into the onside. No run there. Wind is sort of blowing and spinning around. It certainly won't be easy. Anything that goes up in the air, it's not going to be easy to take the catch. And also the batters need to be wary of this wind as well. It seems to be blowing from behind us here, the commentary cube, so it will hold up the ball as well. Hit straight. Khalil just drops back into his crease, places that on the offside. Scarpers through to take the single. Mahmood. Oh, that's well bowled. That's a really good delivery. Both अच्छी bowling. Line both पूरी है. थोड़ी short of a length bowler के batter drive ना कर सकते. Hits the seam well and good carry through to Khawaja, the keeper. Smiles on the face of the El Capitan of Butcherker at the moment. And there's another one that goes all the way through, asking the question. But I think more in hope than anything else. Nothing conclusive about this one. Seems to stand quite wide. Just having a look at the positioning of the wicketkeeper, Shani Khawaja. Stands quite wide outside sort of the line of the stumps. And just get the feeling that if anything does stray a bit down the leg side, he'll struggle to get to it. Bat on ball. Well fielded by Qureshi. Yeah, good morning to everybody that's tuning in. Wherever you're watching from around the world, our global cricket audience. Namaste, salam alaikum, sat sri akal, Aibawan, for those of you who are watching via FanCode in the sub-Indian continent. And of course, a very, very good morning to everyone watching via our YouTube channel. And if you are watching and you haven't subscribed yet, click the button. And of course, tell your friends and tell your family. This is up in the air, but it's going to be safe. It might actually go all the way. And, well, it does. Manos arriba, arbitro. Well, I was talking about the wind catching hold of anything that's hit straight. But, of course, that means that anything that's hit in this direction will go all the way. This is quite an amazing shot, actually. He takes one hand off it as he plays it. And that goes all the way over the boundary. 6 runs, 6 carreras. Oh, what a stunning shot that was from Azam Khalil, the captain. And the battle of the captains at the moment gained the way of Al-Bazami. And Al-Bazami sitting pretty at the top of the standings after winning the first match in the group. And they're hoping to finish their day's work with 2 out of 2. Qureshi will complete his spell here. It's 12 for 1. 2 overs gone. It's another big swing from Niazi. You've seen this fair bit from him, just not getting to the pitch. I think he's got 2 things he can do. He can either take, you see he starts quite deep inside his crease, so he can either take a guard further up, or he's got to start to move his feet and go into the ball. He can't just wait for it and swing. I wonder if Qureshi will go for the similar delivery or try something different here. Goes for a slightly slower delivery. Played a bit more cautiously by Niazi. It's well fielded. Good attacking fielding as well. Got that one man in close. On the offside, which I like to see, a close cover fielder. Quite a heavily packed offside field. 6 men on the off. Streaky, but it's going to go to the boundary, and that just goes to show that even though we haven't seen a great deal of runs scored, that the outfield is still pretty quick. This one, because there's no fielder there, I told you that the offside's quite heavily packed, which that means that there's less bodies out on that side of the field. And that goes all the way through, and you can see in frustration the fielder, Zisha Mahmood, he's putting his hands out, probably suggesting to one of the other fielders, man inside the 30-yard circle, that was one for him to chase down. Short, it's nicely played, couldn't get it fine enough really. A good throw from the fielder. They asked the question, the umpire gives it a shake of his head. A good start from the men in black here today as well. Lamunir and Saeed Arif are out there, led brilliantly of course by Stephen Gooch, the tournament referee. You're just looking at this field once more. I think the man on the 45 is fine. You got Long on back. I do believe that the man standing inside the circle in that sort of the mid-wicket area is just far too fine, and it's gone, cleared him though. That's a lovely shot, and he knows there's nobody back there and takes the opportunity to take the long handle to this. And Azam Khalil, we played a lovely shot earlier for 6 down the fine leg part of the ground. Now he goes over mid-wicket. He's starting to look dangerous, starting to find his range. 6 more to Khalil. He moves to 14 not out with just 4 deliveries. Now this is outside the off, and the fielder reluctantly puts a hand out. This is going to sting, but he does well, saves 4 runs. And they do take the single, so that certainly saves 3 of them, but he will go back on strike. Is a positive start from the captain of Al Bazami, Azam Khalil, and the score at the end of the power play. 3 overs in now, 24 for 1. And a good time to welcome back into the commentary box, and I know a lot of you are happy to see him back as well. Vinny Sandhu.
I'm happy to be back, of course, and yeah, Albi Zalmi, sometimes we've seen them get the wobbles chasing low totals. No sign of the wobbles from Azam Khalil. Absolutely collared that 6 couple of balls ago, and even that last ball, he hit it so well. It was a good bit of fielding to knock it down and keep it to 1, but he will be on strike to Tarat, who's bowling a bit earlier than he normally would just because of the game situation.
Oh, this has been launched. Balle, adios, bolota. Well, what a strike this is. It wasn't a bad delivery either, but it was just there, and he just misses this. What a big shot that is.
Takes it off middle stump, and actually Tahir Tarar gets some of his own medicine here, to be honest. That one was crashing into the middle of middle, but it was just pure timing from Azam Khalil. He gets 6, and Tarar back to the drawing board.
Go short, it's called a no ball, and it's also going to go to the boundary for 4 runs. So that's a painful one. That's 11 off 1 ball is the way to look at this. It's called for a front foot. It was a long way forward.
Yeah,
it's a good shot played.
Really good shot.
Into the body, plays it well. And he's looking to go big here again as well. This is a terrible start for Tara.
He's a hard guy to bowl to, Azam Khalil, and that's the thing. I can understand why you might bang it into him because he is so strong driving. You saw what he did first ball, the over, but yeah, the front foot fault, not really forgivable. And now the free hit's coming up to Khalil, who's on 25 off just 7.
And he hits this, trying to get it through the 2 fielders. He will. Salariza, 4 carreras más. And this is turning out to be a fantastic super over. And it looks like it's definitely en route to be a magical one, maybe even supersonic.
Yeah, I mean, Tarat, this is exactly the kind of over he received first up from Oman this morning, remember, with the free hit in there, the boundaries, but now he's on the bowling end of things. Don't think he's enjoying it as much.
Short, wide, plenty of bat onto it. How far does this go? Well, they're having a look at it, and it's 4 runs, says the umpire. And it couldn't have been that far off from being the 6. Look, he just helps it along his way. Very good use of the wrist there from Khalil. And goes to the boundary for 4. And this over is proving to be a very, very fruitful one.
Oof. Ouch. 19 off the first half of the over. And Khalil is really motoring. 33 off 9.
Better delivery. That's the length you've got to be bowling. We haven't seen too much of that. It's much fuller, much better. Doesn't not allow Khalil to get the swing into it. He does take the single though, so the over does go magical with 2 balls to go.
Yeah, no, Niazi has the best seat in the house. He hasn't had to do too much here. He's on 8. He's another guy that we saw go big sometimes in the ECL against the best clubs in Europe. But he's just struggled to find his touch so far in this innings.
Goes up in the air and fielder gets under it and takes a good catch. And that is the end of Niazi. He never really found his rhythm, to be fair. He swung and missed at a few. And the catch taken there by Isham. No mistakes. Niazi goes for 8 of his unlucky 13th delivery.
Unlucky ball number 13. You see, he's not really in a position to do anything. He's kind of playing 3 shots at once. None of them are effective. And once again, the sun was the main enemy for the fielder. But it was taken, and so yeah, Niazi's got to go for just 8. The score now is 44 for 2. Nice catch taken there by Hayat Eichan. This will bring the regular opener to the crease, Shahid Ali. He's a guy that can really turn it on. So yeah, this is Albi Zami's approach. I mean, they played a lot of T10 cricket. I think they've learnt, even if you lose wickets early, still attack.
Yeah.
And normally it works out. Occasionally it won't, but I think that strategically that is what you need to do. And also it's about getting your team right and having people in the team that can all clear the boundaries, especially at least smaller boundaries as well. So it's a boundary hitting game. I think most of the time in these games the team that hits more boundaries wins. So Shahid Ali will have to deal with 1 ball from Tara, who does get a wicket, even though it's cost him 20 runs. And let's see what Shahid Ali's approach is first up. Knowing him, he'll probably try and whack it for 6. Last ball of the over.
Place it down respectfully. So the over stays magical, but I suppose Tara will feel that he's done well for his team to take that 1 wicket, and he just keeps it to 20 that's come off. But look, that's at 44. And is the score on the board, 2 wickets down. I mean, it's a perfect start. But, I mean, let's just talk a little bit about Azam Khalil. I mean, what a player he is. Yeah. He can just change things. We saw how he can change the match when he's in the field with his bowling, picked up those 3 wickets. And here, you know, I won't say they were under serious bit of pressure, but you could see there that, you know, the batters couldn't get after the bowling, and then all of a sudden, Azam Khalil goes bang.
Yeah, he's been really important. And I think it's great. He's got the captaincy now. I think that's a role that's very natural for him. He's also a really good mentor for the younger players. He's got a way of talking to them. I think he commands a lot of respect. So,
yeah, I mean, you say about the mentor for young players, and don't forget Lance Crone on finals day when we had the Cricket's Cool program happening there. A lot of kids came down, and Azam was there as well, spending time with him. This one could be his downfall, though it is. He's trying to get this one over the inner circle on the offside. He's not able to. He finds the fielder, and Mohammed Ashfaq takes quite a simple catch in the end. Just not able to get under this. You can see he's trying to loft it over the infielder, and that man just inside the circle taking the catch. I mean, and he has to depart. But that's the way he plays. He plays his shots. He doesn't hold back. And he has confidence in the other batters coming in to knock the runs off.
Yeah, he does. He's got Sahibi coming in. He's coming off a low score early up this morning. Look, it's really only Azam Khalil that scored all the runs in this innings so far. Could we have some sort of epic kind of collapse? I mean, it's not off the table. They still need 27. I guess we'll see how Sahibi goes. But yeah, Azam will be upset to hole out in that kind of fashion.
Well, Sahibi's another one who'd be keen to get some runs. He went for the first ball, remember? Yeah. So opportunity for him to put that right. I think maybe that's why he's just come slightly lower down the order.
I think that Sahibi would probably normally bat about 5 or 6, but I think Rahul Khan, I guess they were a bit worried about him first up this morning. So Rahul Khan didn't open, and they sent Sahibi up to do it instead. They batted Rahul Khan, I think, at number 5. You know, Sahibi We're hoping to get going. Still no runs for the day.
Well, he'll get some here. He's played this beautifully and just clips it off his legs. 4 runs. Gets into position really quick. I mean, if that ball hits his pads, he's a goner.
Yeah.
He's absolute gone, but it's all about timing. He backs himself, plays a good shot.
You can normally trust the bounce on this pitch as well. So yeah, Sahibi will be pretty happy to get his first runs of the series. Albi's Army will be hoping to avoid the same kind of second half that saw Wachirika kind of fall off a cliff, as they weren't able to do too much at all. Yeah, at the 6 over mark, they were 51, if you remember. We were talking about maybe they'd get to 99 if they got to a ball. But in the last 4 overs, they were only able to score 20. No, actually only able to score 19 runs. 3, 8, 4 and 4. But, you know, I suppose you have removed Khalil here. What you got to say is if you're Wachirika, you see the win predictor there, 4%. Well, if they're going to make that a reality, they have to keep taking wickets. And haven't really got to deal with a set batter at the moment.
Aggression towards the bowling of Khan, but Khan, he's finishes, we're looking to finish tidily. That's just 6 runs off this one. He has picked up the wicket as well. The ball to go in the over.
Now, getting a lot of buzz about the shoes I'm wearing. I might try and show you in a sec. Again, the shoes. We'll get back to you on that. All right, well. All right, here we go. So Rick, I need you to...
Okay, come on.
Here we go.
Get your leg up here. There you go.
These are the shoes, which, thank you for your nice feedback. I'm so not flexible. You know, I've been playing a couple of times in my in my time off. That's what happens. Anyway, see you at the halfway point. 50's up, 50 for 3 now. Albi's Army. And Helix. I've got a few of the Richie Beto vibes about
Jackets
my
are
white suit
going
today.
on now, Vinny.
Yeah, the
Jackets are going
jackets
on now.
That's, we're not afraid to tell you that we've got the jackets on. He said you've got all kinds of your parts of your body tingling at the moment. Not the golden ball tingle, you just got the the nerves tingling.
I'm going to have to start bringing the Vaseline out with me. Certain parts are cracking.
Right, here's Amir Khan with his leg spin.
50 is up. Leg spin? That
Yeah,
was a
that's
quick
his
leg
variation. He was scared off bowling the leggies because they kept getting boned. But I think he's a good leg spinner. But that's his kind of change up, if you like. That's his quicker one. I think if you need to get wickets to get back into this game, so I like to see him bowling over the wrist, but he doesn't. He just rocks in, bowls another slow medium. Fairly nondescript delivery. That is worked away for 4 runs, and Sahibi, well, he's getting going with a second boundary.
Yeah, he's been helped though with a poor delivery this from Amir Khan. It's just too short, and you're seeing once again an indication of just how fast his outfield is, especially that part of the ground. And I think if you don't get your lines right, you will get punished. And yeah, Sahibi is doing much better.
That's better.
Asking the question, I would suspect this is just outside the line. I think this is a good call from the umpire.
Gets a lot of bounce as well. See, this is when you've got such a skill to be able to bowl over the wrist. I'd like to see him bowling, well, mostly these, because this is the delivery more likely to take a wicket. I might have been doing too much and missing off actually, and yeah, pretty high as well. Got to say hello to Clip in the chat, who is watching from Trinidad, asking me how my vacation was. Yes, I had a wonderful vacation. I did spend quite a lot of time lurking and keeping an eye on the cricket. Of course, we had 2 broadcasts going last week with the Valletta Cup in addition to the second week in Landskrona. Oh. Scamper through for a run, be another leg by. So yeah, they're closing on victory here. But yeah, had a lovely time, and thanks for all the messages of support. A lot of people saying I deserved the vacation, which is very nice. I mean, I think everybody, quite a few people probably deserve a vacation after the couple of years the world's had.
Well bowled, it's good bowling. And, it would just be a dot, so a good way to finish the over. There was that one Gandhi ball that went to the boundary, but he's recovered well. And that's the last couple couple of overs have been pretty tidy. It looks like it's going to be Tara to bowl the next.
Now here's the teams we'll see this afternoon. It's Linköping and Indisca. Now both these teams, we haven't seen them since 2020, Rico, in European Cricket Series. We saw Linköping playing in Gothenburg back then, because they're kind of halfway in between Stockholm and Gothenburg, so it's still about 2.5 hours for them to make the trip here. Saad Khan, their captain, won the toss. He will bat first in match 3. And Indisca, the team that we saw right here in Stockholm 2 years ago, so it's good to have them back in the ECS. Here's Tara, last roll of the dice, and he's going to come up double sixes here, and he takes the wicket of Sahibi. This is well pitched. Sahibi had about enough, trying to whack him out of the ground, but the only thing out of the ground is the off stump. And so a 4th wicket falls. Albies Army are 58 for 4.
Yeah, this is well bowled. This is a boogie, oogie, woogie, Kookaburra, 5 ball, and he knocks them over. Jack their foot their style. This is just well bowled. And is that the first bowled that we've had today? Was there a bowl in the first? I don't think it was.
I think you might be right.
There was a few run-outs. They were caught. I think that's the first bowled. I'm pretty sure of it.
That's why you're good at what you do. Yeah,
but that's well bowled. He's got this one. Goes through pretty quickly, and like it. Jack the foot style, and gets the breakthrough.
Yeah, you're exactly right, actually, because it is the first bowl of the series. Yeah, it's a long time coming.
Yeah.
And LBW before.
We've had the LBWs. We've had plenty of run-outs. I think there was four run-outs in that last match.
Yeah. But I'm going to say hello to Benedict Chambers, who is watching as well. Hello, Benedict. I hope you're well. Missing you here, actually. And yeah, you're Gordon. I won't see them in this series. There will be a Swedish Cup T10. They'll also take place this year. The winners of the North and South divisions of that will take on the winners of the ECS for the right to compete in ECL 23.
It's well bowled, and Alazai, the new batter, comes in.
Yeah, the hitters just keep on coming, and I think there's a conscious effort to try and share the batting around. I think they know Albies Army, you never know who you might need to rely on, so that's why chasing this fairly low target, they kind of set out different looking opening combination, but then the insurance they've got is they've got Alazai here at 6.
That's very well bowled. Clever. It's a slower Yorker. It's sort of the sound effects almost give it away, but still, he gets it in the right area. He's bowled this first 3 deliveries he's bowled in this spell have been perfect. They've been right up there.
He's a good player, isn't he? I mean, you think about his big hitting at the top of the order as well. He's got that good slower ball. That's why they do like to bowl him normally at the end of the innings, because he's so effective. Bowls a good Yorker, good slower ball. He's come back well after getting banged early.
It's up there again. It's another single. Yeah, I mean, it was Azam Khalil took a liking to his bowling and hit him for a few maximos. And that's why that first over ended up, that one over of his ended up being magical. He did finish it well, though. And now he started this one really well. I liking the line that he's bowling.
Yeah, he's been good here. But they want a temperature check in the chat. I can tell you it's 13 degrees currently. Feels colder than that.
Hits this well, and he's going to go for 4 runs. And, well, I'm not quite sure what the captain here is suggesting. Zishan Mohammed, he's got his hands up and saying, probably say to the bowler, why did you bowl it there? I think the bowler's saying, it's not anything to do with where I bowled it. It's just where the batter chose to hit it.
Yeah, Alazai just plays it on length. And, yeah, Tara, for the most part, he's been full or short. He hasn't bowled that in-between length so much. But, yeah, that time, the long one was pretty wide. So,
yeah, there's still a lot of discussion there. I mean, when you take into account that a lot of the ones hit straight have been pretty straight, I think these other cats are probably better off getting straighter. This one's up in the air. It's just an opportunity. Oh, and it's been dropped. And it's going to go for 4 runs. And, well, if Zishan, the captain, wasn't happy about the ball going between them last time, he's certainly not going to be happy about this one going down. He has taken 1 catch in this match already, Mohammed Ashraf, but this is the one that you needed to keep yourself in the match.
Yeah, and ends up just kind of getting side on. It doesn't really get his eyes behind the ball. So that's disappointment for Mohammed Ashraf. As it is, 7 overs down, 68 for 4. Just 3 more required. Albies Army looks set to sweep the first mini-series of this FanCode European Cricket Series. Tara Well, unfortunately for him, it finishes a lot like it starts, as he goes for 30 off his 2 overs, does pick up 2 wickets, but you can see how he's a key player, and I'm sure that if he delivers in the rest of these matches, that Bochuca will pick up a few wins. As it is, it looks like they're not going to pick up any points on opening day. 1
hit away from doing the double here. Albazami, the reigning champions, well, they're already shown here that they're keen and committed to defending their crown.
Chowdhury gets the bowl. Only 3 runs required now, and with Alizai on strike, you fancy that he'd be thinking perhaps it's time for an early lunch, Rico.
Yeah, I think it's. I think he'd be looking for the big shot, the Maximo shot down the ground. Oh, wow, this was a strange one. What does he do? I thought he was going to leave this and get bowled for
He
a
wanted
minute.
to whack it, and he changed his mind. Look, he wants to whack this over mid-wicket, and then last moment he says, you know what, it's probably not the ball to do it, so I'm just going to
leave the bat out there.
Well, I don't know if he was trying to pull the bat out of the way. He was just happy just to deflect. Anyway, this could be it. It's not. This is clever bowling, though, from Chowdhury. To Alizai, you can't get too straight because he's always trying to whack you over the leg side. And, you've got to get outside the off stump. And you see he just struggles to deal with that delivery. How many more balls in the game, though? Don't think there's too many because just 2 runs required for victory now.
Yeah, I think this will be the last ball. Let's see. There we go. That's it. Job done. 4 runs. It was over pitch, full toss, and put away. And that man who had a very, very good first match, Zia Alizai, scores the winning runs. Bit lucky this time round. He was dropped on the boundary a couple of balls ago by Mohammad Ashfaq, but he does well. He's had another good match. I mean, we saw him bowl really well. He was involved with a few run-outs as well. And well done to the reigning champions. They made the perfect start in their defence of this FanCode European Cricket Series in Stockholm. 2 out of 2.
Yeah, they've got a few areas they can probably improve on, but I think pound for pound they'll be happy with that start, and they win this one with plenty of time to spare, 14 balls to spare. And yeah, look, I think they also gave an opportunity for a few different people to have a go at the top of the order. And in the end, they made light work of this target of 71. Albies Army, the Swedish ECL representatives, get the 4 points on opening morning. Looked like there might be a few cats amongst the pigeons there as the wicket went down early. Then the old one-hander from Azam as he really got things moving. He made a quick fire 34 that really set up this chase.
Yeah, I mean, that one-hander 6 was something special. And then, well, he played some beautiful shots. I mean, out of the ground. I mean, certainly Tara felt the full brunt of the power of Azam Khalil as he cleared the boundary ropes by far. That one was the no ball, which also went to the boundary.
Yeah, it was
down the ground.
It was crazy. He just took to Tara, didn't he, early on. And Tara, you know, to his credit, he came back and got out of the rest of the over. But yeah, the damage was kind of done, wasn't it? At the other end, Zabula Niazi just struggling with his timing, ended up going for 8 off 13 balls. And yeah, it was just a case of Bochuca didn't have enough runs on the board. I mean, it could have been a completely different story if they had hit 100 or 110. Yeah, they certainly didn't bowl or field particularly badly, even though, you know, 1 or 2 chances went begging. And ultimately, it would be over a bit early. As you saw, Alizai would be out there after this wicket. It was the first bowled of the day. Sahibi went after hitting a couple of 4s. That one made a mess of the stumps. But it was Alizai that would make the mess of it. A few bowling figures when he came out because he wanted to finish things in a hurry. See, this is just a nice straight hit down the ground. Yeah, this one was the chance to get rid of him. Unfortunately for Mohammad Ashfaq, he wasn't able to hold on to that one. It crept over the boundary and you knew that was a matter of time, and this was the shot that took Albies Army to victory. Their second in 2 matches this morning.
Yeah, well done to them. It's a good performance. And the reigning champions, I think you always know that you're going to be the team that everybody wants to beat. Everybody wants a piece of you. And they also were the team that represented Sweden in the European Cricket League. So we all know about Albies Army. We know about their fighting spirit and character. And we all know about the man who is their captain this time around, Azim Khalil. And he showed once more just why he is such a key player for this side. picked up 3 wickets, and then while he's batting there, 34 of just 11. It was a fantastic innings, which well, everyone else weren't around. They still have their issues. It was another batter that went early for them at the top part of the order, so that's something they need to address again further in the series. But good performance at the bat.
Yeah,
the bowling, well, pretty tidy, but there was that one expensive over. Wasn't
Yeah, Tarat got the treatment early, but he finishes with 2 wickets, 2 for 30. Also wickets for Asif Khan and Osama Qureshi up front. But Azam Khalil, no doubt he's your man of the match for that 34 and 3 for 7 with the ball as well. So we're going to have a bit of a break, a bit of an extended break actually, because that one finishing a bit early. We'll be back in exactly half an hour time to take you to match 3, and it's 2 teams that we have seen in the ECS before, but not since 2020. So it'll be Linköping versus Indiska when we return. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Beautiful sunny day, although it is a bit chilly, but the action will be hotting up this afternoon as we head into more opening day action. You're watching ECN, and this is the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Stockholm. Beautiful sunny Monday to get opening day underway, and now we have two teams that I haven't actually seen for a while. They did play in the 2020 European Cricket Series. It's Linköping versus Indiska. They're going to take part in this afternoon session. Starting with match 3, it's time for the coin toss. Stefan Gooch is with the two captains.
Indiska the call. Heads the call. It's tails.
We're gonna bat first.
Okay. Good luck.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Sorry.
So it was Linköping that have won the toss, and their captain Saad Khan has decided that he wants to bat first. So a good confident move for them to put the runs on the board. We last saw Linköping in the Gothenburg series, in fact. They went 3-3, so kind of middle of the road in that series back in 2020. We didn't see them playing in ECS cricket in 2021. And they have made the trip here to Stockholm. It is about 2.5 hours for them, but I'm sure that they'll want to make every post to win it. And they'd love to get off to a winning start against Indiska, who is a team we did see in 2020 as well, right here in Stockholm. They went 2-4 on that occasion, so just out of the running. But I'm sure that they will hope to chase down whatever they're set by Linköping. And I'm really looking forward to seeing these two teams once again. First time for me in the flesh seeing them, and I'm sure that they'll be ready to get things underway as we get ready for the first ball. Rico Full will take you through this one, the news from the toss. Linköping have won the toss. They're batting first. Let's get ready for some cricket.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo there with the two captains, Saeed Khan of Linköping and Sanjay Saran of Indiska. And you can see that it's going to be Linköping that are going to have a bat first. Nice positive move from their captain. And why not? I think when you have a look at the conditions here at the moment, the perfect conditions for batting. That wind is the one thing that you've got to contend with, but I think it's probably causing more problems for the players in the field than with the batting. Sure that the batters, Saeed Khan himself, the captain, wants to get off to a good start, but keep an eye out for Ankit Naik. I think he's going to be pretty key, and with the ball on the other side, I think for Indiska, Sanjay Saran and Arun Kumar are going to probably be the ones to really get the attack on the way, and maybe with somebody like Muthan Rutger producing a good support performance as well. Rico Full here, and I'll be joined by Mr. Maximo in a few moments' time. The umpires for this match will be Saeed Arif and Bilal Munir. They're starting to take the field now, and will be followed by Indiska. These two teams, as you heard Vinny say, we didn't play in the 2021 series, but back in 2020, Indiska, they finished 5th out of the 7 teams, and in 2020 the Linköping side played in the ECS Göteborg. It wasn't played in Stockholm, played in Göteborg, and they finished 3rd in that one. So both these teams, they do have some pedigree in playing T10 cricket, and they'll be hoping to put that on display out there in this quite a breezy, choppy sort of day. It's one where if you're sitting at home and watching the screens, you're probably thinking it's quite a nice sunny day. But though it is sunny, it is very cold as well. Temperature's just going up to around about 12 degrees here at the moment. But with that strong wind coming in, it certainly makes it feel a lot colder than what it is. And gives me an opportunity, as the players take the field of play, to give our thanks to the Federation here in Sweden. Thank you to the President, Dinesh Adhikari, for all the support and dedication that he and his team has put into European cricket here in partnership with the European Cricket Network. And particular thanks to Aman Khan Zahid, the co-founder of Al Bazami Cricket Club. He's actually the secretary of Al Bazami, and for all his work in putting this this series together. And also the Butishan Kommun for all their support, which is like the local sort of governing area that have supported cricket over the years. And this facility came up about 3 years ago, and it's absolutely fantastic. 2 pitches here. There's a pitch to the right of us as well, where, as you heard Mr. Maximo saying earlier, last year we had some junior events happening at the same time. cricket definitely on the up here in Sweden. We saw some of the juniors in action in Landskrona. I'm sure we'll see some juniors here as well next week. And women's cricket on the up as well. So plenty of good things happening. Right now the focus is here in Stockholm. We grow together is the motto on the banner, and we grow stronger together as well as we get ready for the start. And it's going to be Mithun Rudka who's going to start off with the ball. And he comes for the first ball in this match 3, and it's been put away beautifully. What a start this is. Oh, Shaba. This one has been smashed big to the boundary. It's a gentle looping full toss in all fairness, and no mistakes there for Rahul. Absolutely clubs this to the boundary. Rahul Halim says thank you very much. It's a lovely way for him to start his European cricket series. So his first ball smashed for a big 6. He's joined out there by Sahid Khan, who's the non-striker. Well, the next ball from Rudka has to be a better one. Needs to get it to pitch, that will help. In he comes. And where he doesn't get it to pitch, this is surely a no ball. And you can be run out of a no ball, and though there is a direct hit, I don't think there's any danger of that. Yeah, just not getting this to pitch. It's straight into the hands of the fielder. He's concerned about the catch being taken. And there's the no ball signal from the umpire. Well, so free hit coming up. And, the only unfortunate thing is that it's not Halim that's going to face it. It's going to be Sad Khan, and what an opportunity, what a way for him to be able to get off the mark. And it's, oh, this one dips viciously. It's going to be 4 runs. It goes through the fielder. Well, this was a bit of a Tortuga bounce here, and it goes to the boundary. Keep an eye on the height of this as well. I mean, it is dipping. Just watch the bounce. It just takes off here. Oh, there it goes. There's the Tortuga bounce. You know, Vinny Sandhu coming back from Australia. I think he's brought 1 or 2 other Tortugas with him. And maybe that was Jeffrey. Jeffrey's been on vacation as well when he's back. And this one is smashed straight back down the ground into the stumps. And it's a shaky start from the bowler. Mithun Rudka is under pressure straight away. The umpire has to adjust the stumps. It's another full delivery, and the batter deciding to stay inside his crease rather than come towards this. If he came to it, he would have turned this one into a full toss as well. See, he waits for it rather than goes out to it. Better delivery. See there that Khan is using, I should say, not using his feet at all. He's staying planted into his crease. It's like he's been rooted there. And he's swinging like the branches off the tree that he is. Got to get those feet into play. There's more swinging and missing. Well, he's swinging like a rusty gate, and is blowing in this strong breeze at the moment. No contact, so the over finishes on 12 from Rudka. It could have been a lot worse. 12 it is, 12 without loss. And a fine time to welcome back into this quite blowy commentary. Well, they call it the ice cube, and it certainly is an ice cube. Vinny Sandhu, welcome back.
It has been pretty cool with the wind, but beautiful bright conditions, I will say that, for cricket. And yeah, it's nice to be back, Rico. And yeah, 2 teams that we haven't seen since 2020. So I think the world's changed a lot in a couple of years. We saw Disco playing the ECS in Stockholm in 2020. They were great time. But they did get a couple of wins along the way. As for Linköping, we saw them in Gothenburg in 2020. As it's going to be given to Baidwan, who almost creates a run out, if you like, with his left arm orthodox. But I think these teams will be a bit rusty, but I think that they'll be pretty keen to get some early points on the board, especially with Albi's Army making such a strong start.
Yeah, good win there, Baidwan. There's the bowler, left armour. But got an unusual action, but this one, it doesn't bother the batter. He says, don't mind that, Rico, you can bowl these at me. Because he's taken a liking to it. Just floated up there and just helped along the way by Halim. He's certainly making a positive start. Another one that goes all the way over, 6 more runs. So it's starting quite explosively this innings. Linköping.
Yeah, for sure. He has to sort out his length here.
Better direction. Nice to see that still pretty attacking in the field. That offside field. We've got that man close in. I'm not so sure about the two fielders. Pretty close to each other. I think that certainly one of the man at point should be a lot wider. And this one just floated up there as well. Played along the ground. We'll take the single.
So, boundary in the over, but we just ring the changes here. So in the power play, of course, 3 over power play.
Well, I mean, it's the very wristy action. I mean, a lot of people will probably be looking at the arm here, but I think the only thing I will say is that I think he's okay, because certainly if you're not gonna bowl with a straight arm, then shortly you'll be getting a bit more pace in it. Just trying to do a bit with the wrist. I think the umpires will be watching it fairly closely, the action.
Yeah, this is the thing as well, is you are allowed to kind of, it's a degree that you are allowed to straighten your arm.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's pretty hard to tell with the naked eye what is fine and what isn't. Anyway, it is the end of the second over. The score's 20 for no loss. Just 8 coming off that over from Govinda. And it gives us a chance to have a look at the table. Albi's Army have shot to the lead with 2 wins on opening morning. These 2 teams will play twice in matches 3 and 4. Stockholm Titans, they'll be the 5th team to arrive. We'll see them tomorrow. I'm looking forward to seeing them for the first time in a European cricket series. But right here, right now, it's going to be Mitten Redcar to bowl. He'll be bowling over number 3.
Redcar. He had issues getting the ball to pitch. First 3 deliveries, did finish well. That's a good line, and it's been well hit, and well, that one's been fielded by the knee of Amandeep Singh, and Amandeep, he does give it a bit of a rub now.
This is a patella pounder. Well, look at that. That's one way to do it. Get your body behind it, they said.
And he कह रहा कुछ नहीं होया, परोठे खा के आया, कोई सट नहीं लगी. He's giving it a rub though, but
that would have been a great run out if it bounced back all the way to the stumps.
Yeah, Amandeep, Aman on the back of his shirt saying, I'm fine. Rico knows, I've had the prontas in the morning. कुछ नहीं हुआ, एक glassy पी लेनी है बस, कोई सट नहीं लगनी. This time he's got more work to do. He's giving it a chase with that dodgy knee, but it goes to the boundary. It was always going to go to the boundary. It's a good shot. Plays it away. And Amandeep, while he's off the field of play, is probably going to have one of those quick glassies as he comes back. I'll have a glassie as well, because it's pretty cold. Glassie na thodi garmi ho jani hai. He comes back. He's okay. He's not deterred. He's ready. Halim, what a start. And this is another one, and it's straight down the ground, and it just bounces before the rope. And there's fireworks, patake chal pe ground the bit, the pad of the bitch. Shakke lagge, gidda pao, Manos arriba. Oh, Manos izquierda y derecha, 4 más.
Yeah, nice shot. And just slowly finding his touch now. Halim in the mood to party. Last over this power play. Oh, slow ball gone wrong. It's top edge, and this one will go the journey as well. Maximo! 6 runs. Again, this is high. Maybe just dipping. The batter was down on one knee by the time he hits it. Probably makes it look a bit higher than it was. Still not a good delivery. See here, it goes down, fetches it. Certainly borderline. But Rahul, he doesn't care. He whacks it out of the ground for 6 more runs. And now this has turned into a pretty good power play for Linköping. Redcar's gone for 27. He loads up on this. Not handled cleanly by the keeper, Ajit Ghosh. Scramble through for a bite. And Diska back in the 2020 series. We saw them pretty competitive, to be honest. They were 2 and 4, so they finished in 5th position, just out of the finals. Linköping, they finished 4th with a 3 and 3 record in Gothenburg in 2020. Now this one's in the air. Now someone's got to catch this. It won't be an easy one. And he doesn't get there in the end, just off the end of the fingers. And that is Govinda. That's to bowl the last over. He had the angle on that. And so, yeah, he does get there, but cannot get it in the palms. That's a life. It's also the end of the over. It's 37 for no loss at the end of the power play.
Yeah, it's interesting there. The bowler did not want it, did he? I mean, we often say that the bowler, when he goes up in the air, wants to take it. But, well, Mithun Rudka says, you can go for it, Govinda. Govinda, well, he came from a long way. It just can catch up with it. So it gets away from it. It's a good power play. Yeah, but 37 without loss.
Yeah, the thing there for the bowler is he's following through, so he's already kind of running the wrong way. So I think it was Govinda's catch. He was the one that had the angle to get to the ball. But, yeah, it wasn't going to be easy. Speaking about Linköping, though, I mentioned they were 3 and 3 in the Gothenburg ECS in 2020. And they end up winning the bronze over Wallan Zalmi. But they did go down in the semi-final. And, the team they went down to in the semi-final was Seaside. Remember Seaside?
I remember Seaside.
You remember them because you saw them not too long ago. 4th overtime. It's going to be Sanjay Sareen, the captain, to bowl. I remember seeing him back in 2020 as well. Watching from a distance at that stage. This one sneaks through as well. Just kind of shoots through. Kept a bit low perhaps. Yeah, so Linköping, they pretty much live halfway between Stockholm and Gothenburg. So still a bit of a drive for them to get here. About 2.5 hours or so, Rico, but certainly happy that they're here. They certainly have made a decent start here. This one sneaks through as well. I think about it playing for a bit of turn, but most of them just going straight on from Sanjay Kumar Sareen.
Yeah, certainly one of the things. This one's lofted over the air, should be stopped, and yeah, well done. Judges the bounce perfectly. The fielder out there on the boundary. Tazim, Chujwani. But yeah, I mean, European cricketers, it's one thing we learned about them is that to play the game, some of them do have to travel huge distances. You know, it's the same in Spain. Good news about Spain, I don't know if some of you saw it on the old social media, it looks like that Madrid are finally going to get themselves a place to play, which is great. This is it up in the air. There's more work to do for Amandeep. And, Amandeep की कर देता मैं कैसी glassy एक पी के पता नहीं bottle पी के आ गया. Oh no, I said have the old glassy and it will warm you up. I think he had the whole bottle and he totally missed this one. Oh, it's not one that he wants to see again. Please don't show it again, please.
That's
oh
true.
Dear.
How did this get through?
Oh dear.
I had no idea. There's not too many Tortugas out here. I've seen the occasional one. I didn't think I brought too many Tortugas back from my vacation. Anyway, it will be the end of the 4th over. So, see, there's one more time. I think Sanjay will be too happy about it, the captain.
Well, he won't.
Yeah, it's the last ball of the over. They're going for one. So it's 43 for no loss after 4. And so yeah, we're getting ready for the 5th over.
It's a dangerous start. Hello to everybody. How are we? You can see that we're dressed for the weather now. We are dressed for the weather.
I'm going to deflect from the fact I'm wearing my big jacket by just showing my shoes again. There you go. So, that was a bit of like the fielding that happened over there before, wasn't it? Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico before. Hope you're having a great day. It's great to be back. I had a couple of weeks off and I was lurking for most of the Lance Corona series. Hey, it gives us a chance maybe to invite the people in the chat, if you are lurking, it's a great time for a lurker. Shout out, say hello to us, let us know where you're watching from. Anyway, here's over beginning. And, well, I could have almost got out a whole sentence while that ball was in the air from Sachin Sharma. But, yeah, well, we're seeing this kind of bowling effective sometimes, but you have to be super accurate if you're going to do it. Sharma tossing that one into the clouds. Going for a single first ball.
This is the sort of bowling Naz Maddy bowled when he got out one of your favourite players, the Sultan.
Yeah, well, this one is going to be touch and go. Could be a catching opportunity, and it's taken.
There you go,
So
right
it
on
works.
cue. I told you.
Puts it up in the air, and so does the batter, and it falls into the hands of Tanzim Thobani. And what a good piece of bowling that is. I said he had to be accurate, and he did. The batter took it on. You can't blame him. But he doesn't quite get it in the middle of the bat. It goes higher than it does long. A good catch taken out there. The first wicket falls. Indiska have their first of the series, and Linköping are 44 for 1.
Yeah, good catch. But no, I go back to that. I mean, when you got batters that really want to hit the ball big, the one thing they don't want is pace taken off. And I know that Naz Maddy for Malmahus, he did exactly the same thing. Just got the ball floated up there. And as long as you got the line right, as long as it's straight, you always got the chance. And that one was hit pretty well. But with that wind blowing in from behind as well, the wind catches it as well. And a good catch taken there.
Yeah, nice work. So now we'll see him trying it to the new batter. He just mistimes this. This is Asad Javed out there. Yeah, you have to be confident about what your movements are. Either you're going forward and getting it on the full or the half volley, or you're going right back. If you do get caught kind of in between, you could get in trouble. That's the one he tries to go back to, but he just misjudges the pace. This time he flat bats it. Fielder's in that area. We're almost getting each other's way, but it will just be a single.
It does well there, actually. Tabani again. He sees that the fielder, Sachin Hirmath, is going for it. When he goes right behind him, said, if you miss it, if you do an Amardeep Singh, I'm here. I'm behind to stop it. And it's in that direction once more. The inner fielder gets some fingers to it, and he lets everybody know he does. He's still looking at it. He's saying, yeah, they're still there, don't worry. I know that it's stinging a little. That was Sanjay Saran. Takes the pace off the ball. And leaves a bit of his skin on it as well. This one is really fried it up. It probably would have been a wide, but he was just, well, he had to play at it, I think. It was so high, he hits it on the offside. Fielded this time by Amardeep. And that is the end of the over. You see there, that definitely would have been a wide ball.
So, yeah, 5 overs down, 47 for 1. We talked about par being maybe 110 or so. It was a very good over, stopping Linköping in their tracks. 1 for 4. And I said, with that slow bowling, it can be effective, but like I say, you have to be accurate because you've got pretty much no margin of error. You've got to say, it was a good over. Got the desired result anyway.
Did very well. Sanjay Saran is going to continue. He's probably going to do more of the same. Just get this one up in. I hope the fielders hang on to the catches. A bit more pace about him. But it's well directed. Well fielded there once more from Tazim Thawani.
Yeah, so I think Sanjay Kumar Sareen will be hoping that he can get on the wicket board as well. Just mostly pushing him through. This one's hit, but it's hit into the gap, and this will probably run away for 4 as well. It's good effort down there from Sachin Sharma, but he won't be able to hunt it down. And that one brings up the 50 for Linköping.
Yeah, nice shot. He's found the gap. And the fielder does give it plenty of chasing, but it's not going to catch that one. Sachin Sharma not giving up the chase before the ball goes over the boundary line. This is thumped down the ground, 1 bounce, and Thawani does the fielding once more. Get the feeling he's going to be a busy man out there, Vinny.
Yeah, I think so. That's why you've got to have your good fielders in the right positions. Yeah, but Halim, he's off to the races here. So it's a little bit short. It's mishit though. It's going to be really close to the boundary. In fact, it'll go all the way. Maximo! 6 runs to Jarmut. He just lined that one up, and he had his heart in his mouth here, I think, because he doesn't quite get it. In the end, it's probably a good club selection. 6 runs for Linköping. as they try and build this total.
Yeah, good hit. It's again no pace in the ball. He had to rely on his own power to do it. He does. Babani now placed for the next one. And this has been sliced, and third man has taken a very casual catch. And he does a little slip there as he takes it, but he holds on to it one-handedly, and there is another wicket. And this time it's Sanjay Saran's turn to take one. He really threw everything at this and just really casual at third, and almost spills it as he slides, but holds on to it and says no worries, no problem. Safe hands from the fielder. And that's what they've got to do, just keep picking up these wickets. So Javid, after hitting one big one right down the ground, slices at the next one. He's gone.
So last ball of the over, and Sanjay Kumasarine, the captain, does get on the wickets board in the end. It was a nice catch taken down there. So new batter comes to the crease to join Halim, who's on 40. That's Adil Askar that will be facing up. Last ball of the over. It's pushed away for a single. And so 6 overs down. The score is 60 for 2 after 6. This is where I'll go back to it. I think, look, 10 and over here gets you to 100. That's a bare minimum, I think. You'll be wanting probably 2 a ball. And certainly with someone like Ruhul Halim there, 40 off 17. If he stays to the end, they'll be hoping to get well beyond the century mark, you'd imagine.
Yeah, that's certainly what they'll be looking at, and I think they know that they've got some of these bowlers to come back, which if you've got wickets in hand, you can really take charge on them. Lynn Shopping on the win probability, just on in front here, 57 to 43.
Time it's within the 40, 60 kind of range or closer, you'd say the game's in the balance, which it certainly is here. Plenty of cricket still to play. This should be fun. Here's Sharma. And this one is a little bit too short, and it's going to be pounded out of the ground. Maximo! Yeah, this time the gift is unwrapped by Askar. He's only faced one ball before this, but he has a good look. And that's good confident footwork. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can get into 2 or 3 minds about how you want to play bowling like this. But he made up his mind. He was getting across. And you can pretty much make the line whatever you want with footwork when the bowling's this slow. So he turns into something that he can hit over the leg side for 6.
Sachin needs to get this just slightly fuller. Tries, and he does well. They're asking the question of the umpire. I think this is so slow that I think the batter can have a cup of tea and get back.
And remember, the keeper can't touch it until the ball goes past the stumps. So it gives, that's the other thing, it gives the batter time to scramble back.
Yeah, not out, says the umpire, Bilal Munir. Joined out there by Saeed Arif. Yeah, the other thing about this is you can afford to play these shots because you can trust the bounce on this pitch.
This one he has to hit on the offside. It does get one here. Hey, Rika, I have to mention this, and I haven't brought it up today yet, but you know, we didn't have any cricket in the ECS yesterday, but I've got to say, you know, it's a very, very sad day yesterday with the passing of Andrew Simons. Yeah. And, you know, I've mentioned before, he was one of, if not my favourite players to watch. Just really watched him live, and I was a big fan of his, and yeah, I was really, really shocked to wake up to that news yesterday. Quick one. There you go. He does have it. It's almost sliced straight to point. In the end, they'll probably think about 2 and get it. So,
yeah, it was very sad news. I think it's the shock of it as well. Yeah. And I think it was summed up by a lot of people, obviously, that made comments in reference to it. But I was touched by Brian Lara's touch on the subject. He said, put some really nice words out there, but summed it up beautifully.
Here we go. It's a chance. The quicker one, and it should be taken, and it is. So Sachin Sharma takes the wicket, and yeah, he's been very clever with his bowling, showing that hey, he does have the courage to toss it up, but then also has this variation. So just keeping the batter on his toes and keeping him guessing a little bit. And he takes the return effort and gets the big wicket of Halim for 42 off 18. So a big moment in this game, as the opener has to go, and it's 69 for 3.
Yeah, Sharma picking up his 2nd wicket, and look at those figures. We've got 2 wickets now. just conceded 13 runs.
Good going all up, isn't it? 13 off 10 balls. Yeah, so you mentioned Brian Lara had something to say on the subject.
Yeah, Brian Lara put a really nice posting, and I think, well, I don't think, I know they were very good friends. And Brian Lara was, well, he was a real shock because he said it was only a couple of days ago that they were, you know, on the phone to each other talking about some of the things going on in the IPO, etc. So yeah, it's really sad, and when you lose somebody like that at you know, 46 years age as well, you know, it's and I got good memories of him playing the game, and it's one thing that always sticks to mind was the old what you call it, sunblock that he used to use. Plenty
He
of.
loved to zinc up the lips. It's a quicker one, but it should be a wide. Yeah, so obviously our condolences go to the family and all the people that were touched by that. His family and friends and teammates and fans. So yeah, very sad stuff. So could have a run out here. The keeper throws the wrong end. He didn't realise that it's the striker that was in trouble. It will be the end of the over. So it's 70 for 3 after 7. And again, talk about that 10-10-10. Still gets them to 100. And maybe that's more realistic now that they have lost the key man during that over. Just to mention that you can follow us on social media at European Cricket, and this is actually something we were just talking about. We want to know, if you're watching from Sweden, can you send in some of your like really nice looking photos of Sweden, and we'd like to put them up. If you send them to me on Instagram, let's say at Mr. Maximo, we might be able to put them up, and we'll give you a bit of credit for that, because we're just thinking there's something a little bit different. Chatting to some of the guys in the truck, and they said, yeah, well, let's ask some of the audience. So if you are watching from Sweden, we know we'll have quite a few viewers coming from Sweden.
Can I send one of mine through?
Yeah, you
when
can.
I was at
do you know how to do that?
Corona. Yeah, I do. I was going to just say, but keep them clean.
Yes, please.
I'm going to do that now. Then I'm going to find some of mine. I'm going to start this off then.
Yeah.
I'm going to send some of mine.
Particularly in Stockholm,
through.
since we're in Stockholm, I think that would be good as well. Okay, here we go. 8th overtime. Starts with a wide down the leg side. Tabani is into the attack. Not handled by the keeper. Now, this one almost goes all the way. It'll be 3 wides in the end. 1 for the wide and 2 for the extras that they ran. So yeah, you send them through to me at Mr. Maximo. Enrico's showing me a few photos right now. It's a nice one. I'm going to send that one through. If you can send them in landscape, that'll be pretty good as well.
I might not have. Okay, I'm going to see now.
You know, someone like you, for example, you don't have to do it straight away because you are meant to be commentating this game with me, but that's fine.
I put my phone down now. I put it down.
It's
it
like, you know, you have like a teenager at the table, and I'm just saying, excuse me, I'm trying to have a conversation here. Get your head out of your phone.
All right. Okay, sir. See, now you're back. I didn't get bullied by Rhino.
Sure?
Sure.
Okay, this is tossed up in the air, and it will be a one-hopper out to the boundary, just a single. Got to say hello to Rhino. I'm sure he's probably tuning in as well. Andrew Ryan, who is doing a great job in my absence in Landskrona. And, he's always a lot of fun to work with. I hope I get to work with you again soon, Andrew.
He's a busy man. He's in demand, you know.
Yeah, I know.
He's a busy man in demand. For Barney bowling, just straight down the leg side.
There's a gun on the karaoke as well. I had some videos of him rocking the Backstreet Boys. You know what one of his go-tos is Ice Ice Baby by Vanilla Ice.
Yeah.
And he does it in, let's just say, a unique style.
Yeah, but we've got, I mean,
and it's hard to rap out of tune, but somehow Rhino does it.
He is. I mean, he's a star on the karaoke, and he's not here this week, but we'll miss him. But we won't miss the karaoke star because we got Fletcher.
Yeah, that's true.
Fletcher. So we might have said goodbye to Rhino, and I know Rhino loves the karaoke, but so does Paul Fletcher. I'm sure he'll sing a few tunes for us. Hey, look, I wonder if we can get a bit of action of Fletch in Cartama, but just to remind everybody about Fletcher, as this is played out the onside. So the runs have just slowed down a little. I mean, the big hit, especially with that wicket, was a key wicket to get Rahul Halim out. 42 of 19 he made. Nobody else has really gone big. In fact, Ashgar has only just got himself to double figures. So one of these two has got to really start taking a risk. And this is a nicely timed shot, and it goes all the way. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Well, right on cue. Now this, we're going to call this the commentator's kiss. Just as we were saying, need the acceleration, and it needs to be Asghar that probably needs to get going. I do. Asghar does reward us with a big 6, and that's something that Lynn Shopping need right here.
Yeah,
Need to just accelerate.
Definitely helps. Trying to get double figure overs. The 6 will always help. Tabani, last ball of his first, up for 14. Plus this, bit of work for the man on the boundary. Does well.
Yeah,
In
good.
fact, keeps it to 1. So
I like to see that. Uses his hands. Would have been tempted maybe to use his feet, but no. And that's Akura Patel. Well done to Patel. Gets down, gets sturdy for his team. And that's the end of the over. What about you? Did you play any cricket when you were back in Oz?
I played 3 games of indoor cricket. I was going okay. Reminded me, you know.
Are they not
the
playing
speed of the
outdoor at
game.
the moment then? Is it
No,
the wrong
it's
time of year?
It's the off season there. So it's the real indoor cricket kind of it's in full swing in winter, in the Australian winter. And they're excited because after 2 years they haven't had any national championships of indoor cricket. So plans are for the nationals to start again. That was all due to the pandemic and the difficulties of travelling between states. So a lot of my friends are training very hard for the national championships, which I believe we in Melbourne. It's a fantastic facility down there. And so it was not that long ago I was playing in that, but yeah, best of luck to all of them, and yeah, I enjoyed my time down there.
Nice, he played away.
And yeah, and it reminded me a bit as well, that especially after not playing for a while, it's not so easy.
What, they're getting old?
Well, it's just, you know, it's very easy to miss time balls when you're batting. It looks easy on TV, but yeah, no, got a few runs and a few cheeky stumpings as well. It's nice to be back. All right, look who is back here. This is Govinda. And this one will just be 1 down to long off. Yeah, they're setting up what I would call a kind of par kind of total. I mean, it looks
Yeah,
like they're heading
they'll
for
be a little disappointed, I think, Lynn Shopping. I think when they saw some, I'm no disrespect to some of the bowling,
yeah.
but they probably thought they were going to get the 110, 120 quite easy. But here they are, he's struggling and just trying to force the shot there. Nike, that's in there at the moment. When you're keeping in indoor cricket, the version you play in Australia, do you wear gloves?
Yep.
What, proper gloves or different type of keeping
Different
gloves?
people do different things. As we see the next ball played away for 1. So most people, they use a normal wicket-keeping glove on their non-throwing hand, and most people will have a bare hand on their throwing hand so they can throw back quickly, because you can get wickets with the guys backing up. If the batter misses it, you can throw it back to the top end and affect wickets that way. I have a customized kind of throwing glove that still gives me some protection, but I'm pretty good at throwing in it, so I use 2 odd gloves, which makes me a bit unusual actually. This one's hit straight. Wow, that's hit like a bullet, you know. It's gone straight down the ground. 4 runs. And yeah, I mean, the fielders were fairly straight there, but that was just hit too well, and it gets to the boundary in record time.
Yeah, and the other thing is it hits the deck and it skids through. It doesn't bounce up again. And as a result of that, you can see there that man didn't have a long way to go at all. Did Sachin Sharma, but could do nothing about that. Lovely shot.
This one's thrown out a bit wider, and it will be at least a couple. It will be 2 to finish. So Govinda ends up going for 17 off his spell. 9 overs down. The score is 94 for 3.
Yeah, it's still not a bad over at all. That one just going for the 9. So, an over to go. 100 definitely is on, and they should get to the 100. Plenty of wickets, of course, in hand as well. But it's how many more they go. The highest score we've had so far today was that 109.
Yep.
That was Army batting first in the first match, so they're certainly behind that up.
Yeah, for sure. And we had next game a bit more low scoring as Pachika weren't really able to put an acceptable score on the board. Got to say a quick hello to Maya and PK in the chat as well. I know we had a few lurkers popping up as well. So we really appreciate the fact that you're spending your day with us here. And I do like this ground. It's very open, it's very bright. I know it does get a bit chilly, but it's kind of part and parcel of being in Sweden sometimes. Anyway, last overtime, Aryan Kumar is going to bowl it. Starts with an in-swinger. Yeah, this one probably going to be another teaser. Again, they only get one. Well, they still only get one.
The bowler here gets so lucky, Aaron Kuma, because have a look at this replay. Because when the throw comes in, he decides he's not going to get behind the stumps. He moves away from it. You see here at the moment, he's watching it. Then he realises he should get behind there. Here comes the throw, and he decides, nah, I'll just move out of the way of this one. Fortunately for him, he hits the stumps.
Yeah, the stumps did the backing up.
Aaron Kuma. He gets this one through. It's sort of a slower delivery. Get the dot ball in. So 5 required to get to the 100. And, they've already got the wrong guy on strike, really. Naik. It's just gone 9 of 7. So really, Naik should be thinking bat on ball, at least getting a single, and letting Asghar getting back on strike.
Yeah, this
Full
one hangs
delivery.
up. Yeah, hangs up in the air, and this is going to go all the way. Maximal time. Again, if you bowl on those little inducts, that's fine. But this one just begs to be hit, and the batter doesn't miss out. 6 more runs.
Yeah, big hit. Goes all the way, the full toss, and that brings up the 100. 101 now on the board. So Naik says, well, if you're going to bowl me a bad ball, I certainly will put it away. Forget taking a single, he says. And it does well. How can he finish it off? He's got 3 balls now to try and get these, what I would call bonus runs on the board.
And goes again. There's no one out in the boundary there, so it could be a long chase. In fact, the ball's going to win the race. So this innings kicking late as Linköping moved to 105 with 2 balls remaining.
Yeah, this is exactly what they needed. It didn't happen, did it, in over 8 and 9. They weren't really able to accelerate as much as they would have liked to. The 8th over did go for 15 from Tabayan, but then the 9th over was a good one from Govinda Singh, and they needed plenty of this. 105, so eyeing up the highest score of the day. And, this one's gone right through him. If he had stayed in his crease, he would have had the opportunity to clip it away. He decided to come down the wicket, and he ends up yorking himself as the ball goes through him.
Yeah. See there, just slight misjudgment. So we'll go to the last, 105. They do have the runs on the board though, Linköping. Disco will be chasing. How much we'll know after this ball. It's the last ball of the innings from Aryan Kumasarin. Lifted away. This one probably should be caught, and it is. So good finish. Nicely taken as well by the fielder. So Aryan will take a wicket. Last ball. K. Patel is the man that takes the catch as he tries to lift this over the ropes, but he just barely clears the infield. So a wicket to finish, and they're going to finish on 105 for 4. Again, it's the kind of score, I think in disc, if they bat well, they'll be able to chase it down. But if Linköping can field well, I think they'll be able to chase it. I think the game in the balance here in match 3, Rico.
Definitely. I think on this pitch, any score that is going to be between 95 and, say, that 110 mark is always going to be a close score. I think this one's going to be a good contest. It'd be interesting to see how Indiska go about their batting, whether they will actually try and time their assault or just go for the big shots straight away. Talk about big shots straight away. Certainly that's what Ruhul Halim wanted to do, went for the big one straight away. Saad Khan, he wasn't so lucky. He was caught well on the boundary by that man that had a good day out there, Thoban. And it was Sharma, the one who got the wicket. We saw plenty of balls going to the boundary. Then there was that little spell where the runs dried up. That was one that just bounced short. This one was that full toss, which was hit all the way over. It was certainly a lot of hittable deliveries, but some good ones as well. This one went in the air a long way, and that was Govinda Singh that came across to try and take the catch. Just got his fingertips to it. Plenty of meat on the bat here, and this one was one that Govinda Singh will not be too happy about seeing. In fact, that wasn't Govinda, that was Amandeep Singh. And, seeing it go through him. And this was a grenade, he launched it. It was a big hit, and there's the catch, nicely done. And Tanzim Fabani taking the catch. And this one was a nice shot as well, just split the field beautifully. Not everything played out in the other. This one goes a long way up in the air and just eludes the fielder coming across. Slice, third man in the action, takes a good catch. Another Singh did really well. And then this one was a good hit. So got into position early, watches the ball onto the bat, had plenty of time to get the hit in. And another safe catch there. This time it's Sharma in the action. But it was very much the case of the innings you see here. It was some good shots. That was a lovely shot that sizzled past us on the boundary. This one was a full toss which went big, and that's when we were saying that Naik had to get going, and he did. Yeah, hit 2 big boundaries, the 4 on that occasion, the 6 before it. This one goes a long way as well, but it only goes as far as the fielder, so good finish towards the end. A nice catch there taken as well by Patel. Patel had a good time in the field. So looking at the scorecard, it was all started the top end by Halim. Batted very well, played some really nice shots before he was caught and bowled by Sachin Sharma. And Saad Khan, he didn't really get going really. It was the catch there by Sachin Sharma. Saw the end of him. Asad Javid played one nice shot before he was back. And it was that important knock there from Adil Asghar, supported well by a final quick flurry by Ankit Naik that helped them get past 100. 105 for 4. I think in context of the way that innings was going, I think Lin Shopping will be the team more disappointed. I think they would have hoped that they would have at least got the 120 on the mark. And Indiska, I think they would be quite happy with that. I think if you put it to them that it would be less than 110 that they would be chasing for to register a victory in their first match in this series, they'll be happy. So I reckon they're going to be the happier team going out there, but they do need a good start. Just to refresh you as we have a look at well, let's first have a look at this win probability. Our computer says that Lin Shopping with the runs on the board 100 plus are 62 to 38% odds on to go on and to win the match. And I think for me, it all depends how that power play goes. I think if Indiska get a good power play and some of their big hitters hit the ball big, they end up in around the 40-45 mark of 3. I think that you'll see that changing a bit. And this is the summary at the end of that innings. So Ruhil Halim, 42 of 19, gave his team a good start, but it was a good finish from Adil Asghar and Ankit Naik. They put some good runs together, good boundaries together towards the end of the innings. Sachin Sharma, pick of the bowlers, 2 for 14. But certainly both the Sarins bowled pretty well, Sanjay Sarin and also Arun Kumar Sarin, and both of them picking up wickets as well. So it's not a big total, but the hundreds on the board, that's what they need. That's what they need to try and get if they are to register their first win. So join me, Rico Fu, and alongside me will be Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu, as we see if Indisk are able to get the 106 to register their first win in this series. Hello and welcome back. And this is the FanCode European Cricket Series in Stockholm. Stockholm is the host of the annual Nobel Prize ceremony and banquet at the Stockholm Concert Hall and the Stockholm City Hall, and it is also the home of this FanCode European Cricket Series. See two teams out there doing battle. Linköping put 105 on the board, losing 4 wickets. I think they all would have been hoping for at least minimum of 10 to 15 more runs on the board, and that probably gives Indiska an opportunity to try and knock these off. I'm sure that they're going to go out there and try and get themselves to a good power play. So Lintica batters having a bit of a team talk before they went out there, and the Linköping boys were doing plenty of warming up. And just as well, you do need to warm up out there because it is pretty nippy, I have to say that. Govinda Singh, he's going to be opening the batting. And he's joined out there by the non-striker, Ajit Ghosh. Bowler just marking up his run up. Karam Rashid. Welcome back to everybody. Hope you had the opportunity to make yourself a cuppa. Maybe get a few biscuits along with you. Remember, do get in touch with us in the chat as we see the first ball. Rashid, it's a short one, is right into the body of Gurinder Singh, who just keeps this one out. Sort of drops his bat onto it. Yeah, didn't have any room really to do much of that. And he reacted pretty slowly to that, Gurinder Singh. Not sure if he saw it late. Kamran Rashid. Oh, and this one is banged in. He's probably just picked up, perhaps on that first delivery, that Gurinder Singh doesn't pick it at all. Well, if he didn't pick that one, this one was right at him. And oh, that's a spicy delivery. Smell that, is what Kamran Rashid says to the batter. And Gurinder is probably quite happy to be at the other end. Oh, that's well bowled. Asking a question and the finger goes up. And plummet in front is what Ajit Ghosh is there, says the umpire. Well, Ajit Ghosh, I don't know if he's a lover of fruit or not, but one fruit that he doesn't like is plum, because that's what that was. He goes onto the back foot. It stays, well, I'm not going to say it stays low. It hits him on the roll, but if you go back and it's straight, you're going to be in a spot of bother. And it's not a good start for Ajit Ghosh, the wicket-keeper batter. He's gone for a first ball golden, and it's not the first time that we've had one of them. And I know that Stockholm is an area which 30% of the city is has plenty of waterways and lakes and etc. Well, there's going to be a few ducks in there from today. That's another one that has to make its way in there. New batter comes out to join Gurinder Singh. Good delivery, I think, that from Cameron. I think it was quite clever because he bowled 2 fairly short deliveries to Gurinder. Gurinder was happy to get back to the non-strikers end, and then the next ball to Ghosh was full and straight. This one's short again and doesn't know too much about it. And they're not liking the short stuff, as that's the first short ball to Sachin Sharma. He also just takes his eye off of it. Short again, gets a bit on this, and this will race away to the boundary. Cuatro carreras. Well, it doesn't matter how you get them. I think you just need the boundaries. You see here, bangs it in short. Swings the bat at it, and the third man is there, feeling the cautious to get the Barlagya Joka. So Ahmed can't do anything about that. So one short ball too many maybe from Cameron. Goes Fuller, and it's a swing and a miss. And that's one that the batter wanted to put away. It's almost like Govinda Singh's been waiting for this one. But you see, he just takes himself away from it. Look where he's standing. He's got a long way to come to try and get to a point where he's making good contact with that. So end of the over. They do lose one wicket. They've got 6 runs on the board. It's a nice over from Kamran Rashid. It was nice to see he was prepared to bang it in. The short delivery, he attacked the batter, attacked the stumps, and mixed it up a little bit as well. The new bowler is going to be Naveed Akbar. As we welcome back Mr. Maximo into the cube.
Yeah, thanks. Nice to be back in the cube. The wind's died down a bit. I think it might have made it feel a little bit warmer. But certainly plenty of sunshine today in Stockholm for the first day of a new series. Always really exciting. We get to have an opening day. And it will be Naveed Akbar to take up the attack. Pretty good first over, wasn't it? By Kamran Rashid. Let's see if Akbar can follow up. Pretty good delivery first up. Chopped into the ground. Then to Adil Askar. So, yeah, I mean, not the start that they wanted. Not just the wicket, but the fact they only got 6 runs. They basically need to be getting 21 every 2 overs. That's kind of the pace that they need to be going at the moment. No real scoreboard pressure. And a bad looking shot. They go on the hit. And well, this one hits the edge of the pitch. And wow, this is almost.
Oh dear.
It hasn't hit him, has it?
No, it's not hit. It's hit the edge of the pitch and gone right over the batter and the bowler. But I think maybe the batter has collided with the wicketkeeper here. Let's see this again. And
yeah.
Watch the throw first. The throw hits the edge and goes flying.
Because I thought it didn't hit the. Yeah. I think he steps on his foot at the end, maybe. I mean, I thought if that's bounced off the keeper's head, that's gone a long way in the air. But, I mean, that's the risk, I suppose.
Yeah,
to the pitch. But, I mean, wow, nasty one.
I think he's been...
let's have a look from this angle. You see that the batter and the keeper end up coming together. And the batter does a pretty good job to straddle him, but I think he does actually end up stepping on his foot. So
I thought at first he dropped the bat on his head. Look,
he actually does hit him with the bat.
The bat.
Maybe that's what it is.
It's the bat, you know.
You think so?
Yeah, look, watch the bat is flying. It lands on his head.
Where does the bat get him?
Watch. On that foot, watch. Here goes the bat. Watch. Clunk.
Oh. Anyway.
He got the double whammy. He's okay, though.
He's okay. Rahil Halim. And next one almost sneaks through. Yeah, let's say Halim batted very well, didn't he? Now he's got the gloves on, so he's a key player for Linköping. Anyway, all's well that ends well.
Yeah, he seems to be moving okay now. There, he's at his moment. He's back up and about. You can see the woods, the forest in the background there. I bet there's a few moose in there, which is the national animals.
They saw a couple here yesterday, apparently.
Did they really?
Yeah,
when
they said it was deer, but maybe it was moose.
Could be moose.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what the crew was saying.
Yeah, and Andrews is saying it definitely did. So there you go.
How do you deal with one if you see one in the wild? Do you run? Do you stay completely still? What do you do? Give them a pat?
Give them a pat, idea. Yeah.
All right, this has gone over the offside. And I think this will be the first boundary. It skips off the surface. And an important one. Govinda gets away. And a badly needed boundary for Indiska.
Yeah, that's a good shot from Govinda. He missed out on one in the previous over. Doesn't make the same mistake this time. Gets himself in good position and fires that away. Yeah, the moose is part of the reindeer family.
Yeah.
It is a national pride of Sweden, but at the same time, it's also a national delicacy.
Yeah, well, I've heard that as well. Nice looking drive. Picks out the fielder. Well, they take their time going, but yeah, they do get there in the end.
But the communication here is terrible. I mean,
it's always a run there. It's very deep. If you're not going to take these, might as well give up now. You see here. And then by the time he started running, it's actually Sharma who turned around because he thought Govinda wasn't coming. Anyway, as it is, it's the end of the second over. It's 12 for 1 after 2. Quick hello to Lily Panda, who's watching from New Zealand, and to Maya as well, who's watching from Germany, and Sundori, to everyone else, thanks for joining us today on ECN. We're into the afternoon session. And if you do have any questions or comments, please put them in the chat.
No photos as yet?
I haven't checked yet, but I will.
Okay,
Yep, so
check.
hello to Tarek as well. We want you to send in your favourite photos of Stockholm in particular, because we're in Stockholm now, let's be honest, or Sweden. And we'll attempt to put them up a bit later in the week. But if you can send them in kind of landscape, which is wider than they are high, like a TV screen, that would be even better. So send them to me on my Instagram at Mr. Maximo. So here we go with over number 3. And this is Ashad Awan.
Oh, he's not running at all. What is he doing? I don't get this. This is terrible. They already had one mix-up. He's played this and he's saying, Aja. And, well, Sachin Sharma is just staring at him, not moving an inch.
Yeah, maybe he needs to speak up. I mean, firstly, he bowls it from the back line. So, and look, yeah, he just shakes his head. And then, yeah, I mean, it's really the batter's call there. And, yeah, I have to say it. I think Sachin Sharma has to wear the blame for that. Govinda runs, but he runs alone. And he's going to have to run off now. As a very disastrous moment in the innings strikes. It is now 12 for 2 in the 3rd over.
Yeah, I mean, Govinda looked the more accomplished of the 2 batters. He looked like he could play a shot or 2. And he'd already played a nice boundary, didn't he, out there on the, well, 2 boundaries, 2 fours. Is he the only batter to have hit boundaries? He's not the man you want to run out, so the non-striker really has to make up for it. Well, there we go, look, we're talking about some of that. Oh, look, bit of, it's a bunny. What's the crow after?
It's not a vulture that's going to come and pick it up. I think it's just a crow.
Is that why they had the fences, you reckon?
That would be one reason.
Oh, it could be another opportunity for another, and he doesn't have the ball.
Yeah, he knocks the bails off with his legs as he gets to the stumps, Rahul Halim. And then, I mean, he can still run him out if he knocks the stumps over, but I think by then...
you know, the cueing of that rabbit was great. Because that rabbit is what I think Govinda Singh would probably be saying to Sachin Sharma. Run, rabbit, run, run.
Knocked him over, and it goes straight across him. The angle beating the bat. And so Sachin Sharma survived briefly after that run-out attempt, but he doesn't survive this. It just knocks over the top of the stumps. He's going to have an awkward conversation coming up with Govinda, and he meets him a little bit too soon. It's a good bit of bowling, though. This 3rd wicket goes down, and he's in some serious trouble in reply to this total of 105. They're now 13 for 3.
Yeah, needs plays all round this, and Awan does well, gets the wicket to the delight of his teammates. And one man who's not going to be delighted is Sachin Sharma, because he's got to go back and resume his conversation with Govinda Singh, a man that he ran out. And that won't go pleasantly. Govinda's a big man. As, thankfully that sun comes out and it blesses us once more. You certainly feel the chill factor increase when the sun disappears. So another batter goes. It's 2 wickets down, 3 wickets down now for just 13 runs.
And that's the kind of ball, it's almost, he's pretending to be a left armer with that angle, just going across the right-handed batter. And yeah, Sharma couldn't deal with it. 13 for 3. New batter out there is Sachin Hiramath. Gets off the mark immediately with a single.
Yeah, so need to do a bit of rebuilding here, these 2. I think it's important that you try and get a partnership in. It's important that the batters try and score a few runs. Remember, these 2 teams will do it again. They'll be playing each other again. And I think it's all about getting used to the surface, getting partners together, getting used to your partner, and going into that match with a bit of positiveness. So they don't want to be throwing their wickets away here unnecessarily. Yeah,
it's true. There's still plenty of time left. They need someone that can come out and hit boundaries. No one's really taken the ball by the horns as yet. Govinda, like I said, promising start, but he's been removed from the equation. Last ball of the power play, it's only brought 15 runs for Indiska. Fairly full, and just worked away by Hiramath, who will retain the strike. 3 overs down, 16 for 3.
Yeah, Hiramath, he's not trying to hit the ball too hard early on. He's just getting his timing right. Plays that quite nicely. Good footwork from him. Plays the ball into the gaps, takes a single. So certainly showing signs early on that he's probably quite a useful, competent batter. Let's see if he can stay there. Win probability is very strongly on the side of Link Shopping now. 93% to 7.
As you'd expect. I just want to say a quick hello to a few people in the chat, including Steve Cook, who says afternoon off. Afternoon all. He said after I've had a couple of weeks off, meaning me, he's having a week off himself, so he'll be able to be in the chat a bit during the day. Well, that's great, Steve. I hope you enjoy your week off. I certainly enjoyed my couple of weeks off. I was lurking a fair bit. And Tarek saying some of the running between the wickets, a bit of Inzamam ul Haq about it. Probably hard to argue. Yeah, almost needed a deck chair, Sharma, the way he ran out Guravinda. Anyway, new over begins, and it's Akbar that's going to continue. On a pretty good first over. Also want to say hello to Helix, to Ravi Teja, and to Neville. Hello, Neville. Hope you're well. To Michael H. And yeah, I think I mentioned Maiden Waters earlier, but hello again to Maiden Waters. Hope you're well today. She's a big supporter of European cricket. This time the bowler has to quickly turn around. And to Manish Jamwal, who, yeah, he's cheering on his Indiska teammates.
Good delivery, that one. Really did cut off the seam a fair bit.
This one's hit pretty straight. It was an umpire killer. Should be cut off. And it is cut off down there. And actually keeps it to a single. Pretty good fielding by Asad Javed at the moment. Linchaping certainly looking very, very strong in this contest. See at this stage, we're over 20 runs ahead. We're in Indiska. But look, still plenty of time. But they need a partnership, and they don't really have time to rebuild. They have to be aggressive pretty much off the get-go. This is what he does here. Nice looking cut shot. And the field's well placed down there. They'll just be a single. Yeah, it's nice to see a couple of teams, Rico, that we saw in 2020. We didn't see them in 2021 because there was a qualification aspect last year. It was pretty brutal. I think 60 teams became 20 in the ECS in Sweden last year. This one's pitched up, just sneaks past the bowler, so it will be 1 run.
Yeah, both these batters have played some nice looking shots early on. No big shots, they haven't gone swinging wildly across the line, but they're certainly showing that they are able to play some nice looking shots and get themselves a partnership going. It's all about this rate though. How can they get up with the rate?
Nice shot. Well cut off though. A good early throw. Good fielding that was by Saad Khan, the captain. And it takes us to the end of the 4th over. The score is 20 for 3 after 4. And a very, very good afternoon to you, or good evening, or good morning, wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. And it's great to be back in the European Cricket Series. I'm here with my good friend Rico Full. Yeah, and Rico, we're rocking the beanies because it is a little bit cold. Well, we're not going to shy away from that, but I think it's about 13 degrees. But it's this wind that comes from the north, and it's pretty icy.
It's pretty icy. I'm waiting for Rhino to get on the chat and say, looks warm from where I am. Because that's what you did to us.
That's what I was saying last week. I said, it looks like a beautiful day there, you know. And you were telling me exactly how cold it felt. Now I'm kind of with you. But it just shows you fielding conditions. It's not particularly easy. I've seen some good fielding today. I've seen a couple of bits of fielding that probably aren't good, and this is probably one of them. It's going to allow 2. It's a double foot fielding. 1 fail, 1 success. Yeah, well, if this goes for 4, it's not ideal. Have a look at this. That gives it.
Not good for Naveed, is it? Not good.
And then, so what does the person behind say? I'll show you how to do it. And he does make the stop. And will be a wide. That's good eye from the batter to get out the way of that.
He does well. That's intelligent cricket.
See, people say, oh, should that be a wide because the batter's moved out the way? Yeah, but it's negative bowling. And then bowlers are always just going to bowl at your body. So I think it should be a wide if it misses the leg stump. This is cut away nicely. It's a lot of work for the man out there. He does well to at least get down and stop that. It'll still be 2. But I mean, this is the power of going down with your hands, even though he doesn't quite get it in the middle of the hand, but at least he takes a bit of pace off it and it stops it going for 4.
Yeah, absolutely. Spot on. 2 runs are starting to accelerate slightly, turning those 1s into 2s, but still looking for boundaries. And that one's not called.
Yeah, we'll have a look at this if we have time. Yeah, for that. Yeah, I think that's a good call. I don't think that's a wide. This one will be a wide. Again, they'll judge it where the ball goes past the popping crease, so they have to decide if it's the ball needs to be inside the line at the moment, past the popping crease. Not so easy to judge sometimes with the umpires because it's hard to tell exactly when it does pass the crease if the ball's in the air. It's clipped away, and this will be 4. Nice batting actually from Tabani, who just basically uses his wrist to manoeuvre this on the leg side. He sneaks across a little bit. Yeah, it does well to generate some pace on that and get 4.
Yeah, that's a nice shot. It just goes to show, doesn't it, Vinny, that on this pitch, if you're prepared to just stick around, get yourself in, get your timing right, start to place the ball around, that you will get rewards. And this outfield, it is pretty quick, you know. I mean,
Yeah.
we've seen a lot of playing and missing. I think if you bat positively on it and sensibly, you will score big runs.
That's true. 1 gets hit back over his head, and this time it is fielded. Once again, it's pretty well done. They're going to go for a bit of a dicey too. And if that hit, he was gone by some distance. I said Javid couldn't find the target, but still, it was a good bit of fielding first up. You see when the throw comes back, and the ball wasn't really in a great position there either. He just kind of, he was a spectator, wasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, you've got to be, yeah, you know, that's one of the things that you're taught from an early age, the bowler get behind the stumps. If he's behind the stumps there is an opportunity. But it was a fine bit of fielding also, though, you have to say, from Asad Javid, just showing some of his fielders the way it has to be done. He could quite easily could have hung a foot out there and hoped for the best, but he slid in, stops it with the hand, and then tidies up. Good work from him.
5 overs down, 33 for 3. It's a long way behind in this contest. As the win predictor tells you, they give Niska a 4% chance, which means 1 in 25 times they'll pull it off, according to the statisticians. I've got to say hello to Julian, who says welcome back to me. Say hello, Julian Dawson, in the chat. And Steve Cookie appreciated the shoes. Well, if you go back at the start of the day, you can see the orange shoes I've got with it today. Yeah, bit of a new one, just breaking them in today. You know, when you have new shoes and sometimes it can hurt your feet, but not going to complain.
How many pairs of socks are you wearing?
2 pairs of socks.
2 pairs.
Clever.
Yeah, new shoes.
New shoes.
Yeah, good thinking.
Yeah. Not my first rodeo. got a few pairs of shoes. I realised, actually, I think I need to do a cult because I realised I'm carrying 8 pairs of work shoes now.
Seriously?
I'm carrying
8 pairs? How'd you get them in? I struggle getting 3 in. And a pair of trainers. But
I know. Got a problem. Right. Game continues, and it's Sabar Ali Saeed who is bowling now. Pretty good start from him, just going for a single second ball. Yeah, but I want to give a big thank you to everyone who sent me well wishes during my time off. I certainly enjoyed it. And it's really nice to be back. Feel at home now, back on the European Cricket Tour. He's reaching for this one.
Yeah, wide signalled. I think that's a correct call. That's Bilal Munir, and he's out there with Saeed Arif. They've been very good, very consistent.
Yeah. We were talking about, wides, I think last over, and the interpretation of wides. I've got to say that I think this is one area that the lawmakers of the game are getting it a bit wrong.
What's that?
About how they're interpreting wides. And
chance. Hits, and he'd be close and think hit if he's gone. Now they're going to take the 2. This is very intelligent running. Quite often we see in that situation there, because the throws come in that the 2 batters that overrun, and it's very difficult for them to come back to complete the second.
Yeah.
This time they were alert to it.
Yeah, see this one, if it hits, I had an instinct that he would have been gone.
Yeah.
I think the fielder agrees. Back to live action. This is just dragged to the leg side.
So what are you going to tell us about the wides?
Well, in the Fair Break Global, which is the women's tournament recently, they're now saying that balls that, this is where I saw Simon Tafel talking about this, that if you go to leg glance it and you just miss it by a little bit, they're not calling that a wide anymore. And I just think that's going to be applied so inconsistently that you get some that will be called a wide and some that won't be called a wide. And I just think it's going to encourage negative bowling and let people get away with negative bowling. I really like the way we interpret our wides here. If it misses the leg stump, it's going to be a wide unless the ball goes between the batter and the stumps. If the ball doesn't pass in the tram line on the offside, it's going to be a wide. I mean, I think it can be as simple as that. You've got lines for everything else, so why not have lines for wides? And I still believe, I don't care if in my opinion, it'd be even better if you don't care about where the batter stands. If the batter wants to stand all the way over on that tram line to try and counter a guy that's trying to bowl wide Yorkers all the time, but then the guy, rather than being able to bowl wider and moving that line, well, he has to make a decision whether he's going to bowl at the stumps or not. I just think it's just nice to have some clarity, that's all. Well, this little French cut and gets away from the keeper. In fact, it'll go for 4. So Hiramath gets the boundary, moves into double figures. Not convincing, but effective as Indiska move past 40.
This one was going to knock middle stump out of the ground, and somehow it takes a little edge off the batter Sachins and goes all the way to the boundary. And the bowler can't believe it, Saeed. It's unfortunate for him, but the score does tickle along. It now moves on to, it goes to 43. At the end of 6, a 10 coming off that. Yeah, I mean, look, some of the times I know that different tournaments have their own rules on wides. I mean, T20s, they tend to use profile a lot for leg side wides. So basically, just to explain, that means that as an umpire, if you believe once the ball is released, it's going to go on to hit the pads, and then the batter moves out of the way and it goes down the leg side, then you don't call it a wide, because it's saying that it wouldn't have been. But you're right, it's very difficult to judge. And this one, well, it was almost judged to perfection from the fielder. He does very well, gets one hand to it, but they don't stick.
It almost cost him 2 runs because he's almost knocked this for 6. It was only going to be 4, but Saad Khan actually gets so much of it that he almost knocks it over the boundary. But yeah, I didn't think he was going to get a hand on this at all. You see, he's pretty much right on the circle. In the end, it will be 4. I'll come back to that profile wides in a second. But first, we'll look at this slow ball.
I tell you what, before we go back to that,
go on.
We got Rulula, who's here.
Yeah.
She's taking the pictures here, Diana Oros, Ruluka. And I want to see that picture because she was right on it. That's going to be a sensational shot. Look out for those on the social media. I mean, she was right there. I don't know if you see Diana in the picture. There she is. Look, she's got that snapshot. That is going to be a moneymaker.
Yeah, for sure. She does take the $1 million shots, doesn't she? Here's Jarvid with the ball. And this is miles in the air. Well, keeper's catch. He calls for it, and he takes it. So that's well held by the keeper, Ruhul Halim, who's had an interesting time in it here in match 3. Did score some runs, and we saw him clobbered earlier in the innings. But this time, he makes up his mind pretty early that he wants this ball. He certainly doesn't make any mistake. The man with the gloves does the job. And just going from bad to worse now at 48 for 4.
Yeah, nice catch. He claims it early. Makes it He just got right under this, doesn't he? He actually ends up hitting this out of the middle of the bat, but just loses his shape completely as the new batter sprints out to try and keep warm. There's going to be Mitten Rudka, who was the opening bowler. Had a few issues getting his line right.
Yeah.
It was quite expensive that first over, but it could have been worse. And now he's going to do it with the bat. He has got a good, competent batter out there with him. Tabani has been batting well at the moment, 22 of 15.
Yeah. It's a bit of a lone hand at the moment for Tabani. So the wicket goes to Asad Javed. And this one is hit, but it's not getting all of this. The fielder puts one hand on it, and now he will run around, at least keep it in play. So he does well, at least to stop the boundary. It will cost him 2 runs. Yeah, brings up the 50 as well for Indiska.
I think this is the case of, well, I don't really want this, but I'll stick out a hand and just hope for the best, and he does. And you can see there, he's never looking to catch that. He's not wanting to catch it at all. Here, he just got to get back inside as he gets the throw in.
This game's moving so quickly. It's hard to carry the conversation, but talking about the profile wides,
yeah.
I don't even think that makes a lot of sense, because some people have natural movement across. A lot of batters will naturally move across. It's not so much they're moving out the way of the ball. And one thing comes down to this: in our cricket, we have very few arguments when it comes to wides. Take the leg stump ones, for example. Yeah. Look, everyone knows it, that if you bowl a ball that's going to miss the leg stump, then that's at risk of being called wide. And every bowler knows it. When it gets down to really close matches, you have these close calls. It's applied consistently, and I just think it's sensible.
Yeah, I think with the leg side wides, I think we got it spot on. with our system here. Anything down the leg side, you know, if it makes contact with nothing, it's a wide. There's a few people have said, yeah, but what if a batsman is just playing for it? Well, good luck to them.
Still bowled it
good
there.
luck to them because a bowler will take the leg step. How many times have we seen that?
Yeah, exactly. Well, coming up this afternoon, we have the final match of the opening day, match 4, and once again, Linköping have won the toss and they've elected to bat first. So they'll be hoping to build a big score. Man, Rohul Halim has been pretty good. He's likely to open the batting. We've got Saad Khan listed up there as well as we head into over number 8. And it will be Sabir Ali Saeed. This one's missing the leg stump. And keeper shapes throw but doesn't. So Indiska just struggling to go on the pace required. Yeah, and look, the one, so I think the leg side one, there's no real controversy there as far as what we do. And yeah, like I say, we don't really have a lot of complaints about wides because everyone knows that that's the rule. Offside's a bit more contentious, I suppose, because it's a line which is being used to judge wides. So it's not like having the stump in the ground where everyone knows if it missed the leg stump because it didn't hit the leg stump. But yeah, I like the idea of just discounting batter movements because then the batter moves a little bit and then the umpire sometimes lets really wide balls go that have gone a long way wide of the line. So I just think it makes umpires' lives easier and makes it clearer for players. This is hit pretty hard, but fielder isn't going to be able to deal with it. That's Saad Khan, the captain. He gets a bit of a mini Tortuga, and well, Diana, she's a ball magnet again. And it's another good shot. I don't think that's one that Saad Khan will want to buy a copy of from Diana.
Diana was not amused here because this pops up, and look, it's in Diana's way. She just managed to get out of the way of that. And yeah, that's an error there from the fielder.
Pretty well hit by Tabani. He's moved to 27. And this next one is cut away, and this will be 4 as well. So, well, just showing signs of life here in Diska. And yeah, I think Tabani is a guy that they should consider maybe batting even higher. I know he's coming at 4 here, but he certainly has hit the ball crisply.
He's batted very well. I mean, Tabani's timed the ball beautifully. And just get the feeling that maybe if there wasn't that unfortunate run out of Gurinder Singh, who also looked like could handle the bat a bit, that they've got a bit more potential up there than maybe we give them credit for.
Yeah, now he goes down the ground, but he might have found the fielder, and he has. That's a really good bit of catching from the fielder. That's Asad Javed. This one certainly would have gone for 6. It had the legs, but there was a man defending that boundary, and Javed does take the catch. End of a pretty good hand from Tabani, but he falls for 31 of 20 balls. The score is 62 for 5.
Good catch. You could just sense that the batter there, Tabani, knew that it's time to cut loose. If he could get 1 or 2 good overs in here, that it had a chance, but he was the set batter, and he had to play those shots. Played 2 lovely shots for 4. And then that last one there, just couldn't get enough power into it. Good catch, taken in the deep. It's not easy fielding today, I can assure you of that. And every time these hard Kookaburra ballers coming your way, you're sort of praying it. You don't have to try and catch it and just stop it. But he takes a good catch there and gets a dangerous man out at the right time for his team.
Yeah, so Saeed, last ball of his spell. Driven for 1. New batter is out there now. And it is K.O. Patel, who will retain the strike. It's the end of 8 overs. The score is 63 for 5. And Diska, they're going to have to chase again in match 4 later on today. So, yeah, they'll be hoping for a bit of a better effort in the field as well. Look at the bowling figures. Not too much damage at all. Sabir Ali Saeed has been the most expensive, but even he only went for 20, which is less than the run rate required through this innings. And the wickets have been split amongst 4 bowlers as we head into the 9th. It all happens in the 9th, and I'm sure that K. Patel will hope that it all happens for him. And the man just took that very good catch. I said Javed will be bowling. It's a pretty good slower ball. It looks like it's going to be really full, but then kind of drops out of the air. He's hustling through his over here. Yeah, it's been pretty good stuff from Linköping. Off the inside half of the bat. I think about 2 here, but it's not taken on. Now they will take it on. The keeper, he's going to have a peg, and now they could have got a 3rd, except Except I don't
a long
know
way,
when these
isn't
two
he?
have batted together. Yeah, Redcar. He was running for his life, and he got about 10 metres past the stumps, so there's no chance of a third.
That's good running, actually, because they take the first one quick, and then they wait and see what happens. And as soon as it's not taken cleanly, you see that very good call there from Kurun Patel. Says, yep, let's go. I'm going to make it. There's an appeal here, and he's gone. Leg before. Well, Patel was key to get back to the other end. And he only gets there to face one more ball as Javid gets this one right up there. You see the appeal. The umpire gives it some thought and then puts the finger up.
It does nip back. My only concern was height on this. Just naked eye. I didn't get a great look at it. We'll see it in a second on the replay. But yeah, it did seem to come back. And yeah, we'll get a look at it here. Yeah, I mean, we'll see when it comes back. It hits him. This will give us a good idea of height, actually. Yeah, it's probably umpire's call. Probably getting the top of the stumps. It's hard. It's weird knee rolls. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good decision.
I think it's a good call. Yeah, height was to be the only issue there. But good job there from our partners in the production crew here. Spring Productions, Andres, Andis and Dennis. Doing a wonderful job. As we have we've got a Papa Smurf lookalike going out there now. We've got
Rishi
quite a
Harish.
few of these in the European Cricket Network. And Ricky Harish. What a name that is. I like that name. Rishi Harish.
Yeah, Rishi Harish. Sean Connery would have sounded great saying that. Anyway, here we go. 65 for 6. That's a Javid. That's 2 wickets now, and he almost has a third. The keeper goes to one glove. And wow, he's had certainly an eventful game, hasn't he, Ruhul Halim? This is one, he's just slightly wrong-footed, so he just throws 1 minute at it. Have a look at this. Number 10 at the bottom of your screen. You see, he just throws out the glove. It either sticks or it doesn't. And Harish gets off the mark.
Yeah, he does.
He's one to the keeper. Next one is going nowhere, but it's going to be a Bermuda Triangle situation as 3 fielders converge. None of them can catch it. Entertaining stuff, but not a lot happening on the scoreboard for Indiska.
No, I'm looking forward to this delivery. How does Harish play this one? Last one, he just tried to guide into the gloves of the keeper. I think he may play this one with perhaps a bit more aggression.
Maybe not. And so, pretty good spell from Asad Javid. He finishes with 2 for 13 and 1 over to go in this contest in match 3. Score is 67 for 6.
67 for 6. I don't know, Vinny, I just get the feeling that Lynn Shopping in this second match, batting first again, may not hold back. I get a feeling they will really attack some of the slower bowling of Indiska. And it could be a high-scoring finale to day one.
A few people talking about getting their beauty sleep as we talk about the time zone in New Zealand. Lily Panda's up pretty late, and some of the Australian East Coast viewers are thinking about going to sleep soon. How much sleep do you normally get in a night?
Me?
How much do you
Not
get, and
enough.
how much would you like, or how much do you think you need?
I think I probably get, most of the time I set my alarm, my phone always says to me, you've got so many hours to sleep. And normally it's always 5 and a bit, which is not enough.
5 and a bit. That's pretty
5 and a
typical
bit.
on the tour.
5 and a bit. But talking about, I mean, what I found interesting, I reckon we should have more cricket here in Stockholm because
Okay.
during the second half of June, it barely ever gets dark.
True.
See this delivery here. So I'm thinking to myself, well, if it barely ever gets dark, maybe they'll take the 2 on here. No. So Harris is not keen. Yeah,
Yeah, we
barely
were
gets
here
dark.
in July last year, in the middle of July.
So this is all down to that, what they call the midnight sun.
Yep.
So, I mean, surely that's a good
So how many games a day do you want to do?
good opportunity to have like a
24-hour
cricket
marathon.
marathon, couldn't we? Oh, that's a spicy delivery. This one really does creep up on Rishi, and he plays that pretty well.
Yeah. So, you see, he's just a little bit late on this. Not going with the helmet. But, yeah, we'll just be a single. Yeah, I mean, what I would say is the light at night is not the kind of bright sunlight you have during the day. Oi, this one gets big on him as well. And so, Redcar, not particularly enjoying that one. That will be just a single.
Rashid, he was the one who started the first over, and he was banging him in short in that one, and he caught Gurinder Singh. And also Ajit Ghosh with a couple of short deliveries. That caused a bit of trouble. And here he is at the end. He don't care who he's bowling to. You've got a bat in your hand. You should be able to defend yourself, he says. Short again. This one hit in this gap. They'll take just the one. And firmly struck. And they do bring and put 70 on the board.
Yeah, it's not really enough, is it? I mean, a lot of people thinking it's going to be high scoring. I think it'll be higher scoring than last year, but what we've seen is you still have to hit the ball well and hit good shots. I think a lot of the bowling's been pretty good. Been a bit in this pitch for the bowlers as well. Last ball of the contest, and it's going to be finished with a wicket. That ball's going to fly away. And so Rashid, he impressed me during that spell. He bowls the first, he bowls the last, and he finishes with 2 for 9. Redcar goes for 7, and no luck for Indiska as they end up 71 for 7 off their 10 overs. The final score here in match 3 is Linköping 105, Indiska 71, and it's Linköping, the men who have travelled 2.5 hours to be here. It's been worth their while so far. They've got 2 points, and they'll be pretty confident going into the last match of the day as well in the rematch against Indiska.
Yeah, once again, disciplined bowling. Not too many extras, just the 3 wides and a couple of leg buys. So the extras was 5, but they bowled pretty well. They took their catches as well. And like I say, I'm expecting them to come out a bit more positive perhaps in this second match. When they're batting first again, I think they're looking to score big runs, and they're certainly going to attack the Indiska bowlers. Indiska themselves, I think they'll be happy they've got that first match out of the way.
Yeah.
As we have a look at the fantasy dashboard, but I'm pretty sure that they're looking to improve as well. I think it's got 1 or 2 batters in there that we haven't really seen, and certainly I think Govinda Singh could be one of them. I like the batting of Thobani. He looked pretty classy as well. So I think we're going to see a much better performance from both these sides.
Yeah, I think so. And yeah, that new match will be starting in around about 25 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. But right now, let's go and have a look back at some of the highlights from this chase. We know that this one nips back, and I think that was a pretty good call. It was just a good, spicy opening spell. He wasn't afraid to bang it in. Cameron Rashid. And yeah, the issue here was the running between the wickets. And well, this is another issue, as we saw Govinda Singh and Sachin Sharma combined for a bit of a partnership, but the running was always a little bit iffy, to say the least. You see some nice shots that were struck. Then we saw a bit of a disaster. It's a bit of miscommunication as he sold him down the river without a paddle, and unfortunately Govinda had to go. And then Sachin Sharma didn't last a lot longer as he was bowled, and then before too long, Indiska, the wheels were off, and you just knew they weren't going to have what it took to chase these runs down.
No, only 2 men getting over double figures. Sachin Hirmath only just 11 of 10, but a lot of it was all to do with the batting of Thobani. He did bat pretty well, and when he needed to accelerate, he did try. And, he was helped with that one, but then after that, he played a beautiful cut shot. And then this one, big down the ground, but it was well taken. That was a catch by the wicket keeper. That was the earlier one, but then Thobani, oh, this is the one. Nearly head die.
It does really skip off this surface for such a lush surface, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It really does.
That was a cut shot that followed. Then the next one, he went down the ground looking to get the maximum, but it wasn't to be. Safe hands from the fielder. Did really well. That was a really good catch from Javid.
Yeah, and then this was the one late on that I thought was a pretty fair decision as well. Snip back, and it hits him maybe just above the knee, but hard to say that wouldn't have hit the top of the stumps. This one was a bit of a lucky moment for Rishi, as he was dropped by the keeper first ball. There's no mercy from Kamran Rashid, as he was able to knock over the stumps. And yeah, before too long, it was all over. Rashid finishing with 2 for 9 of his 2 overs. And Indiska end up going down by the margin of 34 runs. So, back at the reply, I think you nailed it. Just no one able to go on with it. Even though for a while, Govinda and Sachin Sharma looked like they may put something together. But it was Thobani that impressed me with his batting. 31 of 20. Without him, I think they would have really struggled. The other man to reach double figures was Hiramath, who scored 11 off 10 balls. The other thing about that innings, very few extras, just the 3 wides in there. And I think that's the reason Indiska really struggled to put anything together in reply.
Yeah, it was a tidy effort, like I say, but certainly did like the fire that Rashid was prepared to bowl, and he certainly had one or two of the Indies combatants sort of not fancy it, didn't fancy the short stuff at all. It'll be interesting how they regroup and get ready to face him again when it has to. Look at those bowling figures, and the man that I'm talking about there bowled really well indeed, right at the top, 2 for 9. And also 2 wickets there from Javed. He did well. Not only did he bowl well, 2 for 13, but a good contribution in the field as well.
Yeah, and you look, all those economy rates very good. They all bowled their 2 overs. Look, 9, 10, 17, 20 and 13. All of those economy rates, they were less than what was required by Indiska in this chase. So we'll be back, and Indiska, we'll have to chase again. It will be Linköping. We'll be batting first after winning the toss in match 4. We'll join you again in around about 15 minutes, take you into the last match of the day on opening day. The sun's out. We're having some fun here in Stockholm, the Swedish capital. Back with more cricket soon. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Back soon with more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Stockholm. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with you for the European Cricket Network as we head into the last game of opening day. And it's match 4, a rematch between Linköping and Indiska. Let's go out to the middle. Stefan Gooch with the two captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Heads.
Heads go. It's heads.
Okay.
Would you like to do it?
We're gonna bet.
Okay. Good luck. Thank you. Cheers. Cheers.
So once again, Linköping have won the toss and they have elected to bat first. I think putting 100 plus on the board and defending it, that is their game plan. And Indiska, let's see if they can put anything together with the bat as we head into the last game of the day. Again, both these two teams, they're going to want to get some points because Albi's Army, they did win both their matches this morning. They have shot to the top of the table. Let's see if these two teams can put anything together as we get ready for the first ball. The news from the toss in match 4 is that Linköping have won the toss. They are going to have a bat first. Let's go to Rico as we get ready for the last game of the day.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo. Lovely to have him back, and plenty of chances to catch up tonight. Maybe over a few glasses of some nice Swedish wine and some good Swedish food. And I tell you what, I think the old Swedish favourite meatballs with some boiled potatoes would go down absolute treat here tonight. But first of all, we've got some cricket to sort out, and it's going to be the second match between Linköping and Indiska. Linköping have elected to have another bat. Well, why not? First time round, it went pretty well for them. Got a comfortable 34-run victory, 105 to 71. And they'll be looking to do it all over again. My suspicion is that this time that they may even go bigger and put more runs on the board. Certainly the man who impressed in that first one was Rahul Halim. Somebody who will be looking to impress is Saad Khan. Let's see if he can get in the runs there as well. I like the batting towards the end of Ankit Naik. He managed to get the acceleration in when they needed to do so. And with the ball, I think everybody was pretty impressed with the pace of Cameron Rashid. Well, what about Indiska? I think they didn't help themselves with that earlier run out. Govinder Singh was the guilty partner. He was the run out by Sachin Sharma. So those two have to put things to get their acts together a little bit. But there was good batting from Tazim Tabani. He looked pretty good, and I'm pretty sure that if he can get going and get some good support from one or two of those other key players, then you never know, anything is possible. And I think Sachin Hirmath, I like the look of him as well. Our man in black, a very good day today. Bilal Munir and Mohammed Qasim have made their way out, and they're led by the man that you saw at the coin toss. And Stefan Gooch is the tournament referee. And the two batters make their way out. It's going to be Rahul Halim and Saad Khan, looking to give their team a good start. The bowling front from Indiska, I think it was very, very much a case of trying to get the ball in the right areas and force the batters to make a mistake. It's kind of worked for them to a degree in the first match, but I just get the feeling that knowing what's to come this time around, that Linköping will be more the wiser and maybe more attacking. They only lost 4 wickets to the 105, and they'll probably be thinking, well, look, we can afford to be a bit more attacking and aggressive against this bowling attack. And if we lose, 7-8 wickets, getting to a score of 120, 130, then so be it. We've got to be prepared to do that. Govinder Singh is going to start with the ball. And no doubt it'll be very much the same from him. We're just getting the ball flighted up. The field set already with those 2 men out at long on and mid-wicket. So that's where they're expecting these shots to be played. The umpires will wait for confirmation before we get started from the timekeepers and the scorers. And it looks like we're ready to go. First ball then of match 4, the last one of the day. Hope you've enjoyed being with us. Certainly enjoyed your company. Keep your comments coming through, and hope we enjoy the action of this match number 4. Nicely played. Again, no pace on the ball at all. Just drops the bat onto it. Halim and gets himself off the mark. Side card takes guard. Gurvinder Singh just wants that man a lot closer. Well, look at that. He said, I don't care if I'm tossing him up. I want you there with the firing behind the fielder. He's probably not so happy about it. Here we go. Left arm again. And think about the single. But Gosh gets there pretty quickly, the wicketkeeper. No single there. Yeah, he wants that man close in, doesn't he? He's saying, I want you there, I want you close. I don't want to give any runs away here. And that's why he wants him there. That's good work. And that's what he's probably saying. Dekhiya, mainu pata ball itte honi hai, tere ko honi hai, chhadni nahi. And he doesn't let him down. Gets his top in. Amardeep Singh is that man. Oh, that's well bowled. And in fact, he's got two men now. He's brought the mid-wicket right up as well. So Amardeep Singh close in on one side. I think it's Rishi Harish in on the other. This is a very good field set really for what he's bowling. Hits this one down into the ground, fielded, gets the throw in, and this is going to be really close. I think it might be worth checking this. I reckon this is close, closer than it looks. He has a bit of work to do with the throw. Had to take it quite high up. Gets his adjustment now as he comes down. No batsman in the picture at the moment. He's looking short to me. And well, look at that. He's on his way. And well, it looks like the third umpire just wanted to make sure that it's gone. And the umpire on field just wanted to check with him that there was no error with the wicket keeper taking the bowls off. I can sort of understand that because I think the third umpire there, which I think is Mohammad Kazim, is just probably saying, well, I can't see all the action because the wicket keeper's body's in the way, and he just wanted to make sure that the stumps weren't broken beforehand. And Stefan Gooch on the other end of the walkie-talkie says, nope, all good from my end. That is a big wicket. And that was all about the pressure, I think, that was applied by having those two fielders close, making it difficult to get any of the runs there. And they then do take a dicey single. It was good work from the fielder, picking it up first time and getting the throw in. So they get an early breakthrough. Gurvinder Singh looking to carry on. So they get the danger man early. This one's played out. A lot of work to do for the fielders here. And they should, oh, there should be an easy two here. That's not good running at all. Nobody in that fine leg area or even behind square. And that's a very good first over. Wicket straight away. Just a couple of runs from it. New batter that's gone out there. Number 3 is Javed. Looks like he's going to be one of their key players. So to get Rahul Halim run out so early, that's a massive result for Indisika. Apologies for your scoreline just been down for the moment. Just a few technical issues. That will be up in a moment, I'm sure. It's Sanjay Saran. Goes big down the ground. Balle, balle, balle. Kinna sona. Shaka. Lovely shot. Just holds his position well. Waits to the last moment and hits it clean and straight. And well, that's a bit of the Maximo there, going to do a bit of fielding. You can tell if it weren't for those orange shoes, it could have been anyone. There's only one man that's wearing the orange shoes here today, and this is work. Oh dear, the fielder, that's bad. Gandhi fielding, and fortunately, there is a fielder that backs him up. Doesn't allow for the spin here at all. And that gets past him. Look, that's not good. And then he doesn't even bother to chase after it. I think that's the annoying thing about it for me. I think if you make a mistake, you then try and do your best to make up for it. But once that goes past Amandeep Singh, he just says, nah, I'm not interested. And this one is played right off the stumps. It gets past Rishi Harish, who's in there. And, certainly a bit more determined. I know when I went over in that direction in the break between the first match between these two, Indiska, they were all in a huddle talking about various things. And one of the things that one of the subjects was the running, the backing up, running between the wickets. And they certainly also must have talked about being more aggressive in the field. They certainly are looking like they're more aggressive, that's for sure. And it's a good start from them because they got Rahul Halim out very early just for one run out. It wasn't the best of calls actually from Saad Khan, has to be said, but it was a good throw from Sachin Hirmath to his keeper, combining well with Arijit Ghosh. Oh, a bit of width here. Asking the question once more from the umpire at square, and looks like we're going to have another look at the line here. Does he drag his foot out? Well, is there? Well, it's just difficult to tell straight away. Does he have enough? Have a look at it here. I mean, you can see where the line is. He drags out. Here he brings the foot back, and I think he's probably got enough behind it. It's very close, but I think he has enough. And I'm just basing that decision on the way as he starts to lose his balance, he stays in. But it's certainly worth a try, worth a shot, I would say. Ajit Ghosh, good hands from him. This is probably too wide. We'll see a different signal from the umpire. And Mohammed Kasim gives the wide. It seems to be the look out in Sweden from players and well, even the match officials. They do like the ponytails here, don't they, in Sweden? Up in the air, he's just got enough of it to go over the infielders. It shouldn't be a 4. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. What is this all about? Well, 3 of them there. He just needs to get a hand onto this. And you know what's coming. Oh no, please don't show this again. Please don't show it again. Oh, it goes completely wrong. It's a big blunt from the fielder. And well, he doesn't get the ball, he gets a rope. This time it goes down the ground. Certainly some moments are magical and you want to be sharing them with your friends and family. Others are not so good. This one sort of being flat batted straight back down the ground for a few runs. As we have a look at the standings so far, and you can see there that Lynn Shopping, they're looking to get this victory and go joint at the top on points anyway with Al Bazami. That run rate will be interesting. And a good time to welcome back Mr. Maximo into the commentary box.
Good to be back. I was just taking a bit of time out to brush my ponytail. I wish. And yeah, how's that fielding effort? You got more rope than ball. You know when you're finishing a marathon, they have the tape at the end, and it ends up looking a bit like that. Anyway, oh, look who's back. It's going to be Govinda, who starts with a dot.
It's going to be another. I think they're checking this again. They're going back to the third umpire, Stephen Gooch.
The other one was super close. It was just inconclusive. This one, I think, could be in some trouble.
Well, look, this time I think he may be gone. You know, he's been playing around with the line. I think he's just on the line. He's not gone far. I don't think he's gone enough. Has he got enough of that foot behind it? I don't think he has here. No, I think he's gone.
I think it's enough for me to say he's probably out there, you know.
I think he's only just on the line. If he's just on the line belongs to the fielding side. I think he could be gone here.
Yeah, and he is.
Yeah.
It's a good decision. Yeah, I think it is a good decision. For me, that's conclusive enough that he's got nothing grounded behind the line. I know we don't get the best look at it, but I have to say, balance the probabilities, it seems to me that that's out. And that's not just the wicketkeeper in me talking. And smart bit of work by the keeper as well.
Yeah.
That's
Ajit Ghosh, he does really well.
Yeah.
He was, I mean, it was close a time before, but he didn't learn his lesson. He went for it again, and they've got him.
So, yeah, just what they need. I mean, one thing that they can do in Disca is take a bit of pressure off their batting by keeping Linköping down to a modest target. And to do that, in turn, you're going to need to take wickets. And a smart bit of keeping there. So Govinda gets the wicket. So 18 for 2. A pretty good start this. But again, they're going to have to keep taking wickets and not let any partnerships flourish if they're going to be in this game in Disca and potentially get their first points on the board in the series.
Yeah, well, they've got two of the main wickets already, haven't they? Especially that one of Halim, which is a soft dismissal. In fact, both of them have been soft. They've been errors from the Linköping side. So Govinda Singh just waits. So the new batter comes in.
New batter out there's Askar. Pretty accurate, isn't he, Govinda?
Yeah.
Most of the time. Yeah, let's see Linköping's kind of approach to this.
Just throws this one outside the off stump, and the wicketkeeper ends up taking this on his knees. He's got to be so careful that he doesn't take the ball in front of the stumps.
Yeah.
Oh, they're taking him on. Govinda, pick up one hand. Oh, this could have been so close. I think they forgot the fact that Govinda is left-handed. And Govinda there is saying it was just that close. I bet it was.
I don't know how you can forget because he's just bowled it left-handed. But anyway, they take it on anyway. And yeah, this hits. I think he's just gone, yeah.
He was gone. And Govinda saying, oh, bach gaya. Inna siga, inna. Yeah, just that much in it, he says. Gets the edge and goes to third. They'll take another single. So they haven't looked comfortable at all against Govinda Singh. He's bowled really well, and he's been teasing them all the way through. And this is not the sort of power play, not one that I was expecting, I have to admit. I thought it was going to be a higher scoring match. This one would be called a wide, but the batter knows that he's missed out on it. There is nobody. If you have a look at this field, Vinny, I've never seen a field like this in ages. All the bodies to this pace on the offside.
Yeah.
Nobody at all from the man who's at, I would say he's at mid-wicket, all the way to behind the field on that leg side.
Yeah.
This one's been well played. He timed this lovely. Doesn't try and hit it too hard. Again, he knows that all the fielders are inside the circle. Just needs to get enough carry on this. And he does, and it's 4 runs. Yeah. 4 runs to end, a good spell of bowling from Govinda.
And 6 fielders on the offside, but still they can only have 2 outfielders, and they were both on the leg side. So if you think you can hit it over the offside, doesn't matter how many people they have in the circle, you can still get value over there. That's 3 overs down. Score now is 25 for 2. And so, yeah, it's an interesting tactic. As we see, Fletcher's running something out here. What's this? Could be a... Oh, I wonder what's going on there. Maybe a replacement walkie-talkie or something. And yeah, Fletch, as made famous in the Kartama ECS. And luckily he didn't have to throw that to the umpire.
That's why he ran it out. That's why he ran it out, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely would be taking a bit of a punt, I think, and trying to go leg side when there's only 3 fielders leg side, especially with bowling at that pace. It's just Sanjay Kumar Serene, the captain, who's coming on to bowl the 4th over. Got to say, quick hello to everyone that's saying hi to us in the chat. We always love your company. To Anisha, hello to you. Hope you're well.
Hello to everyone. As that one's been played out in the off, they think about taking the second, and it's not to be.
And so, well, if you'd like to say hello, now's a great time to get in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. Having a great time here in Stockholm on opening day of a 2-week tournament.
This is up in the air. This is an opportunity. He's got to take it, and he does really well. He made it difficult for himself because of the way he came in, but we know that he's got a good safe pair of hands. Kayura Patel, he took one in the earlier match, and he takes another here. And that's good hands from him.
That was a really good catch, actually, to be honest, because he had to go quite a long way, but because he gets there so quickly, he can actually get set under the ball, and he's actually pretty stationary. And I like the way that, he's stationary when he takes the ball, but then he kind of protects himself with his body, and I think that might have hurt on the way down, but still, he does have the reward. Capital takes a very good catch. Linköping lose a third wicket now. It's 26 for 3.
Yeah, they are struggling, aren't they, here? The wickets are falling. They're falling quite quickly. Nobody's really getting hold of the bowling. It's a nice little period here.
Kit Naik's a new batter.
Oh, what a beauty. What a beaut to start off with.
I'm pretty sure this is straight, but he makes it look like it's doing everything. Or maybe
no,
went
no,
away.
no.
Yeah, okay.
That's a bit there. That
Still
does a
missed
bit.
it by a long way.
He does.
You see, so you expect him to be turning it into you, but if anything, it's just kind of going away off the pitch. It might just be natural shape or perhaps hitting the seam. Good bowling though, good areas. 2 strikes on Naik. Give him to get hand on this, but won't prevent a single. Apologies, the scoreline not on the screen at the moment, I can tell you. It is 26 for 3. In fact, with that one, it'll be 27 for 3 at the end of 4 overs. And so, certainly hope that you're enjoying the telecast. No matter where you're watching from around the world, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me is Rico Full. It's great to be back. I had a couple of weeks off, and I just enjoyed being a viewer. I got to say, you do a great job.
I don't do bad. Yeah, you do a good job as a lurker as well.
I got to say, big thank you to Andrew Ryan as well for covering me while I was away, and not often I get some time off, but I enjoyed it, and now really excited to be back into it though. And what an exciting start we've had. I mean, Albi Zalmi, they're always excitement machines, and they didn't let us down this morning. But also, getting to know some of the other teams a bit more, especially these 2 teams that we haven't seen on ECN since 2020. Great chance to get another look at them and see how far their cricket's come in a couple of years. Yeah, absolutely. I think that's your spot on there. It's nice to see teams that we haven't seen in a while. And also, I'm looking forward to seeing the teams that we haven't seen at all. There's a couple of new teams that we're going to see here in Stockholm. Something like 70 teams in Sweden, and that's just clubs. Some of them have multiple teams. Anyway, start of a new over, and it is cut off in the circle. This is Kandavali, who is bowling now for Indiska, and much improved Indiska, I think, in this game so far. Yeah, what it is now, I don't know whether it's to do with the conditions, because that wind has died down, but their bowling's been much tidier, and they haven't tried to do anything too sexy with it, if you like. They're not charging in. It's all about just getting the ball in the ears, and they're making the batters make the mistakes. Just keep it simple. I know that you like to talk about sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket. Well, we've got the sun. Yeah. I suppose we got the sea. If you go far enough. There is the sea. There's plenty of water around. Sand. Yeah. Oh, that's a no ball. It's got to be called. Yeah. The umpire's onto it pretty quickly, and that's nice to see. That's good there. That's it. Yeah, that was a clear no ball. Remember, anything waist high or above, and that one was probably chest height. So free hit coming up. Got to say the umpiring's been pretty good. They've been very good. They've done a very good job. Yeah, very good. I like the way they've communicated. First day for them as well. Third umpire as well. Yeah, spot on, guys. Plays this away to the man at backward point. They'll get another single. And a good throw as well. It gets the top of the bails. So, Reynolds in the chat asking which team does Khalil play for? Well, that's Azam Khalil, I think you're referring to. He plays for Albi Zalmi. You saw him this morning. And we'll see him tomorrow afternoon, as Albi Zalmi will be playing Linköping in tomorrow afternoon's matches. So, give you the schedule pretty shortly for day 2. Kandavali, a little bit short, but I was going to say straight to the hands of the fielder. Well, the fielder's been there waiting patiently all of this match. Harish, he gets his chance, but it gets put down. He could not have put himself in a better position here. You see, it's just gone straight into the breadbasket and straight out. Yeah, great opportunity to get Naik. Naik's an attacking player. We saw him play some very good attacking shots towards the end of the first match when he got 19 to his name.
And, well, that catch going down could be one that hurts them. They've been very good up until that point. The first real blip in their performance in this, the final match of today, match number 4. Too wide, he's hit well, but he finds a fielder. It probably would have been a wide delivery.
Yeah. Gets out of jail there a little bit. It'll finish the over. Cannavale goes for 7. He escaped punishment on a couple of occasions there. It's 34 for 3 at the end of 5 overs. So Diska said to take the pressure off their batting, they need to keep Linköping to something reasonable. At the moment, they're on target to do that. Steve Cook in the chat was asking about how teams qualify for these competitions. Last year, pretty much 60 clubs all had T10 qualifiers to qualify for ECS. Because it's so early in the season this time, they've done it a bit differently. So teams have had the choice of playing the ECS or playing the Swedish Cup T10 later in the year, which won't be televised, but it will still be a T10 tournament. And basically, the Stockholm winners and the South winners of the ECS, as well as the Stockholm winners and the South winners of the Swedish Cup, will be the 4 teams in contention for ECL qualification, and there'll be a playoff later in the year. So, yeah, these teams in the ECS are here because it suited their schedules. So we're only seeing some of the teams in Sweden, of course. I think 60 or 70 clubs now, which is pretty good going.
Satyan Sharma coming to the attack, and he certainly does float them up there. This one, well, it takes a long time to come back down. The batter gives himself enough room and plays it out in the offside con. A single.
I was going to say earlier, somebody in the chat said that Govinda, I mean, bowling doesn't get much slower than this. I felt like saying, you probably haven't seen Satyan Sharma because he's really been bringing the moon balls. This one I think is going to be just a little bit too wide. Yeah. But what he has shown is he's able to do it pretty accurately, even though that one's a wide. But especially with length, because length is what will kill you if you're bowling this pace. And he's got a quicker one as well.
This one's been hit pretty well, and it goes all the way over. And it's shaka time. It's a long time coming. They haven't hit a 6 for a while. It was Javid who hit the last one. This one does go all the way.
Yeah, nice shot, because it's very easy to mistime that. And if you just get it slightly wrong, then the fielder's in the game. But he gets enough in it to get the Maximo over long on.
Yeah, remember he was put down, wasn't he, Nayak? When he was on 3 by Rishi. So this is bonus runs for him now. Well, he'll have another go. He doesn't get this right fielder coming across. Govinda. Oh, that could have been nasty. And it just misses the cap off the fielder who was down on the ground. But Govinda went right in front of Tobani trying to take it. Tobani loses it. Govinda doesn't touch it. And I had visions of this one clonking Tobani on the head.
Tobani knew that Govinda was coming because I think he heard his footsteps, you see. So he actually wasn't in any danger of the collision. Come back to that in a second as the next one's played down to deep mid wicket for a single. But the other thing is, if that ball hit the cap, it wouldn't have been 5 runs because the cap wasn't taken off deliberately. Yeah, it accidentally blew off his head. So that would be an interesting one. But yeah, Sharma, he's a very exciting player to watch when he's bowling.
Then to the ground, Govinda coming across. Will he get there? Govinda, he's a big unit. And he takes a while to accelerate, but it takes even longer to slow down afterwards. Put the brakes on. And they're not able to stop there in time. This is a nicely timed shot. Doesn't try to hit it too hard. Keeps the ball along the ground. Gets it past the infielder. And then Govinda's got a long way to go. He can't get there. So just getting some acceleration in when they really needed it here.
You're playing well. I think, yeah, if you rush forward, you can kind of lose your composure against this kind of bowling. There's the quicker one. They'll just work it out for a single, just a single, and it'll be the end of the 6th over. The 50 comes up for Linköping. They're 50 for 3 after 6 overs. This is when I do think I've been talking about the 2 ball last 4 overs. I think that's achievable. I mean, to do that, probably need a 6 in the over or maybe a couple of boundaries. If you do that from here, then you can get up to 98, which would be pretty competitive. There's a couple of big swings in that over. Well, that was a very interesting over. What happened there? it's been jumped up and jumped back.
Looks like a hammer, doesn't it?
The supercomputer just
looks like a hammer.
Just had a bit of a
hammered. So who's this now?
Y2K issue. All right, yep, we're going to go back to Vinod Kandavali in over number 7.
Starts with a quicker one, but it will it or will it not? Well, gets away with it. Thought that was probably playing about with the wide line there. The umpire's pretty happy that it stays inside. So Candavali will continue. Keeps it even wider, but this time the batter says, well, if they're not going to get called, I better play on them. They look to go for the second. And comes the throw.
Going to say, that's Michael saying, if he can bowl a quicker one, why is he bowling the loopy ones? I think the loopy ones are pretty effective sometimes. I think it's all about variation. He does try to bowl a quicker one to keep him honest. I think that batters hate facing him because there's always the risk you look stupid by getting out to it. So I think that's the tactics. I think we have seen it done well if it can be done accurately. That's the thing. And also Vinny Fangirl with a comment. Come back to that in a second.
Well struck. But again, this fielder there, it'll be Patel. He's been very good out there, Patel. Gets the throw in. Well backed up. Just a single.
Reynolds might be off for now. See you later, Reynolds. Hopefully see you again soon.
Adios, Reynolds.
So Vinny Fangirl saying, why don't we do a lurker call out? What's the good time to do a lurker call out? Last game of the day. What do you think?
Yeah, do one.
Okay.
Do one.
This is a quicker one and well handled behind the stumps by Gosh. Yeah, so if you are watching and maybe you haven't had a chance to jump into the live chat very often, why don't you let us know right now where you're watching from in our live chat, ECN European Cricket Network, and we can say hello to you and thank you for supporting European cricket. So the lurker call out has been put out. Now, thanks to the suggestion from Vinny Fangirl. It's very intelligent and beautiful, I'm told, as the next one is handled down there. He's a pretty good fielder, isn't he, Ko Patel?
Yep.
And he's quick on his feet. That's what I like about him. And he does well to kind of make a good angle to that ball. Yeah, I was a lurker last week. Last couple of weeks I did plenty of lurking. You saw me, the lurker emoji in the chat. Well, he goes for this, and this one is been blasted straight over our heads. That's a big hit. One of the biggest all day. Maximo! And Nike, well, he's slow to start, and they missed the opportunity to get him, and they just might pay as he just moseys down the pitch. And this one was a beautiful straight hit for 6.
No, that was great. I love the way he kept his shape there as he smashes that over. That's a big one. That's a Bizaway Supersonic 6. Biggest off the day. And that's also the end of that over. Going away nicely now, just getting that acceleration in. So 59, 3 wickets down, 18 balls to come here.
This is what's coming up tomorrow, Rico. We'll get to see the Stockholm Titans on ECS debut. They're taking on Potchirka. Potchirka really need a win or two as well after not picking up any points this morning. And then in the afternoon, we'll see Linköping versus Albi Zalmi. I think that'll be a really interesting contest in the afternoon session as well. All starts again tomorrow morning. Day 2, action from Stockholm starting at 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and it's 12:30 p.m. in India. Join us for another day in the FanCode European Cricket Series. Sorry. Still waiting on some lurkers in the chat. Let us know where you're watching from. We do love to hear. And I know we've got viewers from all around the world. Where are you watching from, Vinny Fangirl? Let us know. Tanzim Damani will be the bowler in over number 8.
Just hits up into that gap in the mid-wicket area. They have moved the man that they had in there before, Rishi Harish, out of that zone now. Don't actually think there was a need to do it, and with the score 60 in this, the start of the 8th over, I think they can still afford to have him here.
Yeah, 2 balls still gets them to high 90s. Mid-90s at least.
Oh, mis-stumping. Had to be quick, had to take it clean. His gloves weren't able to. And you see this, we'll probably catch his side on. He draws the batter out to play the shot. And Naik gets a bit lucky once more here.
Yeah, he just misreads the bounce. I think if he takes that cleanly, then he gets the stumping. So chance goes begging.
Wide ball.
Yeah, so I think this is the skill. Again, to spot a wide and to leave it alone, don't get yourself in trouble. Well, thank you for the tip about where you're watching from, Fangirl. Sounds like a pretty cool place. This time the keeper does handle it, but batter not able to do anything. Got to say, talk me through the hairstyle here of Tabani. Is that the side ponytail? Or is it just the wind?
I think it's just the wind there. I think
that just shows. If you want to know which way the wind's going, now you know.
His hair hasn't recovered since he had that
did
dive.
he need, I thought?
Up in the air, it's up and over. It's going to take some stopping, and well, they're not going to do with it well. It's another foot fail, and this time it's Sachin Hirimath. You've got to do better here. You've got to be prepared to get down. It's the slower delivery. Slices at it, and the fielder, he has a slice at it with his foot as well, and that's poor.
Yeah, it's not a good effort. He has to get off his feet there instead of using his feet.
Tabani is not going to be impressed with that at all.
Saad Khan, the captain, gets a boundary. He's on the rack again.
Oh, and he's gone. I think he chops this down onto his stumps. And well done. That's good reward for Tabani. He deserves that wicket. He's certainly giving 100% for his team here today. See this one?
Ugly kind of shot, isn't it? Just kind of chops it, literally chops it down onto his stumps. He doesn't really know where he's trying to hit this, I think. And so, the ultimate revenge for the bowler. As Tabani gets his first wicket of match 4. And this time, it's the captain who has to go for 19. The score now is 66 for 4.
Yeah, he's done well, isn't he, Tabani? Just keeps the ball up there. Saad Khan, a 19 of 22 deliveries. So you can see he was trying to get a bit of acceleration in, but only results in him getting himself out. New batter comes in. See there, taking guard. Nice shot there off the European Cricket Network banner as well. We grow together is the slogan. That's clipped away nicely. No fielder out there at all. He's got a lot of work to do. He's not going to get there. That's 4 runs despite the efforts of Sachin Sharma. The big gap on that side. You can't afford to be bowling on the leg side. So it's not a good finish to Tabani's spell. He was bowling pretty well up until then, but he does go for 10 off the over. And it's 70 for 4 at the end of 8.
Yeah, with only 3 fielders on the leg side, you couldn't really afford to bowl that line, even though it wasn't really on the middle of the bat. It was a long chase for the man who was at the deep backward square leg boundary. And you see that Sanjay Kamasarine bowled 2.1 overs. I wonder if that's because there was a 7-ball over. So I'm sure that'll be adjusted. I have a feeling that it might have been the second over that might have been a 7-ball over. But that'll happen from time to time. Anyway, they haven't done too much with the extra ball at the moment. They're on 87 pace. 2 overs to go. Big 2 overs in the context of this game, because we know Indiska's batting was, let's just say, a bit shaky to say the least. So they won't want to chase more than 85 here. Can Linchaping put together a final assault? And this man Naik, who's on 20 not out, he'll be the one that's hoping to take them to something 90 plus, 95 plus, and he'll be facing Amandeep Singh.
Yeah, Amandeep Singh is going to bowl his first over. He's going to bowl the 9th. So it's risky. We know it all happens in the 9th. In comes Amandeep. And this is being well hit, and I don't think Patel can do anything about this at all. We'll wait for confirmation to see what this is, and it's 4 runs. So izquierda y derecha. Well, that's the action from the Manos off the umpire. That's 4 runs, and Patel, if he can get past him, if he can't stop it, nobody can stop it. Good hit.
The last 4 deliveries have been 4 wicket, 4-4. Pretty good trade-off for Linchaping as they're trying to lift things. And Diska, yeah, they just need to get rid of Naik. I think that'll solve a lot of their problems. Still persisting with the fairly heavy offside field. Often you'll see 4 on the offside at this stage of the innings, but they've still got 5, including the deep point they're just putting back now. No third man, no fine leg.
Shot, and this one could be coming our way.
It does.
And it does, just over the fielder. And manos arriba from the arbitro. Manos arriba porque eso es 6 carreras.
Bangs in, it's that flat bat shot, and with the boundaries in about 5 metres from last year when we were in Stockholm, you're getting value for that flat bat shot. That one last year is probably caught. Just carries the boundary by about 3 metres, I think. And so, yeah, the bowlers have to be careful if they're bowling that kind of a length, because the batters, and it shows with the field. The field is set very, very straight. We haven't seen a lot of little deflection shots behind the the batter. So you've got absolutely no fine leg at all. You've got more of a backward point than a short third man.
This one's up in the air, and it's going to drop. It's going to drop probably a couple of metres away from the bowler. Amandeep Singh just doesn't run.
I thought there's no way he's getting that, but he probably didn't realise. You never know if you don't try it. I mean, I think he was the only person on the field that had any chance to catch that.
It's a single. He's happy with it being just a single, because it gets an opportunity to bowl now at Raza, because Naik is the one who's doing all the damage.
Yeah, Raza had hit a boundary with the only ball he's faced so far. That one was just a wild hack at the ball.
Get a single to give Naik one more ball.
What do you do here if you're Naik? It's the last ball of the over. You probably want the strike. You still looking to hit a boundary off this ball?
Yeah, I think he will. I think that's his plan. He'll go for the boundary. I think he's got enough confidence in Raza.
I agree, because the other thing is if you can try and hit a boundary, you might hit a one anyway. So don't limit yourself.
Well, he goes down the ground. It's a full toss. It just drops short off the man that comes in and does the fielding, and that's Vinoth. And they do get the one.
High. I know he's on the walk though, but yeah, so it probably was okay, but he does get the single and he'll retain the strike. 83 for 4 after 9 overs. And we're talking a second ago about Indiska probably not wanting to chase more than about 85. It looks like it will be a few more than that. A handful more at least, as the last over will commence very shortly. And it's Naik that's been good here. He's on 32 now off just 17 balls. He was shaky early, wasn't he, when he came to the crease? Didn't hit the ball well at all, but just shows you if you stick around and yeah, maybe a bit lucky to still be there.
He was. I mean, Rishi dropped him when he was on 3. That was a big moment. You take those 29 runs that he's added since then, and he's the only one that's really been going well. Could have been a different story.
All right, so here's Tabani with the last over.
Firmly struck. They don't really run very hard. Patel is a very good fielder, but unless you put him under pressure,
see, that's
why
one.
mistakes.
They need to be running hard there and at least looking to get Naik back on strike. We're into the last over. But yeah, they just kind of jogged the one. So it will be Raza has to do the heavy lifting.
He struck this beautifully. He's going to go all the way over the fielder. Balle, 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 kinna, sona, shaka, lagya. And Patel just having a few words with his fielder to say, you should be on the line, buddy. I don't think it would have made any difference. I think this has cleared him anyway.
Probably, but yeah, we'll never know because he was in about 2 or 3 metres too much. But now we know why they just jogged a single. Naik wasn't too desperate to get back because Raza does the business.
They've got to run hard here. You've got to go there and back. I mean, they could even be thinking about 3. I mean, they just complete the 2, and that's with them sort of just pooling along, really.
Yeah, the keeper, he was off because he knew there was no one down there. And so frustrating because he sprints about 45 metres and then doesn't field the ball anyway. And we'll get a couple. They have gotten to 90 now, and with that, I believe that takes it up to 92. So, yeah, 3 balls remaining. Can they get the 100?
Oh, well, this is a beauty. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna, sona, ginna, bada, shaka. And it's firework time here in the last over. Well, we said it all happens in the 9th. It's happening in the 9th and the 10th here. And both these batters now are finding their range. Ali Raza is all of a sudden just dealing in 6s.
Yeah, now it seems a formality that look at the 100. Still a couple of balls to go. They're on 98.
Up in the air, it's a catch. Good luck. Govinda Singh is coming in, and well, he drops it. From this angle, it's like he laid an egg. And are they going to get the run out, or is it going to be 2? The umpires believe they got there safely.
Yeah, they get there, but I mean, yeah, Govinda, he would hope to swallow this. Normally a good fielder. It's a bit slow to recognise, I think, that it was his. And you see, in the end, he just tries to hug it in. And that one gets away from the bear. Yeah. And that brings up the 100 for Linshamping. And they didn't look like they get there for a lot of this innings, but they do have a similar score on the board that they successfully defended last time now.
Gets the ball in. Thuvani does well. And that is it. That's the end of the proceedings. So it finishes exactly on 100. So not quite what I expected. I thought they'd go beyond the 105. But But it was a good last couple of overs. They went for, it was 70 for 4 at the end of 8, so 30 runs coming in the last 2. And these two, good acceleration. But is that man again, Nayak? He's certainly going to be one to watch. He made a good, healthy contribution. 19 not out at the end of the first innings. And there, he was given a chance when he was dropped, but he made the most of it. Added 30 more onto his total. 100 exactly, 4 wickets down.
Yeah, just feel like it was an innings of missed opportunities in Disca. They were in a good position in the middle of it. They just threw it away at the end. Again, I think they rue the drop chance of Ali Raza. We'll see it all in the highlights here. Thanks to our friends at Spring Productions. And you see that, well, once again, we've seen some interesting cricket today. And once again, it was a run out. That was the issue. And this one, I think, is out. The ball is dislodged, but when he hits the stumps, he is holding the ball. And yeah, the big hitting would continue. Well, I was called into action on that occasion. These are my fielding shoes. We did have this bit of fielding as well, where he just came up with nothing but fresh air on a pretty fresh Monday. This one, I think it was a good decision when we looked at it, that there was nothing behind the line. Yeah, and ultimately, they were in a good position. They played themselves into contention here in Disca, and through the middle of the innings, actually thought that they were ahead in the game.
Yeah, definitely. This one's hit high up in the air, and that man, Patel, he doesn't make any mistakes. He really has been impressive out there, and I think we're going to see a lot more catching from him. And this was the one, this is the important one. That's the one that Rishi put down, and that was when Knight was out there early. He was just on 3 at the time, and he went on to make 33, so you can see just how expensive that was, especially when you see that he was the one hitting the ball over the place. This one, well, there's a couple of opportunities that Govinda also had to take him. One was when he's sort of midway through his innings. One was towards the end as well. And on each occasion, it didn't take him. And you just think there was those couple of missed fields that we saw in the field, those drop catches as well. And you think they could have been the difference of around 40 runs in a Vinny, and it could have been a score around 65, 70.
Yeah, you just felt it could have been. And yeah, see the wheels falling off a little bit in Disca towards the end. And they did get that one. It was 4 and out for the captain, Saad Khan, but then there would be some more boundaries to come. See, they only had 3 on the leg side for a fair bit of this inning, so these kind of shots running away, nobody guarding that part of the boundary. And they seemed pretty good at hitting the bad balls when they came along, and these flat bat shots have been pretty effective with these shorter straight boundaries this year, getting value. This one was picked up nicely. Again, maybe a slight misjudgment of the fielder, but I think that one probably was going for 6 anyway, and so the boundaries kept coming. They had 2 boundaries in the 8th, 9th and 10th overs. And they do get to the 100 exactly in the end. And that one summed it up. That was the 99th and 100th runs right there. Govinda not able to hold the chance. And so 100 is the score. The target will be 101 for Disca. So similar kind of target that we saw them fail to achieve in the last game. Have a look at the scorecard.
Yeah, it was a better performance from Indiska, and but a fairly healthy looking scorecard there as well. This time it was a terrible run out for Halim. He went 1 from 1, but Saad Khan, he did go on to put 19 on the board, though he was batting pretty slowly. Asad Javid, he showed his class as well with some nice shots. Adil Asghar couldn't quite get going run the ball, but it was a good finish from those two. They did the same thing in the first match. What they have shown is, even though they don't get good starts, they are able to accelerate well with the likes of Anik Naik and also Ali Raza there in the runs.
Yeah, let's have a look at the bowling figures. And yeah, the tale of the haves and the have-nots. I mean, the first 3 bowlers kept things pretty tight, didn't they? Look at those economy rates. And their bottom 3, they went for plenty towards the end of the innings. A little quirk in the system there. Sanjay Kumar Serene bowled a 7-ball over. They still have put him down as 2.1 overs. That's something you don't see very often. But yeah, you can't really blame anyone but the umpires with that one. But see, just a little bit of a dramatic moment in the 5th over where it almost went to 0 and back. But what I would say is that 80-20 seems about right to me. Linchaping certainly in the driver's seat to make it 2 out of 2. We'll be back. Just a quick turnaround. Last game of the day when we return in Disca. They'll need 101 for victory in match 4 to open their account on this FanCode European Cricket Series. As it is Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Hope you're having a great day wherever you're watching from around the world. Join us for the final innings of the day just around the corner. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. we are in the final innings now of day one of this 2-week series, FanCode European Cricket Series, Sweden, Stockholm edition. And it's Indishka who are hoping to get their first points on the board. But it's not going to be easy. Once again, they're chasing triple digits. 101 required after Linköping put 100 on the board in the first half of match 4. And Indishka, their day's not getting much easier because they're going to have to deal with Kamran Rashid. He's a pretty pacey customer. He's going to be steaming in this first over. He normally bowls the first and the last. They need a good power play here. They need to get 30 minimum in the power play, probably 35 or 40, I think, if they're going to be in the running for the points. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me is Rico Full. And once again, I'm looking forward to seeing Kamran Rashid bowl, because I did think he was a bit of an enforcer. First one, though, he's played pretty well. Just kind of uses the bounce to his advantage, and it will be 4. So, yeah, it's a nice start for Indishka, just the start they needed.
Yeah, well played. And I was expecting it to be short, and it was, but it gave him some width. And I think Gurinder Singh was expecting it to be short as well. He didn't look too comfortable with the balls when they were right at him. In fact, there was a couple in that first game that went past, and one whizzed past his nostrils. So I think this one's going to be probably another short one. He charges in. No, he goes for the fuller one. And Gurinder gets to the other end pretty quickly. Yeah, he does not want to be run out this time.
No, but I mean, I think that's good bowling from Rashid. I think you don't want to be too predictable. I think that the first time Gurinder seemed to must be expecting a ball that was banged in. He was able to slap it away over the offside. Let's see how the keeper, Gosh, deals with him. And well, he's going to be gone first ball, and he has a big nick on this, surely. And yeah, he's given. So it's a pretty good catch, because that took a big deflection to Rahul Halim behind the stumps. We'll see it here on the replay. Just draws Gosh forward. You see, he just plays across it slightly. It was well taken. It was a stop, drop and roll job from the man with the gloves. And so one keeper catches another. Golden duck for Gosh as he falls. It's 5 for 1.
It's quite a few of them. As I said, there's plenty of in this ground here today, and there's plenty of water around Stockholm. We know that. And, there's another duck to go into the waterworks, and there's quite a few golden ones there as well. So Gurinder Singh, he has to welcome a new partner that's coming in. It looks like it's Sachin Sharma. And these two, they look like they're certainly big units, Vinny. And I reckon if they do get hit of a few deliveries, they're going to go a long way.
See here, nice bit of keeping. Again, protects the ball by letting his body hit the ground. Question in the chat from Michael. Come back to that in a second. This one really explodes off the surface. Let's have a look at the way this takes off. And see, look at that. Really, it's a good one to get first up. But Michael's saying that this guy, Kamran Rashid, seems a bit quicker than anything even that we saw in the Valletta Cup last week, the internationals. Is that true? Well, yeah, I mean, he'd be right up there. I still think he can go up another gear. I'd probably say, from Malta, someone like Bilal Muhammad probably gets it through a little bit quicker when he gets it right. Yeah. But, definitely on this pitch, I think there's a little bit of extra bounce for the bowlers that can bowl a bit quicker, and it can just surprise batters. We've seen that time and time again. You can see why Rashid's a handful.
I love his start. Watch the way he goes. He really it's like he's running on the spot. Gets the smoke going, does the wheel spin, and then knocks him over. What a style. That's what we're talking about. And he charges up himself, doesn't he? You see the feet going and there's no moving. Gets the steam going like he's doing the old wheel spin. And then he presses the foot butt and off he goes. And then he gets it right on the money. What a good delivery this is.
A reward for pitching it up as well. That's why I think it's nice to bang it in. But you've got to keep the batters guessing. And I think at this pace, you want to challenge the stumps. And you can see that Gurinder never gets in line with that delivery. That's kind of the way he bats. He likes to kind of keep his feet outside leg stump and try and slap the ball through the offside. But he couldn't deal with that one. And so the score now is 6 for 2 at the end of it. The first over, that was very, very effective for Linköping. And Kamran Rashid gets the spoils with 2 early wickets.
Yeah, this man is going to pick up a lot of wickets, Vinny. Kamran Rashid, I like his bowling, I like the energy. He gets the ball to zip through when he bangs it in short. And he doesn't waste it. It's normally at the batter, so it's a good, fast, quick, short delivery. And then he's got the Yorker to back it up as well.
Yeah, he's a very impressive bowler. And met him for the first time, actually, because a few of these players I've seen on TV back in 2020. I just joined the tour full-time in 2021. But, yeah, got to say, Cameron Rashid, it's really nice to meet him in person. This one's pitched up and driven away pretty nicely. It's been an interesting chase. Yeah, that's one way to do it. He sticks out the boot. I worry about fielding this way. And that's the man we're just talking about, Cameron Rashid. Because it's so easy to step on the ball if you do this. And it can be a nasty injury. I think you got to get down and diving at the ball, it's not natural for everyone. And you always feel a bit stupid if you dive at the ball and miss it. But I think that's probably a safer way to do the fielding.
He places carefully onto the bat. This is the batter that I was very impressed with that's out there now. Tanzim Thobani. I was very impressed with him in general. I think he bowled well, fields really well. So they'll be hoping they can get a good partnership going. There he is now, taking guard. He's out there with Sachin Sharma.
Yeah, I think it's a good move to get Thobani in. I mean, he's at number 4, which is where he about the first game. But not a bad thing that he's in with such a long time to go, because he's one guy that can go at the rate required. We saw that last time, as we see Naveed Akbar just pushing this one a little bit too wide and called.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think with the way that we saw him bat, he's certainly somebody who can spend some time out there. He'll get better the longer he's out there. We saw that in the first match. Just needs some support from somebody. If he can bat the same way as he did in the first match, and somebody give him a partnership worth another 20, 30 runs, they're in this match.
Yeah, see, Thobani happy to just play this one back. He'll be between a rock and a hard place here, because he'll want to be careful a little bit because he doesn't want to get out early, but they still need to score. That's the thing. I mean, at the end of this over, they want to be 20 to be up with the rate, and they're 10 with 4 balls remaining. So that's just going to be in the back of his mind.
Reaching, and gets it to point. They do take the single. One thing they've got to do better, and that'll be on the back of their mind as well, is they're running. There was too many run-outs in the last game, too many miscommunications. So I know that's one thing they were working on, just in a huddle before the start of this match. Let's see if they can put it in practice.
It's well bowled, just leaves him slightly. So, and then Shiping, I mentioned they've come about 2.5 hours to be here. The last time we saw them in the European Cricket Series, they actually took part in the Gothenburg tournament, which was way back in 2020. But that is a similar kind of distance south. So, do travel a bit to play their cricket, but obviously love it.
Gone, and this is not a good shot. Sharma does go. And you can see that coming from the moment that ball's left the hand. Sharma's drawn into the big shot. And rather than trying to hit straight, he's trying to work this over the mid-wicket area. And, well, it's fully straight. Boom. Jak de fatte. Shot Maria Ganda. Vapas Agia Banda.
Yeah, Sharma loses his stumps twice in the afternoon, and that's just good bowling. Again, see the batter taking the risk, trying to swing across the line of that one to the leg side. He gets nothing of it, and that's 2 overs down, 11 for 3. I would have been tempted to bowl out Cameron Rashid. I know they like to have him at the end, but I just think, with these two bowling so well, you can pretty much kill the game in the first 4 overs. If you get a couple more wickets now, maybe you're giving Thobani a ticket into the contest if they can get a few runs away in the middle overs. Anyway, it's a good position to be in regardless if you're Linköping, as Ashada 1 will be the bowler in over number 3, the last over of the power play coming up. I talked about them needing 30 minimum in the power play, and that looks unlikely. Here's a 1.
Gets the ball in the right area. Again, if you're going to be bowling around the wicket, that's what you've got to be trying to do. Get that one angled right across the batter. Does that pretty well, and you can see if you're trying to hit this in the mid-wicket area, chances are you're going to play it on. This is struck pretty well though, and that's going to get 4. And that wasn't as pitched up. It was a little bit shorter. And Thobani says, okay, I'll have this one. Waits for it. Sends it away. Good shot. 4 runs.
Yeah, really good shot. It's a little bit easier to play this shot from a right arm around bowler because you're kind of hitting it from where it came, in a sense. So Tabani, maybe that's the shot that gets him going here in match 4.
This time he's along the deck. It's going to run pretty quickly. In comes the throw. And well backed up. Gets a single. So Kandavili will now go and strike.
He needs some help, doesn't he, Tabani? He's not going to be able to do this on his own.
Kandavali, can he offer any support really to Tabani? Hits it fairly well. Bats a long way outside of his crease. And, plays this off to long on. That's the sun. Makes another appearance. You love it when the sun's out.
Yeah, it is nice. Just a bit more cloud cover than we had earlier in the day. We had bright blue skies for most of today.
Short. And hits it wide. Fielded us well. And just losing his footing as he's about to release the ball. Luckily, he holds on to it.
That could have gone anywhere.
That could have been going to the third man boundary.
That's exactly right. What I was thinking. Yeah. So, yeah, it was a really nice bit of fielding. Had to deal with a spin on the first bounce.
In the air, Dan, almost grabbed. He's jumping a long way up in the air here. He's a tall man, and he needed to be to get anything on this, and gets a hand onto it, but not able to take the catch. We've seen a few of these today. It's a one-handed effort.
Yeah, it's Askar. He actually did really well to get to that. And yeah, bit of air time. Deal Askar looks like it in slam dunk, but he doesn't come down with the ball on that occasion. End of the power play now. It's 19 for 3 after 3 overs.
Yeah. In comparison to the power play that Lynn Shopping had, they're only sort of 6 runs behind where they were. So the wickets will be a concern. In terms of the rate, they shouldn't feel out of it just yet, but they need to make sure they have got batters that can get the acceleration in. I mean, that rate's already just under 12.
Naveed Akbar's back for another over. Why not? Although this is a pretty good shot
This
off the
is a
first ball of the
beautiful shot.
over. Yeah, Kandavali just whips this off the pads. And that's going to be a confidence booster for him as he gets 4.
Yeah, it's a delightful shot. He uses his wrist really well. He's picked up the fact that there's nobody on the boundary there and that the man's inside the circle. So he's chanced his arm and said, well, okay, I'm going to play this shot, and he nails it 100%. 4 runs, beautiful shot.
Chance his arms what he's done, because Naveed wants him to play this kind of a shot, wants him to play across it and maybe get him to miss a straight one. But yeah, he certainly did miss out on that one.
This time, plays it, strokes it really nicely out on the off. Doesn't get a run, but he just, what he's saying there is saying, okay, you've put the fielder back there now, so I'm going to try and go in that gap on the offside. But didn't beat the fielder.
Yeah, so key partnership, you can just tell. There's still plenty of overs left.
Well struck. It needs to be stopped. It has been. And gets the throw in. Good throw as well while he's down on the ground. Making sure that the batters don't try and sneak the second. So a good partnership here developing. That's what it's all about. We say it all the time. It's all about partnerships. And if you didn't believe us, you just have to watch the final. Malmahus versus Jönköping. Malmahus 4 for 4. And then came that partnership between Nord and Malidi. That made all the difference.
It was an amazing final, wasn't it? I actually flicked on it 4 for 4. Just
missed
the first bit of the second innings after the halftime break, and I said, "Well, this is interesting." And yeah, the wickets fell pretty early in the first innings of that game as well.
Yeah.
Similar starts, but yeah, 4 for 4 was even worse. But yeah, key partnership got them home. Malmö, one of the 4 teams with the chance of ECL qualification, as this one bounces pretty much straight over or around the stumps. But I don't think Akbar can believe it's missed.
Yeah, it was one of those that, again, he was trying to whip it away. Look, gets that wrist interval. You know exactly where he's aiming for. That big gap that's been left open now between mid-wicket and square leg.
That's one of those ones that you say, if it hits the pads, then you know you'd be yelling for that. But you can see it's had enough bounce to climb over the stumps. Last ball of the over.
Place it out on the off. They'll take the single. So important to keep the scoreboard ticking as well. That'll take it to 26 at the end of 4 overs now. At this point, only 1 run behind.
That's nice. There, you got the shoe check. There is me. Hello there. Vinny Sandu here. We don't even need Rico anymore. There we go. No, look, it's been having a great day. It's been great to be back, Rico, and thanks to everyone for giving me such a warm welcome. And also, thank you for the great entertainment over the last couple of weeks in Landskrona. Thanks to Charlie Hunt as well.
Yeah,
who
Charlie, great
did
job,
such
Charlie.
a great
Well
job
done,
in Malta. And Steve was asking about the result. It was Romania. They ended up beating Malta, who were undefeated all the way to the final.
Yeah.
But yeah, Taranjeet Singh had a very consistent tournament, didn't he? And he delivered in the final as well.
The scores were great. I mean, look, we
Yeah.
had, if my memory serves me right, we had the Czech Republic when they played. It's the third highest opening partnership. I think the openers there put 220 runs on the board. And then our friends from, we saw them from the Kaupi Giants, Bruce and Abanish Pai. I think they put the 7th highest T20 partnership together, opening partnership again. So I think what's nice for me is we've seen these players playing T10 cricket, and now they're playing it for the national teams in T20Is, and they're still scoring runs. So those people that say, well, look, if you're T10, you can't do that. You can't then perform T20 because it's a different game. Well, you know what you can say to that.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's just the application of the skills and when to use them. It's a lot of decision making, especially in T10. That's what really hones. Oh, this one's skied ball. Is anyone getting near this? Well, no, not at that pace anyway. As he turns around and this is one that will just fall safely. And Rashad won. We'll have to try again for a wicket. Yeah, these two. These are the overs. They're going to have to make some hay. Around the wicket. I was going to say, though, Bulgaria, I was feeling for them as well earlier in the week. They just seem to be throwing away winning positions. Of course, you know, we saw some of those names we saw a lot of in Bulgaria, such as their ECS player of the tournament, Chris Lakov, and Prakash Mishra, of course. And Simon Hussain hit a very good century during the week.
Didn't he just, classy left-hander.
Gibraltar, some really good batting performances. Louis Bruce, I mean, he had Avinash Pai. And this is cut away, and it's going to be threading the needle perfectly. It's going to be 4 runs as this partnership just builds. Tabani, he joins Kandavali in double figures. And Indishka push past 30, and they do it in style.
That's a delightful cut shot. That really is so well played. He looks like both these batters, Vinny, I mean, they look the part. For me, these two, take note, Indishka, these two should be opening a batting.
Yeah, well, they effectively almost were, weren't they? The kind of trouble they were in.
Thump this hard down leg side, and it's going to go for 4 more. Not the best bit of fielding there from Ali Raza. He needs to do better. Uses his feet well, gives it a fair tonk, but this has to be stopped.
Yeah.
That's poor fielding.
Yeah, he looks... Well, he's got number 40 on his back, but he almost looks like an 80-year-old trying to get down to the ground there. As we get to the halfway point, it's 37 for 3 after 5 overs. Just go back to that Valletta Cup. Some of the performances we did see. So I was going to say that 220 opening partnership, you'd think that's the biggest that we would have seen on ECN, right? Wrong, because it's not as big as the 222 in the ECL 19 final in a 10-over match, but still, pretty fantastic batting. And I think also you see, I think the pitch played better for the batters than probably the pitch we saw at Desert Springs. Went in the three-way series with Spain and Norway and Guernsey. As far from an entertainment point of view, I found the multi-pitch, well, a bit more easy to watch. And this one isn't easy to watch if you're batting, if you can't volley.
This is Gandhi of Gandhi's balls.
Good old-fashioned headhunter, that one. And the benefit will be that he'll get a free hit next. So, yeah, things just turning a little bit in this game. I mean, let me see what the run rate's still below 13 and over required. So, let's see if he can cash in this free hit, Kandavali. There you go. Out but not out.
Out but not out, but you've got to be alert to this. This is a single.
You think so?
Yeah, you run here. You run. Nobody's expecting you to do it. The wicket keeper, look how casual the wicket. Watch what happens here when it hits the stumps. Look, everybody's just standing. The non-striker's got to go. That's a single.
Yeah, that's true. And that would have been hard to put up the stumps and knock them down again. I guess Saber Ali Saeed sees the funny side. Yeah, the keeper, his play would have been to grab the ball and throw to the bowler's end, but unfortunately they couldn't cash in that free hit.
Nice play. He wants 2. He calls it early, and he will get them. Good running, good calling between the two. That's about the communication. It's all about making sure that's what you want, and both batters got to just back each other and do it.
Yeah, so I think Yeah, I'd be breaking the target into little chunks, and the chunks are 13 at the moment, so I'm trying to get 13 off this over. I don't want to see it growing, and I'm prepared to take some risks on batting right now just to stay at the rate. Otherwise, it'll slip away pretty quickly.
Strikes it pretty well, but the field, you got to have a look at where the field is here now. So again, I think this is where I think somebody like Kandavala, he can do better, because I think he gets his wrists into play, and he'll be finding or trying to get those shots being played to sort of that area between mid-wicket and square. That's where the value is for your runs at the moment.
These two just batting sensibly with a minimum of risk, but they are still scoring reasonably well. I was just going to say, that's Michael H. Where are you watching from, by the way, Michael H? Let me know, because I'm curious. But he said, what a performance by Sabawin Davitsi as well at the Valletta Cup. Yeah, for sure. I mean, the Czech Republic had a couple of unbelievable innings, didn't they? Dylan Stein as well. We'll see those guys in a couple of weeks in the ECS, because we'll be in Prague. So I'm looking forward to that. Michael H. also made a good point about these two at the crease at the moment. As this one will be potentially another 2, because it's in that gap. They should do this pretty comfortably. Good running. Yeah, he said that these two could be effective as openers, because also he thinks that in the power play they could be pretty effective, and that's one thing that Indiska haven't had yet, is a good power play.
Yeah, they're both, because they're not just big hitters of the ball. They time and stroke it well, and I think that's a good point. When you've got the players, they have to be in the 30-yard circle. These two will be able to hit over them quite comfortably.
Last ball, the over coming up for Saeed.
Goes for the big one. He doesn't quite get it right. Big opportunity, and it's been dropped. It's a dolly. It goes down from the fielder. What a big let-off that is. Asad Javed, he's normally got safe pair of hands. It was a pressure catch. It goes down. And this could be a big moment in this match.
Big moment in the game. And he just doesn't get all of this, you see. And so the fielder in the game, but tries to catch that fingers up, which is tough when you're going down, but trying to still catch it fingers up. And he looks at his fingers and he wonders where it all went wrong. So remember that moment at the game, because the score was 44. And now it's 45 for 3 after 6 overs. 14 and over required. So you can see there, apart from that seismic activity in the 6th over of the first innings, it's kind of been steadily drifting towards Linköping. So Javed, his reward is to grab the ball and bowl the next over. Yeah, so 14 and over. So, I mean, literally, I'm looking at 59. I want to be 59 off 7. And obviously you don't want to lose wickets, but, you know, you just can't afford to let that rate go too much further out of hand.
Slices at it, third man. He backs away from this. You've got to be looking to catch this, surely. He seems to sort of run away from it and then stopping it on the bounce.
Yeah, I don't mind that. I mean, at this stage,
no, you need this wicket. It's a partnership.
Yes and no, but I don't know if he was going to get there. That's the thing. You have to realistically assess your chances of getting it on the full.
It's well bowled and well played as well. He's a lot of batters would have swung wildly at this one and missed it. It was gone through to the keeper. Keeps his eye on it, dropped a bat on it.
So to get a 14 off an over, you pretty much need a 6 and a 4 in the over, or maybe 3 boundaries. Unless you're going to get a bunch of wides. They just need that boundary now. Pretty good slow ball, that one from Asad Javed. He's regained his composure pretty well. And look, they haven't had a boundary in the 6th over or the 7th over yet. So that's 10 balls without a boundary. And yeah, I think when you're chasing now 2.5 a ball, you're going to have to need some. You're going to need some and need them pretty quickly.
That one's worked away. And they take the single again, not getting the doubles. And that's where you got to be looking. And I know that's what you always say, Vinny. Running that first one really slow. You're not putting any pressure on. And when you see that throw coming there, if you're ready to go for the second, it's there. You take it.
Yeah, and this is the time where you're going to have to take risks. No other way to say it. It's good bowling, hey? He's bowling that slow ball. That's a tough one to deal with. I mean, you can maybe try and hit down the ground, but just the way the ball has overspin on it, it gets a bit big on you. And so it's going to be a tough one to deal with. And Indiska, not really dealing too well, about halfway to the target. But 7 overs down now. It's 51 for 3. Just a reminder, tomorrow we have more cricket coming your way. Matches 5 through 8, starting with the Stockholm Titans. They're making their first appearance in a FanCode European Cricket Series. They're taking on Botkyrka. in matches 5 and 6. Both those teams, no points so far. Kabotchirka went down in their 2 matches to Alby Zalmi this morning. Speaking of Alby Zalmi, we'll see them in the afternoon against Linköping that you're watching right now. So I'm looking forward to that contest as well. All starting tomorrow again at 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe and 12:30 p.m. in India. Join us for another day in the FanCode European Cricket Series. Saber Ali Saeed coming into bowl the 8th over. And now it's now or never time. You need a magical over, basically, to get back in this game. And these two, after a promising start, they've just kind of hit the skids in this partnership, haven't they? They've been bogged down. Yeah,
it's all become a bit ticky-taka. And they need the boom-booms, and they need them now. And again, you see, they're not timing the ball so well, looking to play aggressively. But a lot of these, they're not coming off the bat with any power. It's almost like mistiming most of these big shots. So they're giving each other enough strikes, so that's not the issue. That's hit better, but once again, you see to the fielder.
Yeah, they drilled a lot of balls. They have drilled a lot of balls at fielders, haven't they?
Yeah, but again, you see there, you need to be ready to go for the second. 2s are far better than 1s at the moment here. Just keeping an eye on that rate. It's up to about, well, your no return has been reached.
99% of the time. Works every time. Last quarter of the innings has to be a huge one.
Goes up in the air, gives another opportunity. This time there is no mistake. And a nice catch taken by the fielder, Saad Khan. So that's the end of the fight from Kandavila. He has to go.
Yeah, you see. Yeah. He just takes this on his knees. Bit of crocodile style about that from Saad Khan, but the captain is effective. And so he breaks that partnership. And really, things aren't looking good for Indiska. Looks like Pacherka, they're going to walk away with no points from opening day. Right now, the 54 for 4. Yeah. Brings a play to the crease that I liked in the field. K.O. Patel. And let's see if he can put together something with the bat as he comes out number 6.
It's a lot to do, isn't it? You're coming out the bat when basically you're requiring a minimum of 3 boundaries and over, and one of them has to be a big one. Fairly well struck. Should be easily fielded by the captain. It is. Gets a throw in. And
ouch.
Gets the back of Patel.
That's a bit of a nasty one. You just come out there and you get off the mark, and then the bowler says, well, I don't want that. I like that hit the bat. I thought for a second it hit the back of his leg. That would have been a very different reaction. So he hits it twice on the first ball, but only gets 1 run.
Yes, more work to do for the captain. This one may elude him. It does. It's 4 runs. So it's nicely played. And well, this Fletch, he's doing it the long barrier method. Here we go. I don't know if you get him fully in the picture here. Fletch just, no, we don't. No. But it's not the stopping. It's the throw we want to see.
He went underarm as well. Anyway, it's the end of the over. It's 59 for 4. And pretty good from Saber Ali Saeed as he concedes 16 off his 2 overs, picks up a wicket. You can see all the bowlers have been in single-digit economy. And if you're defending 100 plus, if you get all your bowlers through that, you're going to win cricket games. And for me, Rashid was excellent, 2 for 6. He's still got an over up his sleeve. I would have been tempted to bowl him out, but I suppose they didn't really have to. They had other options. They had Ashad Awan to come and bowl the 3rd. He did a pretty good job. So I think I'm focusing a bit on Cameron Rashid, but what I would say is it's been a good team bowling effort from Linköping today. As we're going to have a new bowler, this Sawad Ahmed. He's going to bowl. Just 2 overs left in the day.
And that's a very acrobatic and optimistic appeal. And not out. There's another man who's got an unusual hair. When I look at his hair, I'm expecting to see a hairband or something in there to keep it to that sort of look. But
a bit lucky not to get wide. Unlucky not to get a wide batter there.
This is hit firmly. They need a magical over. 4 will help. The first one was a dot. That's 4. If you feel they can just get 20, say 22 off this over and take it into the last,
thing is, you got Rashid to come back.
Yeah, but so I don't mind that. You know what? I'd rather have the pace because you swing hard, you get an edge, go to the boundary.
True. Need some of this intent a couple of overs ago, really.
Well, something's come off there. What is that? What's that come?
Well, there's a headband. Fell out of the pocket. That's not the sandpaper, is it?
He was very quick to put it back in his pocket.
Let's have a look. I just think, oh, no, it flies off. I mean, that is, I think it is some sort of a hair tie. All right.
Oh, he's got him. It's a big swing and went for the big hit. Doesn't get hold of it. And just a change up in pace. So, Ahmed, he's all smiles. He's picked up a wicket. Why shouldn't he be? That's a highlight that he can go back and watch over and over again. It's cleverly bowled.
Yeah, and not the batter doesn't have a choice here, does he? Tabani, who had a promising start to that innings, but he just, kind of got stuck in a bit of a sticky situation through the middle overs where it just wasn't able to manufacture the boundaries. He becomes the 5th wicket to fall. 8 balls left in the day. In discount, 64 for 5.
Yeah, it didn't bat too badly, did he? I mean, 27 he scored of 19, but it just doesn't seem to be the sort of batter that can accelerate to the extent that they needed. That's why I think he definitely is an opening bat for me. Him and Kandavili has to bat up there. They're taking 2. That's good running.
Had to jump to avoid the throw when it came back in. Yeah, so it's nice to see Saad Ahmed getting a bowl and doing a pretty good job as well, picking up a wicket.
Firmly struck, but once again goes to the fielder as it bobbles away. Javid gets the throw in. And that's the end of the over. So well done to Ahmed. Picks up a wicket for 8 runs. And the score moves to 67. 5 wickets down. Did manage to get to 71 in the first match, 7 wickets down. So that probably is a goal for them.
Remarkably similar, though, scores. I know they got a handful less than Chaping, but yeah, it's kind of played out very similarly, hasn't it?
Yeah, very much so. They just haven't had the one explosive player in the side that could have got the acceleration in that they needed. There's been a good partnership, that partnership between Kandavili and the talented Thomani was a good one. It's looking to take on the 2, but 2's really are not going to help you. And getting yourself run out really is not going to achieve anything at this point. It's not as if the difference in the score is going to end up being 5 or 10 runs. There's a lot more than that. Attacking the stumps, asking the question, but I think this is always going down the leg side. Rashid back into the attack, no surprise there. Bowled beautifully. His first over, picked up 2 wickets for 6 runs, which really sort of sucked a lot of the life out of this attack in the chase from the opponents in Indiska. This will be taken a single. I mean, if they're able to finish above 77, they'll be happy with that. It's an improvement, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. 71. Well, I suppose it could do. It was 71. I'm thinking 77. So yeah, that's on. It's an improvement. That's what you got to do. And this will tie that their best score so far.
Yeah, I mean, so they've scraped the corners here, haven't they? I mean, they've conceded a handful less, and they may score a handful more or a couple more. But yeah, they just weren't able to make up the difference. I think Indiska have got a long way to go, I think, if they're going to compete with some of the teams you've seen in this division. But still, it's a good experience for them, and I know also they're missing one of their gun players. But it's good to see them back in the ECS. A couple of balls to go. This man's really impressed me today. Kamran Rashid, and, still running in. He's picked up 2 wickets for 10 now with the last ball of the day coming up. So they do get to 72, their best score of the day. And Indiska, yeah, you'll see that they've got the day off tomorrow. So they've got time to think and actually watch some of the other teams. Here's the last ball of opening day in Stockholm.
And it's a beauty. It's an absolute beauty. It's that Yorker length delivery again. You've seen him use it effectively. He does it again here, right up there. And Rashid finishes with 3 for 10. What a good delivery this is.
Well, I know one Kamran that would be proud of that Yorker, the left-handed version, Mohammed Kamran. And, well, the batter, to be fair, Yorks himself kind of here. But it's a third wicket, 3 for 10 off his 2 overs. Really good performance. And, you know, you can make an argument for player of the match as well for him, because I think he had a very good game in Game 4. And those early strikes were pretty crucial to snuff out the challenge. And ultimately, it will be 100 to 72. It's Linköping that joined Albies Army on 4 points at the top of the table. And they are the successful teams on opening day. And you can see there, they're pretty happy with their work. 2 years after they were last seen in the European Cricket Series at Linköping, they've travelled to the nation's capital and they've come away with the chocolates here on day 1.
Yeah, done really well. And I think going into those 2 matches tomorrow afternoon against Albies Army, they've certainly given Albies Army something to have to think about when they play tomorrow, especially the bowling of that man there, Cameron Rashid. And you see there, those two, the 2 teams that have picked up victories today will be playing each other. So we got 2 teams on 4 points coming head to head, and 2 teams that haven't been able to pick up points.
Yeah.
I mean, well, I say Stockholm Titans, they haven't picked up many because they haven't played yet.
But
they're
pretty
coming
crucial.
together.
Yeah, join us tomorrow, 7 a.m. GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 12:30 p.m. in India. And yeah, you see in Discat, they'll have the day off and they can have a good think about their tactics before they rejoin us again on day 3. Let's have a look at some of the highlights here from the second innings. It was 101 to win, and it was a pretty good start from Guruvinda, who just slept back and escorted that one over backward point for 4. But I tell you what, some of the wickets were tumbling around him, and that one was, gosh, keeper catching keeper. That was a good bit of reaction from Rahul Halim behind the stumps. And yeah, Cameron was on fire early, and then he knocks over the stumps. He bowled with a fair bit of spice. And yeah, for me, he was one of the bowlers of the day. And at the other end, Naveed Akbar, he wasn't afraid to rattle the timber as well. Set a bit of a trap, trying to get the batters to hit to the leg side. There were plenty of gaps there. And, well, then they decided against going back to Kamran Rashid. Instead, they went to Arshad Arwan. This would have been an amazing catch if that was pulled in as he touched the sky. But ultimately, although this partnership was building, they kind of just hit a bit of a speed bump, didn't they? And they just couldn't keep the boundaries coming in the middle of the innings when they really needed them.
Yeah, they played some nice shots, both the batters did. I mean, this one did get muscled over to the boundary, but only because there was some poor fielding there from Ali Raza. But they weren't able to do it continuously, and despite that catch going down there from Javed, well, that was Kandavali going down, but he didn't last too much longer, because when the captain got the opportunity, he made no mistakes, and the catch was well taken, and that meant a lot to do for Thavani. And he did throw the bat at a few, but it wasn't long before he went, and that was a nice looking shot there as well. And when Patel came in, showed that he could play 1 or 2 shots. But that was a good bit of bowling, wasn't it? Ahmed coming onto bowl, just taking the pace right off it.
Yeah.
And Thabani playing right across the line, trying to get the power in. And then that man, Cameron, finishing things off. Didn't he bowl well? Cameron Rashid, 3 for 10.
Yeah, what a way to finish the day as well. So, yeah, it's a very successful day for Linköping. And like I said, we'll see all these teams again tomorrow, with the exception of Indisco, who've got the day off. We'll see them again on matches on Wednesday. Of course, these 5 teams in Group A will play Monday to Friday. They'll play 8 group matches each. Let's have a look at the response, and Thabani, he batted well today, 27 off 19, along with Kandavali, but they could only get runner ball pace, and they needed more than that. And one thing, again, really important, not so many extras, just 1 no ball and 1 wide in the entire 10 overs. And so if you're defending those kind of middle of the road targets, about 100, 105, then you don't want to be giving away extras. And really, you'd say that Linköping just didn't give Indisca any room to breathe during that innings.
Yeah, look, I've got to say, I mean, in comparison to Landskrona, the bowlers in terms of their accuracy, in terms of not giving extra away, have been so good. And the conditions have been very similar. So, you know, congrats to all the bowlers. The fielding, there's been some good fielding. There was some that was not so good. Both of these teams, Linköping and also Indisca, were guilty of that in the field, but they will get better in that department. But just look at those bowling fields.
Yeah, I mean, look at Rashid, 3 for 10. He was great. Also wickets for Naveed Akbar there, as well as Saber Ali Saeed. Asa Javed bowled a pretty good over and he went for 6. Saud Ahmed, he also chipped in at the end, showed he could be a handy 6 bowler. He took 1 for 8 off his over in the 9th, and there's confirmation of the result of match 4. It's Linköping back in the ECS after a couple of years. They scored 100 exactly off their 4 overs. And just remember, you know, we talked about their last couple of overs in the first innings. You know, could they get a wriggle on? Looked for a second that they might be held to 80 or 85, and maybe Indiska chase that down. As it is, the wheels fell off, and they ended up just kind of staggering to 72 in the end. So it will be Linköping and Albi Zalmi at the top of the ladder with 4 points each after day one. But plenty of time still to come in Group A. And of course, Group B will be joining us next week.
Yeah, it just goes to show that innings there from, like you say, from Anit Naik, him getting 33 there, it was so important. The 30 runs came off those last 2 overs.
Yeah.
And when you look at the 2 scores there, you could, if it was tighter, if there was only like 8 or 9 runs of the last 2 overs, it would have been a different game.
Yeah, it would have been a different feel. Anyway, it's been great to be back. Thanks again for your company, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Ford. We've had a great day bringing you the cricket, and we'll be back tomorrow with more. Just going to want to say a quick thank you to everyone in the chat as well, who have been wonderful, keeping us company during the day. Thanks to everyone that sent us well wishes. Remember, if you do have any Sweden pictures, send them to my Instagram at Mr. Maximo, because we're going to try and showcase some of those a little bit later in the week. Well done to all the players, everyone that's helped from the local organisers here. They've looked after us really well. I've got the giant pizzas back. You see these giant pieces of pizza. We didn't even get into the lunch chat, but it was brilliant.
We'll have to get one of those boxes into one. They're huge.
They are massive. It's about as big as a truck. Anyway, I don't know how they get them in the back of the car. But look, again, thanks to all the Blue crew, all the umpires. I think umpiring was really good as well. Next day one for them, so you expect them to be a bit rusty, but I think that they were pretty good as well. And this ground, I know it's been a bit chilly at times, but it's been a great setting. And we've got to see Albi's Army do their stuff this morning, but then Linköping, they showed that they're a force to be reckoned with in Group A as well.
Yeah, already. I mean, that's to expect. We've had some close games. We've seen that Albi's Army. We knew that they were going to be on top of their game. With 1 or 2 players missing as well.
Yeah. They're
going to come back stronger, and it was nice to see Linköping there picking up 2 wins as well. They're making their comeback into an ECS series, and that really shapes up an exciting 4 matches tomorrow.
Yeah.
So you see a new team that's coming back in against a team that wasn't able to perform well here today. Then you've got the top 2 teams that perform really well here, sitting at the top of the table, come together and clash together.
Every match crucial, I think, when you think about not only the top 4 to make it to the quarterfinals, but you really want to get top 2 and be the higher ranked team going into quarterfinals Friday, just around, what's that, about 10, 11 days from now. So look, we're looking forward to that. Thanks again for your company so much. Please join us again, 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 12:30 p.m. in India as well. You see, there are the fixtures, and we'll see the Titans for the first time. Looking forward to them. And Pachuca, they'll really need a win. They'll not fancy themselves against the new guys on the block in ECS cricket, the Titans. And then, Linköping, Albi's Army. So that'll sort out who will be top of the tree going into Wednesdays. Anyway, from all of us at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, we hope you have a fantastic evening and hope you're happy and safe wherever you're watching from around the world. Please join us again for more cricket in Sweden. It's been great to be back and great to be back with you. Join us tomorrow for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Good night, everyone.
Adios, hasta mañana.